Yeah.
I brought some friends.
I'll tell you what, I really like listening. Sal's on mute again, so we can just let him just sit there and mute.
My microphone's not muted. It's not muted.
So. Well, then you've got bigger issues then, huh?
No, it's not muted. It's been fine, actually, all, I think, 18 hours. How many hours we've done? 18 hours, and then Bob shows up and, he screws everything up. So, listen. That intro, I'll give Bob credit. Bob created that. What a way to fire us into the last 6 hours of the 2025 SFB Podathon. We have an entire Brady bunch of people. And very perfectly, Erica landed right in the middle. Is she in the middle and everybody's where everybody's viewing?
The Brady bunch? Like the Brady bunch look.
Exactly.
Definitely more like the Shady Bunch. But, thank God Jorge brought his entire family with him because I did order my breakfast, and I hope it's going to be here within the next 10 minutes. I'm definitely going to eat that because I've been on for the full 18 hours so far. And for those of you, what are you eating? Jesus, eat real food, man. What is Jesus? Get out of it.
Banana bread is real. Banana bread is the truth there.
That is chocolate with chocolate chips, and that banana looks like it's been sitting out on the table for 3 days. I had something good to say there, and I lost it. I have no idea what that was. Oh, I know what it is. So we've been live for 18 hours, but I woke up 4 hours before the stream started. So I'm already up 22 hours. And there's 6 hours left of this show. So you guys might see me drop dead. Literally right here.
Hopefully not.
JB, you got to read?
I do. Because did you know that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team? It's collecting, gaming, and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out the special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
Did you guys catch the 4 to 5 o'clock Jorge, where we had no guests? So Jorge interviewed me, and he made me cry.
I did.
He made me cry on the show, which is kind of becoming an annual tradition. But I think it's mostly just because I was deprived of sleep, and I was scared of some of the things that I was seeing in the apartment with me that I'm not sure were real at the time. But JB, take it away and run this segment, because when that food comes, I'm going to eat.
Well, this is a great group we have here. So, I don't even have to say much this time. And I'd like everybody to introduce themselves. So, Jorge, if you want to just start and then introduce who you brought with you. A lot of great faces here. Eric, I'm glad you made it. I know you were a little on the fence. You didn't know if you'd be able to make it at this time slot, but you did. So, Jorge, take us around the room to all your friends.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having us members of the Fantasy and Frames family here with us today. To my right would be, with the headphones there, Rhett Manuel, one of the co-hosts of our podcast, Fourth and Frames. Going beneath him is Erica Brown, one of our co-hosts on our draft show, which, Sal, you were on, I believe it was last week, where you had a bunch of people on there from various platforms. It was a fantastic show. Then we got Drew Scott over there with his Scott Fishbowl 13 jersey and coffee cup going on there, going strong. And of course, we got Zach Berger. We need JB right here. Zach does he's our director of content at Fantasy and Frames, and he does all this great work for Fantasy Care. So we got some people here, some great people here.
I love it. And did any of you draft yet? Raise your hand if you've already live drafted from this group. Anybody? Oh, all right, Erica. So get us started. Let us know about your draft. Where did you draft? I'm assuming that you are it goes with the banners that you have in your background, but tell us about it.
Yeah, so I actually drafted in Dallas. So draft from the 4 spot. And I think it went pretty well. It didn't fall exactly how I wanted it to, but pretty happy with my team so far.
So
well,
where did you
finished.
go with the 4? Because Erica's been running the 4's chat. She was the head of the 104's chat. So where did you end up going with that pick? Because I know there's been a lot of conversation in the chat about the direction you could go there. What'd you end up doing?
Actually went Josh Allen at 4. Little unconventional. A lot of people are going Lamar Jackson as the first QB overall. I went Josh Allen. I kind of see them in the same tier in this kind of format. So that's what I went with. And I'm happy with how, first couple rounds went.
Nice. Zach, you're a 4 as well, right? You're in the chat with us.
Yep.
What's your take on Erica's take? Is it something that you're looking at quarterback, or are you leaning a different direction?
I'm not leaning QB. I'm going a little unconventional, though. I want to go Christian McCaffrey. But unless I get a running quarterback at some point, I'm pretty much going to punt the QB position with the scoring.
It's funny because so many people, and we've talked about it in all these different segments on what people's quarterback strategy is. And there are people that are talking, I'm taking Josh Allen 101, and there's people like you saying I'm punting quarterback. Rhett, do you have a strategy there?
I'm in a 2 spot, and to be honest with you, we're going to go in and we're going to see what happens, get some mocks in this week. I drafted Saturday in Houston. So, just mostly just looking forward to camaraderie. We went out there last year. It was a great time. And last year I drafted, I believe might have been out of 9 or 10 and had an awesome draft where I made the playoffs and everything just fell into place, except for the fact that I took Anthony Richardson in the first round. So let's hopefully we just avoid one of those situations this year.
Nice. And Drew, you're a 4 as well, aren't you? You're in the chat with us too.
Yeah, I am. I think the beautiful thing about the Scott Fishbowl this year is you really can go any direction you want. Like I can't fault Erica for going QB. Zach, I'll go big or go home with CMC. I've kind of started to fall that way somewhat. I would like to see one of Gibbs, Bijan, or Jamar Chase fall to 4. If all 3 of those guys go 1, 2, 3, I would be pretty tempted to go CMC as well with the upside that he has. I just assuming he plays a full season, but just gonna let it play out. I have a lot of quarterbacks that I like this year in terms of like my quarterback 10 to like quarterback 20 feels like almost the same person. So if I can stack up a lot of the flex players early on and then grab a couple of those guys later, I like that idea, but we'll see if it actually plays out that way. But I'm doing a slow draft this year. I did live drafts the last 2 years, and this year I'm doing a slow draft. So I'm kicking off here in a few hours.
Nice.
I did the same thing, Drew. I drafted live in New York City the last 2 years, and I was like, you know what? I want to focus a little bit more and do the online draft. I feel very distracted at the live. But by the way, I'm here to promote the live drafts. It's an amazing
so much fun
atmosphere. I've been to so many of them, so definitely go out there and do it. But was there like an order placed down from the god of the fantasy frames to say you have to be the 4 pick? I mean,
for me, honestly, it was I chose the St. Louis Cardinals division, and Yadi Molina, number 4. My favorite Cardinals player of all time. The 4 spot was open, so I had to pay homage to Yadi. So I grabbed the 4 spot there.
I like that. I was going to join the Yankees division, but there was no 99th pick for Aaron Judge.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
New Jersey Devils instead.
Yeah, most of the good New York divisions were taken from the live draft, so I ended up in the Bayside Tigers division, Saved by the Bell represent.
Nice.
Jorge, I know you're in the 11 pick for the DC Defenders division.
Yeah.
Sal's picking towards the end of the draft, talked a little about what he's targeting there. Do you have a particular target in mind in that strategy there?
So I actually have 2. One is to not get smoked by my wife in this division because she's also taking So that would be great. Although, the way the world works, that probably won't work out that way. But as far as roster strategy, I'm seriously looking at going double tight end just to get that little advantage there. But, like Bruce Lee said, be like water. You always have to adapt to a certain situation. But if I ended up with Bowers and McBride as my first 2 picks, I'd be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that would be a great start. That's what Sal's looking for. I think it was Chicago, you said, Sal, that had that go off the board at 12 and 13?
Yeah, Bowers went 2, 2, 3, 4, and then all of a sudden he lasted to 12 in one of those 9 drafts. And the guy got him in McBride. I'm just going, that's not going to happen to me. And I feel like it'll happen for Jorge and then not me, and I'll be even more pissed because I'll have to watch it happen again while I probably get sniped on both of them. I pick something very stupid like Brian Thomas Jr. or something.
Oh, man. Zach, I know that you're in the Savannah Bananas division. We had a fellow Savannah Banana on earlier. Have you seen them live?
I have not.
Okay. Sal and I both won the right to get tickets, I guess, in their lottery. So they're coming to New York in September. So both talking about and thinking about going, and just was curious if you saw them or not. Because, they seem so entertaining, but, like, as a baseball guy, like, it's just, I guess, kind of a mockery of the game. But I guess I just got to look at it as entertainment. So
yeah, they look exciting. They were down here at the Raymond James Tampa Bay Bucks Stadium, and they sold out. I think it was one of their first football stadiums they did. Back in the spring.
Awesome. No, I'm looking forward to it. It'll probably be pretty cool. So, Rhett, talk to us a little bit about your running back strategy, because running backs is something that people have been targeting, those volume backs. Is there a particular, couple of guys that you're really focused on grabbing in this type of draft?
Whenever you look at the format and you see the scoring and you see, first off, that volume matters, and you also see the PPR format as well with Sleeper, which is 2.5 points per reception. The first thing that comes to my mind is 2-slot Jahmyr Gibbs. First thing comes to my mind, because Jahmyr Gibbs is actually my RB1 this season. And then, hopefully you can maybe bounce back, see what happens with the quarterbacks and wide receivers. And then that late second round, you maybe hope that you see another one of these guys. I've been very vocal about being against this guy, and Drew is about to tell me something crazy. But if Breece Hall falls toward the end of the second round in this format, I may just have to just go back on everything I said last Wednesday on our own podcast and just be and how the turntables have turned. Correct. And then, lean into the fact that pass catchers are going to matter. Guys who get 200 plus carries are going to matter even more than they have in past years. We always say that volume is king in fantasy football, but Scott always has a way of just taking those mantras that we know and love so dearly and just flipping them and elevating them and just turning them up to 12. So, yeah.
Jorge, do you have a particular back or 2 backs that you're looking at that, could be a sneaky value because of that volume component?
Absolutely. And I talked about him in one of the earlier segments here, and I want to give props to, I believe it was Drew, but it could have very well been Rhett, both very sharp guys. Tony Pollard is somebody who I'm going to be targeting in the later rounds. You talk about, the attempt bonuses, the carry bonuses, and a lot of people thought when he came over from Dallas to Tennessee that there would be a split, pretty even split between him and Tajay Spears, and it was the Tony Pollard show in that backfield for the Tennessee Titans. So he's definitely somebody, maybe like round 6, round 7, if he's out there still. I would definitely want to draft him.
Nice. I love it. Erica, you drafted already. So out of your picks, where do you think you found the most value, and which pick do you puff your chest out a little bit about? Yeah, I got that guy and I'm happy about it.
Honestly, the one pick that I wanted was Brian Robinson, just because he is the volume guy there. And I was able to get him in round 9.
Nice.
And actually that sticker went off the board at 101 by mistake at first. And we let him switch. He didn't officially put it on the board, but we were going to hold him to it if he did put it there.
That was like the year, who was it? Kyle Allen that went first overall, and everyone was like, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if they said to you, you could have Bijan in replace of Brian, you really wanted Brian, but would you have made that swap?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, you're sober. That's good. That's a good sign at this time.
Drew, is there a split backfield that you're targeting that maybe you could find some volume in?
I pretty much all the ones with the running backs in them. If people start to get too overly concerned with the veteran presences like Omarion Hampton with Najee Harris, Trevion Henderson with Ramondre Stevenson, I think the rookies are the clear better talents in those backfields. And while they might have a little bit less work at the start of the year, whenever things really start to matter in the money for fantasy football purposes, I think that those guys are going to take over those backfields. So if they start to drop because people are concerned about their early season usage, I'm going to be all over the rookies like Hampton and Harvey and Trevion Henderson. I like all three of those guys quite a bit.
So expand upon that a little bit with Hampton. How early would you be looking to take him? I know Liz Loza was on yesterday. We talked about Hampton. She was very high on Hampton. How early would you be willing to take a shot at a Hampton, knowing that you might not get that volume right off the bat, but it could pay off for you in the long run?
He's in my tier 4 running backs. I got him at running back 17. So that's pretty much right after the guys like Kyron, Alvin Kamara, James Cook. Those are a few of the names that I would expect to come off the board before him. Once those guys start to come off the board, it's Hampton territory for me at that point. And Henderson and Harvey aren't far behind either.
Nice. All right. Zach, I know Kamara is a topic that people have been talking about just because nobody knows what to expect from that team, right? And that New Orleans offense is just a total question mark, and we all just figure it's got to run through Kamara, right? So when you're looking at the volume, are you expecting him to be somebody that should produce like a top-tier running back, or do you think that offense is going to hold him back?
I don't think he's top tier anymore, but I think in this format, you need to take a shot on him. If you don't risk it in this format, you're not going to do anything, so you might as well have fun with it. But he should do well. He's never rushed for 1,000 yards, but he gets a whole lot of targets. I don't see his quarterback throwing down the field all that often, so more dump down passes to Kamara. Why not? I definitely see him more in like the 3rd, 4th round. Sorry, Rhett. But I don't think he's a bad pick there. Just because he gives you the opportunity of volume. Whether he gets it or not, we'll see. But that's the whole point of while we're playing fantasy football.
I actually think you're shaking your head, Rhett. What were you shaking your head about?
Because I'm a New Orleans Saints fan, and I'm just being sarcastic right now. I'm thinking that a guy whose last name rhymes with Chuck isn't about to throw it downfield all season long. Come on now.
His arm's too old to get it down there.
Oh,
wow.
I'm sorry to hear that you're a Saints fan. I mean, it's been a rough couple of years for you, and sorry.
Appreciate the prayers. It's fine.
Giving you. Jorge.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about. I'm here in New York, and both teams are obviously in a bit of a struggle, right? So I know Justin Fields has been somebody who we've talked about in this format as somebody who could potentially return good value. Is he somebody that you're targeting, and do you think that he could have success here in New York?
So is that okay? Yes. So yeah, definitely somebody I'm targeting. A lot of the mocks I've been doing, he's been actually falling down boards, which I don't understand because, if you're going to get a quarterback, you want to get one of these mobile quarterbacks, and he is just as mobile as they come. I think it was Vince in the chat over on YouTube said his check down rate is through the roof. It is. I believe last year it was number 1 or number 2 in check down rate to the running back position. So to Brett's point about Breece Hall earlier, that can only bode well for him as well as Fields. As far as success in New York, if we're talking from like a real fantasy standpoint, like I know Sal is off screen, and so although he's a Raiders fan, so that doesn't matter. I'll believe it when I see it.
You rang.
I'll believe it when I see it, but for fantasy, I think he could be gold.
Okay, I like that because I think a lot of people are looking at him in that Kyler Murray type of range and seeing the value that he could bring. Brett, there's a question in the chat about Dyami Brown. Do you think that he could be a late round dart throw?
Dyami Brown, I mean, I look at that Jacksonville offense, and there is a lot that's going on this year. I personally look at it. I see Travis Hunter. I see Brian Thomas. I visualize that target share being fairly conservative and just fairly consolidated. So Dyami Brown on spike weeks, I mean, they brought him in for a reason. They paid him the money for a reason. I think there are going to be some big weeks there. And one of the things with Scott Fishbowl is that you have to be willing to take those dart throws and hope they pay off. So as a late round guy, I mean, yeah, a good wide receiver 3 in an offense that Liam Cohen has produced some very good offense last year in Tampa Bay. I mean, yeah, it's worth a shot. I think if he was there, I'd be willing to risk that.
Nice.
There's been a lot of talk with him out of camp right now, and I actually grabbed him in round 20.
Nice. I love it. I was going to ask you who was kind of those late round dart throws that you grabbed or that you even saw in your drafts. That's a good one. Did you have any others that you saw that either you grabbed and you were happy about, or that somebody else grabbed that you were like, oh man, that was a good pick? Who could we? You're the only one with experience so far of being in these drafts, so feed it to us.
Well, it's also difficult because, drafting live, you tilt instantly. Like as soon as you're up there, you're already tilting. There's drinks going around, and live drafts are a completely different ball game. I was able to grab Josh Downs. I like him this year in the 8th round. That was one of my favorite picks. And then my very last pick of the draft was Josh Reynolds. So there's been a lot of talk with him out of the Jets camp. So figured why not?
Nice.
Grab some late wide receivers in this one.
Yeah, and you know what? That's something where in a draft like this, because if you think about it, you got to fill out a roster. So you're taking guys in that 10th, 11th, 12th round that you need to start right away. But then as you get to the later rounds of the drafts, you're taking those swings. You're taking those upside swings. So that's guys where, maybe people aren't looking at them. And in a big field tournament like this, you have to take swings on guys that other teams aren't taking. So, Jorge, do you have any deep sleepers that you want to mention on here?
Man, deep sleepers, you say. I
had to emphasize the double deep there.
No, I gotcha. Oh man, that is such a tough question here. Well, I don't think it's a tough question, because I think he should be considered a sleeper, not somebody that people should be looking to be the magic pill here. And I think Travis Hunter is more of a deep sleeper option. I'm not somebody who buys into well, we have these special scoring settings for this like one guy, the Travis Hunter rule, as I like to call it. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. Aiden Weingartner, he's one of our podcasters and writers over at Fantasy and Frames, and he brought up Josh Palmer as somebody for the Buffalo Bills that he thinks could be a better receiving option than Keon Coleman. So that's another player that maybe could be a deep cut that people could pay attention to later.
I've got one too that might be interesting.
Go.
All right, so if you look at last year's stats and where he's currently going off, and Fantasy Life's Scott Fish ADP tracker is unbelievable. I'm currently going off as wide receiver 90 at 230 overall. Guys, Ray McCloud finished as wide receiver 59 last year. And he had 62 catches. He had, if the number served me correct, he had almost 700 yards receiving last year. Only one receiving touchdown. So, it's not like he was touchdown dependent in his production last year. So if you have a guy who's going off at wide receiver 90 who can return, 3-4 tiers up in possible production as they return, I mean, that's not that value at all, especially if you're at the very last round and he's free. I mean, are you going to do better than a guy who caught over 60 balls in the last round of the draft? It's hard to say.
No, that's a great poll, and that's somebody that people are forgetting about and not mentioning enough. So I like to hear that from you. Zach, you got anybody deep in that Magic Kingdom brain?
Nah, I don't. I'm not going that deep yet. I just like to see where the draft falls. But I'm definitely with what Murph was saying. I'm definitely looking at those backup running backs later on that just need one opportunity to pay off in value. That's my strategy loosely now with a few hours left to go. But we won't be drafting that late for at least a few more days.
I don't know if you heard it yesterday, but we had brought up a live draft at Epcot next year so that we can kind of draft around the world.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
So we might want to start working on that early. So keep that in the back of your mind. That would be a fun one. Drew, I know you got somebody for us. Who are you looking at in that later rounds of the draft?
There's receivers I like late. Yeah, whenever you think about how much we were paying up in drafts for Houston's wide receiver 2 behind Nico Collins last year with guys like Diggs or Tank Dell, and now you talk about you can get who I think will be their wide receiver 2 in Jaden Higgins in the later rounds. He's a lot cheaper. I think he's a guy we're taking a shot on lining up across from Nico. And I like Cedric Tillman quite a bit. Fingers crossed it's Joe Flacco starting and not Kenny Pickett. I don't know why that's even still a thing. I don't know why I guess it's just a Cleveland thing. I don't know how we haven't seen enough Kenny Pickett yet for us to know he's not the answer. But assuming we get Joe Flacco in Cleveland, I like Cedric Tillman quite a bit too. Whenever him, Judy, and Njoku all played together, they were all three right there together in targets, and he's by far the cheapest of the three. So I like him as well.
Nice. I love it. Guys, this has been a really great segment. I mean, time flies when you're fantasy and frames, right?
That's right.
Sal, how was your breakfast, bud?
I swallowed that thing almost whole. Protein-filled egg whites, turkey, Swiss cheese, a little avocado, and for flavor, a little chipotle mayo on a whole wheat wrap. And I'm standing up, so blood flows to my legs. So my lower extremities are alive, and I'm ready. I'm ready for the final 5.5 hours that we have here.
Nice. I figured now that you were back, you can hang with the Fantasy and Frames crew. I know you've been listening in the background. Now you're re-energized a little bit. You got them ATPs in your system. You're ready to rock and roll. But this has been a great segment. So I guess start with Jorge, work your way through the crew, talk about what you're doing over there, where people can find you, and what's new.
So first of all, thank you very much for having me and having all of us here from Fantasy and Frames. You can find me at Jorge B. Edwards, pretty much everywhere on social media, as well as, the Fantasy and Frames brand itself. If you could follow us on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram, and head over to our website, fantasyandframes.com, where we have articles going daily. We got rankings being updated. I mean, we got a lot of stuff going on. We got like 6 podcasts going, and Rhett and Drew and Erica could speak to that. Just a lot of content, a lot of great people, it's a great family that we have here at Fantasy and Frames.
Go ahead, Rhett.
All right. I can be found on X at R Manuel. That's Manuel. That's a name, not a book. Sports at X. And just Wednesdays, 9:00, 4th and Frames. Me and Drew hold it down with Aiden and Kyle and Nate Markham whenever he's able to make it. And, we're just trying to talk redraft ball the best way we know how. Probably need to be more active writing right now, but I'm in the middle of a job change, everything right now. So, it's just life is hectic, but we're doing the best we can. And I had to rock with you guys for a little bit this morning. So thanks for the time.
Appreciate it. I always love having you guys and having a Fantasy and Frame segment. So, Jorge, I'm glad we were able to make this happen. Drew, go ahead. You're up.
Over on Twitter at Drew3MR, and then like Rhett said, we're live every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern for 4th and Frames, the redraft show over at Fantasy and Frames. Really appreciate you guys giving us the time to come on this morning.
Absolutely, Erica.
Yeah, you can find me at America108 basically everywhere. And then Thursday nights we do the draft show. Me, Stacy, and Kevin hold it down every Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 8 Central. And then during the season, we'll be doing waivers, I believe.
Nice. Awesome. And last but not least, Zach?
You can find me at FF Chalupa Batman on social media. But just like everyone said, follow Fantasy and Frames, support the team there, and support Fantasy Cares. But we really appreciate it. And if you happen to be in Orlando this Saturday, you'll see me there for the Orlando live draft.
I wish. I was trying to make it happen, but it was not going to be the right fight for me to have during.
He wasn't trying that hard, Zach. Yeah. I've been dealing with it for the last few years with KB. He doesn't try hard enough. He's all like about his marriage and his kids.
It's okay. You bailed too, Sal. It's okay.
Hey, whoa, wait a second. I met you in Cincy last year. Let me say, I spent so much time with Erica at the expo last year. So I had such a great time hanging out with Erica and Zach. I got to meet you in Cincy, and we've already spoken about me and Jorge, and we've met back in 2019, and he's great. So I appreciate and love all you guys. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck with everything this season. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
You guys.
Oh, there's a lot of people to remove.
Last one standing.
Yeah.
Hold on. Who keeps adding these people back in? Everything just keeps moving. I'm trying to remove them. And
I'll take the extra airtime. It's all good.
Sing a song, Drew.
Well. So, JB, you're with us for a little while longer. And just to prove that I'm fresh as a daisy, I'm going to do this read.
Nice.
Somebody say, it might have been Paul who said, Sal's got to be hating how much energy JB has. It was either you or Reebok Joe. But I'm going to tell you guys, I've been here for 18 and a half hours the entire time. I didn't go to sleep like some of these suckers like JB. And in that entire time that I've been here, the Game Blazers have been hosting this Scott Fishbowl Podathon and make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete your roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boosts, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your items even better. And when you sign up in the Game Blazers app with the promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack you purchase, and plus the special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers app today. I gave you instructions, JB, to have it downloaded by the time you came back. And I want proof. I want to see the phone. I want to see it on there. So, we're continuing to go strong here. We got two guys in the wings. Let's bring them in right now.
Good morning.
And these are some old friends of the Podathon here, Brandon and Dr. Brian Harwood. What is up, gents?
Good morning. What's happening, guys? Good morning,
Is
Brandon.
it morning? I don't even know what day it is at this point. I started sometime after Sunday. I do believe it is. It's at least Monday, if not Tuesday. But I know it's not Tuesday. You know why I know it's not Tuesday? Because I would have drafted by now in the SFB.
Correct. Yes.
So if the New Jersey Devils division, if anybody's here paying attention, I don't think they realize that this ends at noon. I picked 12, and I probably will not be there for that pick because I've already been up for 23 hours. So I need sleep.
How's that gas tank going, Sal?
For being up for 23, you're looking good. You got that second win this morning.
I had a full head of hair when I started this thing, man. It all just fell out.
There we go.
That's what I looked like when it started. That is actually me, but I was 17. I was 17 when that picture was taken. That's my high school yearbook photo. So.
Oh, okay.
Very
Hey,
nice.
did you guys know that Sal invented BOGO as well?
Yes.
I've heard that term so much over the last 20 hours listening to the Podathon. Takes me back to my retail days when I was working in retail management. All the BOGOs that we would have to put out onto the floor.
If you buy one of my stories, you get another one for absolutely free. So that's the BS I've been putting out for the last 20 plus, 18 plus, whatever amount of hours I've been here.
We need the chat back active to give you 3 words to make up the story again. That was a good one. And you had somebody fooled, too. I don't remember who it was that was on, but they actually believed your story.
Fiella was almost buying it, and then
Fiella was not. Fiella did not let that fly. He's like, there's no way you were eating a Snickers watching breakdancing at a random bar in New Jersey.
Sure. I can buy that.
The Halifax Bar and Restaurant in New Jersey? No.
So, guys, you both drafted already, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
We've been all over the map, I believe, because Harwood there, he was in the Cincinnati live draft. Myself and co-host Nick, who is under the weather this morning, we were in the Atlanta live draft last weekend. So, yeah, we're touching all the cities over here.
Nice. So, Brandon, talk about your draft a little bit. It pains me to see you were in the Atlanta Falcons division as a Buck fan here, but tell me a little bit about your draft, how it went. Were there any surprises in your draft, or did you get any value picks that you wanted to talk about?
So we did, of course, a 100-yard rush prior to the draft, reset our draft lineup, our slotting and everything, as opposed to just picking the spot in the division. I wound up after that at the 1-3 spot. And based on a lot of the drafts that I'd seen kind of the weekend before and keeping up with the ADP through the drafts of that first weekend, I kind of had a good idea of what I was going to be looking at. Going in, I wanted to kind of be in the middle part of the round and probably go quarterback. I was eyeing Lamar Jackson potentially there. But at the 3 spot, with the scoring settings and everything, the way that they are set up for this year's Scott Fish Bowl, Wound up going Barkley at 3. Chase came off the board at 1, which I was kind of surprised by, but not really. So wound up going Barkley. And my draft after that point, I really was volume dependent. Based on the scoring settings, I was really attacking players that I thought were going to get a lot of volume, a lot of running back centric. So I was very, very running back heavy over the first 5 to 6 rounds. For my first 6 picks wound up with Barkley, Jacobs, James Conner, DeAndre Swift. I was heavy into a lot of the guys that I think are going to be lead running backs and a lot of looks and potentially higher powered offenses. So that's what I was looking at. To that detriment, though, missed on some tight end action early in the draft. A couple of rounds where I felt like I was going to tab that position. They were gone just a pick or 2 before me. And then it kind of laid off a little bit on the quarterback. Wound up with Drake May and JJ McCarthy as my top 2 that I'm looking at right now. So that's where we were at. And if you watched, I did the live stream from the Atlanta draft last weekend at Hudson Grill in Atlanta, Georgia. So if you followed along with the live draft while we were streaming, you probably saw the pain in my face in a couple of picks as I was nabbed. There was a couple rounds. I felt like I got into the point during the draft, which we've all been there before, is if I speak this name into existence, this guy's going to get drafted right before me. And that is exactly what happened live on the stream while I was doing that. So draft otherwise, we're getting close. We're in the last couple of rounds. So feeling pretty good about the draft so far. Value picks wise, there have been some guys that have fallen down the board to me, getting late picks like a guy that I've liked going into the process, Deontay Thornton. I just got him back in round 19. I like what I see with Deontay Thornton there. I think he's a good late round gem that you can get right now. Players like that I'm getting. Outside of that, one lesson I learned from the last couple of years of Scott Fish Bowl, I have handcuffed my top tier running backs, and that was a main idea that I wanted to do coming into this draft. So I wound up getting Benson, Marshawn Lloyd, and I've also gotten Kyle Monagai to back up DeAndre Swift as well. So that was a definite thought process going into my head going into this draft this year.
No, and that's smart. And sometimes you might have to, go a little bit early on those guys to make sure you lock it up so you don't miss them and end up kicking yourself on it. Brian, you also drafted in the 3 spot in your live draft, didn't you? How did the top of your draft go?
Well, I took Jamar Gibbs, and I wanted to be different. I mean, I thought about taking Genty at 3, but I wanted somewhat of a sure thing, so I took Gibbs. I know this tournament has a lot of different scoring systems, different values, and you've got to really stand out from the pack to make an impact in the Cincinnati division. Do you all think I did the right thing taking Gibbs over Genty?
As a Raider fan, I will tell you that one of those guys will be fighting for touches, and one of them's Ashton Genty. So, that's just me as a Raiders fan. But you can't go wrong with Jahmyr Gibbs. What he showed every time he touched the ball was that if he got the bulk of the touches or all the touches, he'd probably set records that would make Saquon Barkley roll over in his sleep. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is uber talented, and you can never go wrong taking Jahmyr, who's established already in the league.
Well, people were saying, well, is Detroit going to be this good because they lost the offensive lineman? I was like, Jahmyr Gibbs is a special kind of player, and you can't go wrong with him. And then people all said, well, Dave Montgomery, is he going to take some of his time? I said, no, because Gibbs is going to get his numbers regardless. Now, I thought about Genty one because he went first in a Vegas live draft. I saw one of the ex-Twitter personalities at SFB 15 was taking first, and kind of made me think I just wanted to be different, but I went ahead and went more the safe route than Gibbs. But I like Brandon's pick of Barkley there too at 3 because you know what you're getting out of Barkley. He's done really well as well. So he's you can't go wrong with that Super Bowl champion. I mean,
I'm curious who went 1 and 2 in your draft because I keep hearing the top 3 being some form of Bijan, Saquon, and Jamar Chase. Who went 1, 2 in yours?
We had Chase in 1, and then we had Bijan Robinson too, because I was going to get Bijan, but I was sniped, and then I was pretty much sniped the rest of the day. We had Amber Phillips for Fantasy Sports Advice Network was in the draft. I was sitting next to her, and she and I had a lot of similar thoughts and picks and everything.
Here's a name that's come up multiple times throughout the 18-plus hours. That's Travis Hunter. And I think the overall consensus is 3rd to 4th round is where Travis Hunter has been going in these drafts. And you have a faction of people who feel like the IDP is not going to play a factor into his, you draft him as a wide receiver, the off chance that he has a big play on defense. And, Gary Davenport, who's an IDP guy, made the statement, there's a reason why the last true two-way player in the NFL was 60 years ago. He does not believe that we're going to see actual real two-way play out of Travis Hunter. It's left to be said. We'll see. Or left to be seen, I guess. That's what I meant to say.
Travis Hunter went in the end of the 2nd round, and I thought about getting him as well, but he went at the end of the 2nd. So I was like there were some good owners.
Yeah, he went pick 3, round 2 in the Atlanta Falcons divisions draft with us here. So was shocked to see him go that little early. Like you mentioned, that ADP is kind of looking at around 3-4, but with this particular tournament, and you're going to have guys reach for players. If that's your guy, you're going to go get your guy early. And that guy knew that he wasn't probably going to see Travis Hunter on the way back coming around with that 3rd round reversal early in round 3. So, and instead of taking the gamble, letting him slide, he went ahead and pulled the trigger on him and got him.
Yeah, about 20 weeks from now, we're all going to have said, man, why did I not go for this guy a little bit earlier? Because those people are into the semis and making a charge, and I'm over here, looking at another first-round exit in the Scott Fish Bowl playoffs, and it's a 5,000-person tournament. So if that's the guy that you think is going to make the difference, go and get him. Do not follow ADP. If you're following ADP, then you're drafting the same way people are in the other hundreds of divisions that are involved here. You have to be different. And
exactly,
that was the type of thought process that has kept me not winning anything. I keep drafting comfortably in the Scott Fish Bowl instead of going in and making the bold move. So be bold.
Well, to the inverse of that point, I felt great at the time in round 8 when I got my hands on Jonnu Smith, who was sliding down the board. And then here we go. A day later, 2 days later, I'm sitting at work and I get the notification: Jonnu Smith traded to the Steelers. Oh no, what did I do? So that's the bad things that can happen to you in the Scott Fish Bowl draft when you're drafting this early. There's news that can still drop and affect your teams.
Yeah, but that's why we talk about that first waiver run being so important, right? Because like that first waiver run, we have so much more information from the time that we drafted. So normally that's where you will find an impact player or two that's really going to have a solid role. So that first waiver run is really important. Preparation for those live drafts is also important. We had a question in the chat asking live draft cheat sheets, paper, laptop, or both, or do you raw dog it? So as two guys who both drafted live already, what's your preparation like for those live drafts?
Well, my preparation is no preparation really, but I just had a couple of, football guys really help me out with some projections. And I was just looking at some like draft boards from the Las Vegas draft, live drafts the day before. And I kind of got some numbers and looked at some trends. And I really want a guy, you go out and get him. Brandon, you were mentioning Jonnu Smith, and you're a Cowboys fan. Did I hit the jackpot on Jake Ferguson? I took him and I took Tyler Warren, or how the hell are those two guys going to do?
So it's actually a good question. Jake Ferguson, weeks 1 through 8 last year, was on a points per game basis with Dak Prescott under center, a tight end 1 in fantasy. Year prior, he was a tight end 1 in fantasy with Dak Prescott under center too. So he's a guy that you're getting at a good value right now in drafts, especially best ball and things like that, because he's just undervalued. The Cowboys made the trade for George Pickens. So you feel like the targets are going to be filtered out a little bit differently. So Jake Ferguson's definitely a guy that I've targeted, especially in a lot of my underdog drafts throughout the offseason this year. It's a guy that I want to get as like a tight end 2 target. But going back to the question too, as far as preparation for the draft, going into Atlanta, like I do, fantasy rankings and stuff for Fantasy Pros as well. So I kind of keep track of a lot of my rankings and then make those adjustments based on what the Scott Fish Bowl scoring settings and roster setups are going into the draft. So I had a mixture of the two while I was live streaming the draft and covering and talking about 3 different divisions we had on hand live, I've got a cheat sheet that I've got in front of me ready to go. And I'm also looking at kind of a draft app that I'm working through during the draft process as well. So, as you can attest, as you've done streams during drafts a lot of times, it gets a little bit hectic while you're doing a draft, trying to discuss other teams that are drafting and trying to keep it interesting as well during that whole process. You can get frazzled during a draft doing those things, but I was well prepared how I felt going into the draft with those items that I had in front of me.
Yeah, and I'll add that depending on the platform that you're drafting on, if you're drafting on Sleeper who has a solid app, setting your queue ahead of time can be super helpful too. Even if you're going to lose most of your queue as players go through, but if you're setting your queue pretty deep with the guys that you like in the order that you like them, it kind of helps you navigate, because as players come off the board, if you're following along with it and you're able to kind of keep track of it, that's going to help you as well to keep track of who you liked without, with all that's going on around you.
Are you implying that I should be doing that right now, JB, as the 12th pick in the New Jersey Devils draft? By the way, my team, my league is up and they're chatting in the chat. They did ask how the pod was going. I did say make your picks quickly because I will pass out at 12:01 daylight time. So they're aware.
We've already got a demanding manager in the fantasy league.
Yeah, our chat just got started recently, the Bayside Tigers division. We've thrown a couple of Saved by the Bell gifts in there. Not a lot of convo. We're missing a couple of people, but it's a good group. And I think that once the draft gets started, we'll be able to kind of nudge each other. It's really important to have those chats going, whether it's through the Discord or through X. Like, you get those chats, you kind of chop it up with each other and get to like talk with each other, but also to kind of give those little OTC nudges, because we're all working and stuff too, so you might not realize it's your time to pick.
You know what I don't like is that on Sleeper, because this is an open flex, you cannot search like positional players, right?
Yeah,
You have to really scroll.
I'm there with you.
Yeah, so when I was doing a mock last week on the Fantasy and Frames, I was not prepared for that. I was like, oh, God, I have what, 90 seconds? And I'm like, where are all the quarterbacks? There's no quarterbacks. Be prepared. If you're drafting online with the Sleeper app, you've got to scroll to find your people.
Yeah, that was a big thing there. Like you mentioned, filling the queue up. I was finding myself, especially once the live draft portion was over, I'm going through grabbing guys out of the queue because I know I don't want to have to wind up, doom scrolling at some point during the draft to find this player. And like Sal just mentioned too, it's, quarterbacks, because of the scoring, were kind of filtered up to the top very heavily. But if there's certain guys that you're looking at, especially at wide receiver and tight end, a lot of those names are kind of dropping down the board a little bit. So even no matter what you try to do as far as the filter, you have to find a different way to bring them back up to the top. It's best to just go in and queue them up and throw them in there if you have any interest in that player whatsoever.
I'll also suggest for anybody on MFL, there's a way to set up your text alerts so that you will get a text to tell you that you're on the clock. So that way, at least you have that backup. MFL does not have a app that people use, so it's a lot of desktop. They have a third-party app that sometimes I'll use to set lineups and stuff. But definitely make sure that if you're able to get in there early, set up the text alerts, because it's super helpful and it'll help you, know when you're on the clock to get in there. I love that you mentioned the quarterback, Brandon, because it's something that we've been talking about a lot, and like the strategy for quarterback. Who'd you end up going with? What round did you end up going quarterback? And is it something that you felt good about once you did it?
Not the greatest feeling, but in any other draft, I probably wouldn't feel great. I wound up in round 5 going Drake May, and then 2 rounds later in round 7 went JJ McCarthy, who at the time I felt was a value. Both of those 2 names were guys that there's some rushing upside with those 2 players. Drake May, we saw last year, on the numbers that he accumulated, 439, somewhere in that range, rushing yards last year. And then you find out as you dig into the details and start pulling information that they really limited the actual designed runs for Drake May last year. And that's something that Mike Vrabel and the offense of Josh McDaniels is probably going to do a little bit more and open things up for Drake May. So I think there's a good chance you see him getting that 600 range territory this year, rushing the football. So in a scoring setting like this, where you're getting those points per rush, first down accumulation and everything too, those were two key points that I was looking at with my quarterback preparation. It's like I mentioned at the top, was Lamar Jackson was a target for me immediately, but I wanted to draft him more in the middle of the round. Had I landed there, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity of one of those elite running backs where I was. So that's what I'm looking at quarterback. There were guys like, there was Justin Fields. The round that he went was the round that I was targeting him in. He just went prior to me. And then, as I mentioned before, getting the hammer dropped on me, it was Kyler Murray, 2 picks right in front of me. And I was talking on the stream with the co-host. I was like, I'm going to get Kyler Murray here. Hopefully the table's not listening to me right now. And as soon as I said it, bam, Kyler Murray's right off the board. And I was like, here we go.
I love that you brought that up about May, though, because our friend Andrew Cooper posted that, I think yesterday or the day before, an actual quote from the coaching staff that pretty much said, like, hey, the last 3 weeks we were just trying to get him through the season healthy, so they stopped the design runs for him. So definitely going to see more out of that this year. So I'm glad you brought that up. Brian, what'd you end up doing at quarterback in your draft?
Well, when I drafted Ross St. Brown and Brian Thomas in rounds 2 and 3, I wanted to do the stack. I love quarterback stacks, the wide receivers and the quarterbacks. So what I did, I took Trevor Lawrence, and then later on I took Jared Goff. Trevor Lawrence, I believe, in round 6. And then I took Lawrence, I think, round 7. I think we kind of went back to back. I just wanted to stack because, Brian Thomas and St. Brown is, they're very, very, very good young wide receivers. They're on the way up. And I just wanted to go Lawrence and Goff just to get those stacks in there. I do like Brandon's pick of McCarthy. I think he's going to have a really, really good season. And Drake May, I was looking at him as well. I just gotta believe more in New England Patriots. Last couple of seasons the Patriots have been down, but it seems like people like the Patriots this season with Drake May. So, but what did you guys think of like going stacks in the Scott Fishbowl?
It's always fun to have your pairings, right? It's always fun to get that double scoring when it works out. Obviously, it hurts you if it doesn't work out. But if you're comfortable about, or if you have a take, right, and you're doing your research and you have your take that, this wide receiver is going to do well, then that quarterback is the one that's throwing them the ball. So, if you feel that either or, right? If you feel that you have a quarterback with a shallow wide receiver room that's going to do well, then those top wide receivers are obviously going to do well. So you pick 2 great wide receivers that we know have shown us success, right? So if you think those guys are going to have another great year this year, then their quarterback should follow, right?
Yeah.
Well, it says the Stu, JT Bruce says he's a big fan of stacking in tournaments. So obviously there's other people do it too. So we'll see how it turns out. I just got to first, you got to win your division, and then everything else will take care of itself.
Yep.
That's pure luck.
And it depends on the team too, right? Like if you look at, you talk about JJ McCarthy, right? So if you look at a team like that where there really is a pretty consolidated passing attack, right? So if you're looking at getting Jefferson late first, right, you end up maybe grabbing Hawkinson and then getting McCarthy, right? Now you're like, okay, now you have that team stacked. So if you think that offense is going to do well, you got most of its passing production right there at your fingertips.
That's exactly right. And Detroit, they're going to score a lot of points. Jacksonville, they don't play defense in the AFC South. I know because I'm a Tennessee Titans season ticket holder. they don't play defense in that division.
How long have you been a Titans season ticket holder?
I've been season ticket holder since 2008. And then I was in the upper level section 307. I was in the nosebleed seats for a while. And then I've got raised in my teaching job, and then I've jumped up to a club level, and then
nice.
Then I went back down to the lower level where the Titans come out of the end zone at the tunnel where the players come out, and now I'm back up in club level, and then I've got seats in the new stadium, section 327, when the new stadium comes in 2027.
Nice. I have former Titan Tank Williams in my division this year, so that's going to be pretty cool to have a former NFL player in my division.
Very good. Very good.
Insider knowledge. Watch out.
Now, speaking of the Titans, I heard from a good buddy of mine that if there's another Puka Nacua, Brandon, who might that be, if there is one?
Yeah, we've kind of discussed that, and it's been out there in the fantasy community a little bit. Everybody's wanting to know, like, try to tab that. Who's the next Puka Nacua? And I mean, there's names that are out there. They're not going to be the next Puka Nacua, but you're looking for like type situations with a player. Elic Amanor, I think that's a name that a lot of people are going to get familiar with early on in the NFL season this year. Slotted right now to be the wide receiver 2 for the Tennessee Titans as they're rebuilding that offense.
That's like being nice guy in prison.
And he's definitely a guy that he fits that mold as far as style of play.
Yes.
Puka coming into the NFL, he's going to be on the field a lot for run blocking. He's going to get the opportunities there. So that offense being rebuilt the way that it is right now, I think you've got a guy with a manure that can really kind of create a spot for himself early on in fantasy this year. So if he's a guy you're not going to see drafted in a lot of the kind of shallower leagues, 16 rounds, stuff like that. But you get in a little more of the high stakes leagues and things like that, where you're getting into around 20, 22, stuff like that. You're going to get a guy like A. Manure that's you're going to draft him late, and I think he's going to wind up paying off this year. Not to the Puka level, because we're all still chasing that greatness from 3 years ago, 2 years ago.
That was a Brandon special, and
I was definitely on that name early on that year. Myself, I know there was other guys. Derek Brown was heavy on him. Thor Nystrom was another guy that was heavy on Puka. I felt like there's some of us that were really pushing that wagon forward after the Senior Bowl that year that were very heavy into Puka Nacua. But when you have your great calls like that, you also have some bad ones as well.
I'm so glad you brought up A.M. Manure, though, because that's a guy that I want to draft, because I have Tank Williams drafting at the 3 spot. I'm in the 4 spot. So I want to try to snipe him on him because he's a Titan and he's a Stanford player. So I'm sure that Tank's going to be looking at him. So I'm going to try to grab him. And I didn't know how to pronounce his name. So I'm glad you brought him up. Thank you.
There we go. Yeah, it was a great question that popped in there. We got to get Sal involved right now, because Sal is over there teetering on the stream. He is starting there. You got to wake up. Hey, we're gonna have to pull the curtain back. You're gonna get some curls in or something to get the blood going again.
He's alive, man.
The breakfast sandwich had him going for like 15 minutes. He was firing on all cylinders again. A little water. He'll be back.
Maybe I'll take it off. I got a brand
He's cutting.
Well, he's rising. He's right. He's standing up now. Here we go.
Yet they're brand new. They have not touched the golf ball, so maybe I'll start.
Hey, I love that too. I was on the golf course just yesterday afternoon.
Nice.
Getting a few swings in.
I have the adjustable dumbbells. We could get a couple of.
You're actually, the time we got slotted in for the Podathon this year, you're cutting into my gym time. I'm usually at the gym right now before I go to work.
Why can't I stop drafting? Well, come on over. I mean, how far are you from New York? Can you get here quickly?
I made that drive. It's a funny story. So I was up at the Flex League with Jake Seeley last year. I usually am up in New York City doing the Flex League draft every year with the Fantasy League of Experts. Last year had a little travel issue on the way back. Got a flight canceled on that Monday trying to get back to Tennessee, and they were pushing out. I think next available flight wasn't going to wind up being until Wednesday. That first flight got canceled. I was standing in the lobby of the airport with my daughter, who was 17 at the time, and I just looked at her and I said, "Forget this. We're going to rent a car." And she just looked at me, "What?" I said, "Yeah, I'm not sleeping in this airport for 2 days. We're not doing that." Rented a car, made the drive 13 hours straight, stopped for gas twice. But I was on so much adrenaline from the travel issues that I was on the wheel. And I know for certain that it is a 13-hour drive from New York City down to Nashville, Tennessee.
Also, by the way, it's a 13-hour drive from Long Island to New York City, which is really about 35 miles. But in New York City traffic, it takes 13 hours. Guys, we are right up against 7 a.m. So absolutely fantastic segment from both of you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, JB, for carrying that segment while I was bobbling around as Bill. I need a bobblehead. Good luck in everything you guys are doing this year and working on, and we look forward to having you guys back in the future.
Thanks, guys.
Fantastic as always, guys.
Appreciate it, boys.
Sal, well, your bladder is strong. Mine's not, so I am going to hop for a second. I'll be right back.
You got it. 2 hours and the man can't hold his pee. All right, Bob Gilchrist and his wonderful work of art on that Whalers hat has joined us. I was there in Chicago when somebody praised how wonderful that hat is.
Mm.
And
what side is it? I can't figure it out. There we go.
Yeah, I forgot we needed to remove JB. He doesn't have to
So
himself.
I just got one of the most wonderful texts.
There was a small child just ran past you. Yes, go ahead.
I just got one of the most wonderful texts I could have received. My cousin texted me. Told me he's in the New Jersey Devils division.
Who's your cousin?
He is picking at the 9 spot. And that is big sweet Jason Kramer.
Oh, you're going to definitely tell him that.
I'm going to tell her. He's going to be all over you.
So just so you know, well, I'm not afraid of any of the Gilchrist family. I have pre-drafted 14 players, which means the 12 and the 13 pick. Should I pass out, the 12 and the 13 pick will be covered, and it will not slow the draft down. So I put 14 players in the order that I would take them, and I won't say that out loud now because I know that your cousin is in that league. But I wonder if your cousin knows this, that the Game Blazers have been sponsoring the SFB Podathon for the entire 19 hours that we have been on the air. And if you go to Game Blazers now, make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boosts, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your items even better. And when you sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, you get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today. And, what do we have, 5 hours left? 5 hours, man. Oof. It's always, I kind of forgot how this feeling felt. Going to full 24 and overnight and knowing that there was some time around 2, 3, 4 a.m. where you're like, oh my God, there is no way I'm making this. I'm going to bow out. I'm going to get somebody in. I feel like I can make the next 5 hours. I'm going to try to make the next 5 hours. Should I fall down, somebody just keep the stream going. And we're going to bring on this young man here who's been with us before. And damn it, not only is he handsome, but wait till you hear this guy speak. He's got a tremendous voice, but Brian, welcome back to the SFB Podathon.
Oh, what's crack-a-lackin', fellas? Sal, that was not bad, but come on, I watched the stream yesterday, and the intros there in hour 4 and 5 were much better. Come on, you let me down, buddy.
I'm sorry, buddy. 19 hours at 50 years old is not what it used to be, I'll tell you.
Hey, 5 more hours, you got this. Game face.
Gotta rally, bro. Gotta rally.
I'm going to get the gin. Any minute now, I'm going to get the gin out and just start taking shots.
Hey, I'm right there with you. I got it next to me. I called out of work for this. I'm ready. Let's go.
Nice. Brian, I would have let you do that read, that last one with that sultry voice. I would have let you hit that read like you let me.
JB, it doesn't mean he can't read the last right before he leaves. Right,
wait, can you just hit us with a little unlock the doors and turn the lights?
Right. Hey, they got to donate before we start doing that. Come on, folks.
I love it. I love it. Man. Brian, have you drafted already, or is your live draft not yet?
My live draft is Saturday. I got the Charlotte Bobcats, so I'll be heading down there Friday afternoon, and yeah, I'll be drafting then. Number 2 spot, so I'm sweating completely,
Have you drafted live before in Scott Fishbowl?
I haven't. This will be my first live one. I actually got my first 2 Scott Fishbowl invites here on the Podathon in the last 2 years, so this year I was like, you know what, we're going live, we're getting it, I don't have to sweat waiting for that invite, so I'm excited.
Awesome. Yeah, it's a great experience live drafting. I'm upset I'm not going to be able to this year. I'm traveling during the New York live draft, but it's a great experience. Sal and I were at the New York draft together a couple years ago, and just being in the room with everybody, just the energy of the room. And sure, it might distract you a little bit from your picks, but just being in that room, being with everybody, hanging out with everybody, it's just such a great experience. So you're going to enjoy the heck out of it. Do you know anybody in your division already that you're looking forward to hanging out with?
I don't. I know a couple people that are going, but my division's completely new to me, so it looks like I've got 11 new people to meet, and eventually them not like me towards the end of the season. Hopefully, when I got that dub,
Dude, and that's what it's all about, man. Live draft or not, like Scott Fishbowl just brings a community together. And I've told this story before. I'll tell it again. Like, our Fantasy Besties podcast and our group of friends really spawned out of Scott Fishbowl. We were in a pick chat together, and Andrew Cooper, Kevin Tompkins, Jordan Loop, Lindellians, and myself were like the most active people talking in that group chat. And then we kind of took it to like a side text because we're like, all right, we're annoying these people. And then it evolved into a podcast, which evolved into a friendship. And, I went to Coop's wedding, and they were, they're friends. They're people I consider friends, and it's all through this game that we call fantasy football, and all through Scott Fishbowl that I would have never met them otherwise. So when you take it to the next level with a live draft, to your point, now you have 11 new friends to make next week, and it's really awesome what this tournament does for us.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of what kicked off me into the industry was, I happened to sign up for the Podathon a couple of years ago, met Drew DeLuca, who looks like he's popping in the chat there a little bit, and got to be on there. And yeah, it's just kind of all evolved from that. So I definitely, any chance I can hop back on here, give back whatever I can.
An annual tradition of the Podathon is me showing pictures that are on my phone into the computer camera. And I don't know, JB brought this up earlier. I don't know if you can see, that is a draft board from last year. That is me choking JB. It's a custom, and that is the New York City live draft from 2 years ago, the picture. And that is a league that was born out of the New York City live drafts of all Long Island content creators. And we have some stragglers in there. My friend from work plays in the league, but the majority of the people in that league are guys that work in some form in fantasy, whether it be podcasting, writing, or retired at a young age like JB.
I wish, dude. I'm getting ready for work now. I had to wake up and shower at 4 a.m. so that I could be ready to wake my kids up at 8, get them down, and get over to work. So
yeah, no, I never retired from fantasy football, JB.
Hey, you keep me alive here in the fantasy world, so I appreciate that, and I always love being a part of this Podathon. I know you're getting hit with the early questions. You mentioned Drew being in the chat. Drew sees you're a Colts fan and wants to know the difference, or I guess your take on Anthony Richardson versus Daniel Jones there in Indy.
Why, he just wants to see me pivot here on live stream, just wants me to see absolutely crumble from it. Yeah, I'm a Colts fan. Yeah, I'm hurt, and I was all in on Anthony Richardson last year, and it's a pivot. It's hard. This giant tournament style. Yeah, I'm gonna take a shot at either Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. Depending on the ADP and where they fall. Just for the pure upside, I feel like that's kind of what you're playing here in the Scott Fishbowl. Is you're looking for the upside. You're looking to win one of one, not just make the playoffs. Well, I'm looking to make the playoffs. I missed it last year, so that'll be a win for me this year. But I don't know. Right now, as the Colts fan, I think I'm just trying to completely veer away from me being disappointed and leaning into Daniel Jones. Because what would be optimally the worst thing for the Colts as a fan base? Daniel Jones gets the starting job. He does decent, gets us close to the playoffs, gets an extension, and we start this thing over again in 2 years. Like, come on, no. Our owner, RIP. So we're getting a new owner next year, new head coach next year, new GM next year, new court. Like, let's just clean house. We'll have fun this year, whoever does better, but end of the day, I mean, as a franchise, they should probably go into Anthony Richardson, but we have so many jobs they're fighting for at this point. It's probably going to be Daniel Jones for more of the year, but definitely two guys that have upside. The rushing upside in there is just, it is that. So I'll be taking a piece, but I don't know if I'll exactly be excited about it.
So Josh Downs is somebody I did want to ask you about also, and JT Brew brought up Josh Downs. I have Downs in my big dynasty league. It's a 32-team, 40-man roster league, so like Downs is essentially like my wide receiver too. So I need some production out of him. So tell me your thoughts on Downs with this mess of a quarterback room.
Would you other sell?
Is that a single copy league, like one player?
Yes. And like I literally have to pick defensive tackle that's starting between like Bilal Nichols and Jonathan Bullard each week. Like, it's pretty gross.
I bet those sweats are fun trying to figure out those starting lineups. Josh Downs, I'm into it. He's definitely, I think, the most talented wide receiver on that team. He should be the target hog. Michael Pittman might come up there right behind him, but I definitely think that there's a path. And with Daniel Jones, we've seen him hold up fantasy relevant wide receivers. So if it's going to be any of those players that you find consistency that you can start in, it's probably going to be Josh Downs for me. Michael Pittman, I'm sure, might have some flash. So best ball, I'm taking some exposures, but I don't know if I want to be trying to pick which weeks you actually want to start these players. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, you make a good point. Daniel Jones has supported wide receivers in the past, so it's not like he can't throw the ball. And that's where, like, this year's draft pick, Tyler Warren's been somebody who people have been targeting in the later rounds of the drafts. And I promise this will be the last Colts question I ask you, but do you think that Warren's going to be productive here?
Productive enough. I feel like once you get out of tight end 6, 7, they're all kind of just streaming candidates at that point. Like, nobody are you plugging in that you're confident in at that point. So I think he's going to fall in that realm. Could he challenge for almost a starting role? Yeah, possibly. I think there's enough pass catchers, and that might be a lower volume, passing room for the Colts that might do him the disservice. But we saw the guy take snaps from every position there in college. So, like, if it all comes down to it, and Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson aren't doing anything, maybe Tyler Warren just goes wildcat crazy. Who knows? Steichen's going to be fighting for his job this year, so I bet they're going to get pretty experimental with how that offense is going to work.
What are you thinking with your 2-pick? Because I know you said you have the 2-pick in the live draft, and we've kind of seen the consensus top 3 off the board with some form of Chase, Barkley, Bijan, but then there's also been quarterback talk, whether it be Lamar or Josh Allen. We heard people taking Gibbs at the 3 pick. The 2 Raiders are in the conversation. So where are you looking at that 2 pick? Do you have any sense of where you're going to go there?
Nope. It's going to be how many beers did I drink up until pick number 2 is going to be what my pick is. Honestly, it's kind of a tilt between, I imagine it's going to be Saquon or Barkley there first. So it's whatever running backs left, Lamar, and then Brock Bowers is actually the 3 players I'm probably going to be looking at it too. You don't have to start a tight end, so it's not going to be a priority to grab tight ends, but just like looking kind of at my projections, then I've kind of Scott Fishbowl ruled other projections that I kind of respect in the industry, and Brock Bowers is going to be up there. He's going to be consistent. That 3.5 points per reception on Sleeper is unfreaking real. So I don't know. I might be feeling squirrely that day. Maybe I go Brock Bowers, but if not, it's probably going to be one of those running backs. It's going to be a quarterback. I don't even know if I'll draft wide receivers in this draft. Like, just looking at it and how it falls, like, I love the middle rounds for quarterbacks and tight ends. Like, just, it's ridiculous. I'm not a K-Dot guy at all. I do streaming articles during the season, streaming tight ends, and he never makes it. Just, it's not exciting enough. Like, I know what he did last year, but it was just mediocre. But you put it in this scoring format, I'm an Otten guy. I might be getting a jersey just because he does decent enough from where you're drafting him. So, I don't know. I'm very wide receiver heavy in so many drafts, but this one, it just seems like it's going to be a lot of running back tight end for me.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of debating. I'm picking from the 4 spot. So,
okay.
I don't know. Like, I've considered Bowers there. I've actually considered both Raiders there. But then, like, back of my mind's like, do I want to be cheering for someone Sal's going to be cheering for? Or do, like, I enjoy watching Sal suffer enough that I don't want to be on that? So, it's part of my draft strategy.
Sophie's choice.
2 Raiders were viable in the first round. When did this last happen?
Right? That's what Coop said earlier. He's like, I can't believe there's a time now that I might be excited to watch the Raiders play football.
Yeah, it's a weird one, that's for sure. My wife actually she grew up in California, Raiders fan forever, and a couple years after they moved to Vegas, she goes, you know what? I'm ready for a new team. I think I'm going to pivot since I'm not in California anymore. Mike McDaniel went to the Dolphins. She loves the colors, so she picked the Dolphins, and man, a tale of 2 stories there. She's like, I can't switch back, can I? Was like, I don't think you want to. Not that black and silver.
Yeah, and I went to the Miami Raider game in Miami last year, and guess of the 3 games I went to last year, the biggest jerks were the Miami fans. I was actually kind of stunned, but in the parking lot, guy had a Raider shirt on, and they were just tool bags. I was just like, it was very difficult not to react.
Throw those bags back in the shed. We don't need them out there. Come on.
What do you think's going to happen in Miami now that Jonnu Smith's been traded? Like, What do you think's going to happen there in that offense?
Let's get back on this Waddle train. Look, we can just sit there and call 2024 an anomaly. If you look at so many of the metrics, so many things, it was weird. It wasn't quite what we got the first 2 years. Let's go back to that. Let's get that DeLorean up to 88 miles an hour, and let's go back in time a little bit. Tyreek's evidently dropped some, a little bit of weight, some of that chubby. There we go. Look at that.
Nice.
It's a sweet-looking mini helm that I guess Sal's going to be sending to me since I brought up the Dolphins or something like that. Yeah, right? Yeah.
Good bit on this Tyreek Hill helmet. No problem.
I thought it was a John who had. I thought there was a J at first. Oh man, but I'm just hoping the volume goes back to the big three. The Tyreek Hills, the Jalen Waddle, and the Devon Achane. Achane's probably one of my favorite running backs this season. Waddle and Tyreek, I've been rolling the dice with them all season in best ball, so I actually might be pulling out of them just a little bit as the ADP rises, just because I feel like I got a pretty good taste of it. But I'm excited. I mean, he's fighting for his job. If anybody's going to be on the hot seat this year, it's got to be McDaniel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that he's smart enough to know what he has there and to hyper-focus that offense on the playmakers that he has. That same crazy dynasty league that I'm telling you about, I was able to pick up Jalen Conyers, the rookie tight end, the day before the Jonnu trade. So I looked like a genius. I looked like I knew something was coming. So a little part of me is hoping that his athleticism allows him to play that Jonnu Smith role. But to your point, I think that it's going to be Waddle that plays that Jonnu Smith role, that becomes that, go-to target in the red zone. And I think that he could be a super value because people are discounting him a little bit because of last year's performance. So I do think he's going to be a value in the Scott Fish Bowl. Do you have anybody else that you're looking at kind of towards those middle rounds that you think about as somebody who could potentially really outplay his ADP?
I said I'm kind of I don't have a bunch of wide receivers on my board, but Jacoby Myers definitely seems like one that could just absorb targets, absorb receptions. I know Brock Bowers is there, so Myers is probably the number 2 as far as pass catching there. But just with Geno, you got the second most accurate quarterback over the last couple of years. A great opportunity for some higher value targets, I guess, coming to Myers' way. So he's definitely one of those guys that I feel like it's an unsexy pick. And Scott Fish Bowl, you might have to go a little unsexy here to make some magic happen. So he's definitely one of the guys I'm looking at. There's a slew of tight ends that I'm just looking like that are going way later than I feel like they should. Several, like Tucker Kraft, Britton Strange, Chigakonkwo is unsexy of a name, and guys that we've been trying to get excited for him for years. Looking at his points last year and where he fell, it's way higher than what his ADP is. So I'm definitely sitting there trying to pick out some of those tight ends that I think might return some more value. Inconsistent, but they'll be there.
Nice. And you mentioned Geno, and I think we've talked way too much about the Raiders so far.
Right.
But what other quarterbacks might you be looking at late? Because quarterback seems to be a position that's getting pushed down the draft boards in this tournament.
I'm trying to commit myself to all right, Brian, we got the, you get the points or the half point for a rushing attempt. Let's stay on the mobile with guys. I feel like the statue quarterbacks actually might be some discounts there in the ADP if you don't get some of the big studs there at the beginning. Obviously, there's a lot of hype for Drake May just got talked about in the last segment, so there's that upside. Justin Fields, you don't know exactly what you're gonna get, but we're all hoping he doesn't get benched by Tyrod at some point in the season, and it's just him for 17 games. So he's definitely a guy I'm looking at. CJ Stroud doesn't give you a lot of upside, but as deep as he's going and the way he's starting off, even Trevor Lawrence first 2 games. It's not too shabby. He could throw lights out those first 2 weeks. And again, he doesn't give you a lot of excitement there on the ground, but depending on the discount ADP wise, and nobody wants him, yeah, I'll absolutely grab some of those guys.
Sal, how you feeling about all this Raiders talk this segment?
It's pretty impressive that we've steadily talked about the Raiders and they're relevant. It can only mean one thing. They will end up being terrible.
Trying to excite you, keep you awake. Shirt's about to bust off. Come on, Sal.
What tight end does Sal like? And we know the answer. I'm going to click this and go, final round, JB, who am I taking? Tight end.
Jeremy Ruckert, of course, Long Island's finest.
It's the yearly pick. It's the yearly sojourn down to the Jeremy Ruckert train to get it rolling. And I really hope the young man gets an opportunity. I know Jeremy since he's 6 years old. I've watched him grow up. I watched him train hard. I watched him make that journey to the NFL. And you know, I feel like I have to tell people this every year. He was the number 1 ranked high school tight end in the country coming out of school that year for his pass catching ability. He went to Ohio State where they turned him into a blocker, but what they did was they made him a complete tight end. And he's become known as a blocking tight end in the NFL. He has the complete skill set to make every catch, and he is now playing with his college quarterback, Justin Field, in New York, where he had one unbelievable one-handed catch in the Big Ten championship in the back of the end zone that he pulled in. Go back and look at it. It's a highlight play for him. And I know they drafted the tight end in the 2nd round, but I know that they project out similarly, and the Jets took him in the 3rd round 4 years ago, and this would be his 4th year. And they didn't play him right away. So I hope that he's in line now to get those first-team run. You know, he is all over their social media for years that he's been there. So, you know, I see no reason why he does not get the opportunity to do it this year. So every year I march him out in the late rounds for the hope that this would be the year that he gets the opportunity.
And you make a good point when you talk about him being all over their social media, and that the leadership of that team is looking at him as a face, right? Or somebody who like has a value, right? So I don't think they'd be doing that for a backup blocking tight end that they don't expect to have a role on the team. So something like that, like reading through the tea leaves like that, is something that, you know, we really got to start to consider.
I'm pretty sure that they have the starting center, the starting quarterback, obviously the wide receiver in Garrett Wilson, and also Jeremy Ruckert that were on that Ohio State team together. So they're all in that New York offense. There's a comfortability level there. So, and for my son, who's a lifelong Jet fan, all 23 wonderful years of his life that he suffered, maybe they actually get something done this year.
Let's not get too many hopes up there, you know.
I know, Brian. I know.
That might be the worst part of being a Jets fan, is when they get hope. Yeah, Jeremy Ruckert's definitely been a guy. He's been on the cut list for my dynasty leagues for a couple of years now, and I can't do it. I just can't do it. So I'm hoping he pulls through this year, gives us a little something.
I'm banking on it. In this crazy league. So Taysom Hill was my other tight end, and otherwise I have Ruckert and the rookie in Miami. So let's go Ruckert.
Oh man, the amount of waiver wires Taysom Hill's hit in the last few weeks is pretty funny.
Dude, there's no waiver in this league. Like, there's nothing out there. Like, there's 40-man roster, 32 teams. Like, there's nothing there but like backups. So like
So Tom Brady's probably still rostered just in case he comes out of retirement.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, you know, I make that face at you, but way back in 2016 when I was first doing this and we were on the Fantasy Live app, we came up with that 32-team dynasty single copy, and we had IDP, we had everything possible to get points out of place. Just sitting through a rookie draft, I just the stupidity, absurdity of how long it takes for your draft pick to come around. There's no human reason to be involved in something like that.
Oh,
It's tough. But the good thing is that most of the work is in the off season, right? So you're doing the rookie draft, you're kind of preparing your team, and then like there's nothing to really do during the season because there's nobody on waivers to pick up. So you're setting your lineup, you're hoping for the best. I mean, I was drafting Jimmy Horn in the 4th round of my rookie draft, hoping that he makes the team. You know what I mean? Like, that's where we're at in this type of league. So it's fun. It's exciting, but you know, there's not much work in season for it. I got a pretty stacked team other than the names I've thrown at you. It doesn't seem like it, but you know, there's some studs on that team. I got Hurts on that team. I got Bucky Irving. I got T. Higgins. So I have a good enough team. My defense is pretty solid with some good linebackers. So I've competed every year, but there's some nose holders in there that you got to hope give you a couple points.
Sounds like it would take you like 8 years to do a rebuild in that league.
It was a little rough.
That's how long it took us to get to this point of the Podathon.
Hey, I didn't start naming my defensive tackle. I did start naming my defensive tackles, didn't I? Oh man! So we got a couple minutes left. Any other players that you want to talk about? Maybe as a late round flyer, you know, in a tournament like this, you got to take some dart throws, take some stabs late in the draft? Anybody that you're looking at really late that might produce value?
Really late. I guess honestly, like my big strategy once I get out of like the first 2/3 of the draft is all running backs, all tight ends, all guys that can, an injury away, or maybe, at this point in the season, maybe 2 injuries away from being a workhorse. Because end of the day, you're not really drafting a wide receiver that can plug in and consistently give you those high volume wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 numbers for a team, that you're getting off the waiver. Instead, you can grab a tight end that all of a sudden falls into like a mass amount of volume, or running backs that completely take over the backfield. So, a lot of those rookie running backs that I like that are going late, like Jarquez Hunter is one of those ones I really like. Not fully fading Kyron this year. He is going to do what he's going to do, but I definitely like a little bit of a backup plan there. Raheem Mostert. Oh no, I did it again. I'm trying to transition to the Raiders. I gotta move away. But like with the talk there, with him being somewhat involved, is he somebody that we should be looking at as a flyer there in the Raiders? Not to put any bad juju on Genty, but I'm just saying, if Mostert's the one splitting back there, are we really, kicking the tires on that direction?
What a perfect way to end your segment, man. This has been such Raiders-focused segment that it's kind of woken Sal up a little bit. So appreciate you doing that, because he was starting to fade on us.
I got to make sure everybody else gets just as good of an intro as I did.
Yeah. All the world loves the Raiders. It's clear. Vegas destination for everybody this year to see the Oakland, Los Angeles, Las Vegas Raiders.
That's awesome.
So before we let you go, why don't you let the people know where they could find you, what you're up to, anything you want to share?
Majority of my stuff's going to be over on the Fantasy Football Advice Network. You can check out the YouTube page there. We've got all my stuff, but it's mainly on my podcast. It's at @too_much_Brian on YouTube. Too Much Fantasy Football is the show. And then also, if you're looking for a little, segue away from football, probably not this time of year, but I got Too Much Movie Night as well, where we're going in there doing movie drafts, breaking down different movies, all sorts of fun stuff. But once you're done donating over there at Fantasy Cares, come on over to the Too Much Madness that you've got with me.
Nice. Should we let him hit the read, Sal?
I don't think he has it in front of him. So we can't let him do that. But Brian, thanks again, Bubba. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
I guess it's my last half hour, so I should hit the read for you, right?
Yes, sir.
Because I am excited for this next guest, and it's a perfect way for me to go into that before going into work. I get to end on this awesome guest, so I'll let you know before that the Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team. Sell high, buy low, and stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. And use your inventory to win cash prizes and free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with promo code SFB15. When you do, Fantasy Cares gets a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, check out the special Scott Fishbowl BOGO pack. You'll get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
Wow. And, as I bring in a guy who I don't know if he knows this, but hello, good morning, Mr. Eric Moody. Great to have you back. I was told the story yesterday on the Podathon, is that somebody asked me in the last few months, I was on a pod making an appearance, and they're like, who are the people in fantasy football, you like to meet? And I was like, I really have had a good run of meeting a lot of great people in fantasy football. And I've said, I've never gotten to shake Eric's hand in person. So you're at the top of the list of people that I would really like to shake a hand of. You've come on here for a few years in a row now, and you always, goddamn, you're always happy and excited, and you keep me rolling. I don't know if you know, I have been on for the full 19 and a half hours straight right now.
Woo!
I have count the 4 hours that I was up before this started. I've been up for nearly 24 hours already. And I might die during your segment, so I hope you appreciate the sacrifice.
Well, first of all, let's hope you don't die during the segment. That would not be good. I don't want that on my wife, so we're not going to have that happen. But I think can I order you a cup of coffee or something, or maybe a pot of coffee? How about 6 to 8 cups? Some bold coffee. Let's make it happen, my man.
I
make it
think we're
happen.
beyond that at this point, Moody. He just had a breakfast sandwich that had him going for like 15 minutes, but I think you're going to give him the little boost that he needs to stay awake with us right now. He's got some.
So
I'll see that.
just eat the pre-workout powder directly without any water. I think it'll work.
Why not? Let's do it. Well, why not? Well, I know you guys have been up probably longer than I have. As you can tell, I'm not my usual background here, so I am kind of traveling, and I'm in a conference room here. I'm looking around. They've got this tranquil music playing. They got paintings on the wall and all that sort of stuff. So you don't see the bookcase behind me for once. But yeah, I'm going off probably a little bit more sleep than you guys. I'm probably going off of about 4.5 hours of sleep right now. But we're all in this together. We are going to make it happen. So.
Well, I planned my morning on your appearance, Moody. So, like, you're one of the guys that I truly respect in this industry. One of my favorite people here. Just a genuine good dude that really knows his stuff. So when I was looking at the schedule, and normally my mornings are, getting up, having my coffee, showering, getting my kids up, and then heading off to work. And normally at the 7:30 time is when I'm showering, I'm getting ready, and then I'm getting my kids up at 8.
Mm-hmm.
But I planned it today. I'm like, all right, Moody's on at 7:30. I can't hop off before Moody gets on. So I'm going to wake up at 4. I'm going to shower and get ready for work at 4, hit my 5 o'clock spot, and stay on through Moody because I just needed to be here for your segment, my man. It's great to hang out with you again.
Hey, much appreciated. So what I'm hearing is that, Sal is about to just pound some pre-workout powder without water. I'm like, you've made some sacrifices getting up early, so I got to make sure I deliver during this next 25 minutes or so. So I'm fired up. This is me without any coffee yet. So let's get into it, guys. We got a lot to discuss here.
Before we get into it, I got to break the bad news to our friend Chalk.
So 4 hours late.
I'm going to explain to you what happened here, and I'm going to.
Okay, let me hear this.
Whoever booked him failed to realize he probably lives on the West Coast, where it's 4:30 now. 4:30. He was 4:30 Eastern Daylight Time, and we filled that gap when you didn't show. And I don't know who booked you, if it was Russ or if it was Mike Fiella, but you could reach out to one of them and tell them that they're terrible humans because they didn't let you know that we operate on the real coast time, East Coast time. And Chalk, you've been great. You've done a lot of things with the Fantasy Cares and SFB, and we appreciate you, man. But we're rolling on into the final few hours here, and we'll get back to Eric. And Eric, you have an article out right now with it is titled "Doors Open for These 9 Players to Fill Voids Left from Last Year's Teams." And I don't know if we have time to get to every one of the players on that list, but it's a list of some wide receivers and some running backs. But let's see how many we could get through. And I mean, seeing as there's been so much good Raiders talk, and I'm a longstanding Raiders fan. Let's start with Jakobi Meyers in Las Vegas. You give us your take on Jakobi last year when he was pretending to be injured before he got traded. Jakobi did step into that number 1 role, and he did have some blow-up games. There were a game or two here where he wasn't that. But I did have him in some places where he went from being like a wide receiver 3 for me to being a wide receiver 2 in that role. So what is it that you see for Jakobi Meyers this year in Las Vegas?
Yeah, and I'll be happy to talk about that. No, I really like Jakobi Meyers. I would go as far as to say he is also one of the most underrated receivers in fantasy football right now. So you look at Devontae Adams, who was traded last year. You look at Meyers. I mean, he had a nearly 24% target share, an average 75 yards per game. And you think the second half of the season, he helped a ton of fantasy teams. He was basically giving you wide receiver, 12 or 13 production over that time frame. Now he's got Geno Smith under center, and you look at, our projections, that are done by Mike Clay at ESPN. He's projected to be the second most targeted player behind Brock Bowers. And you also look at the vacated targets, which I went into in the article. They've got nearly 180 vacated targets. And so I look at someone like Meyers as someone who's going to eat. And so I like drafting him as a steady, I would say flex option or wide receiver 3, with upside in ESPN leagues. When I wrote the article, he was going just outside the top 40, I think between 40 to 44. And I was thinking, wow, that's really insane value for a guy who's surpassed like 800 or more receiving yards in 4 consecutive seasons. So I really like Jacoby Myers. You know, if you need a wide receiver 3 or 4, you're in a draft, pick him up. So that's my take.
So another guy that you mentioned in there is Jaylen Warren, and obviously running back's been a big focus in the Scott Fish Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on him and his value that he could return here.
Yeah, one thing about about Jaylen Warren is that I think a lot of folks are, they're thinking about that backfield, right? They got Caleb Johnson that's there. He was drafted pretty high. But you look at the backfield, you got Najee Harris who's gone, he finds himself in an entirely different situation. We may talk about that later, but I think about the rushing attempts, like with Warren and then with Caleb Johnson. They've got, if my memory serves me right from the column, I think it was around 376 rushing attempts that are up for grabs. You got Caleb Johnson who's there. He's a rookie, should see a lot of early down work. But one thing about Warren that I like, especially for fantasy and PPR leagues, which is like the default in ESPN, is that he's their third down guy and their 2-minute drill guy. One thing about Warren, really fascinating stat that I was able to find is that he's been top 10 in running back receptions in each of the last 2 seasons over that time frame. Then you got this offense that just added Aaron Rodgers. Hopefully we'll get the superior or better version of Aaron Rodgers. Again, that's a whole nother conversation. But I do like the offensive line there in Pittsburgh. They are developing. And then last but not least, we got to talk about Arthur Smith, who's there. The guy loves a committee. I think both backs will have like clear roles and fantasy value. I just look at Warren as someone who's safer. Johnson is the upside stash, and he's a guy that's on a lot of people's radar because he's a rookie. But I would prefer to have Jaylen Warren, and he tends to be the player who's available on the board later as opposed to Johnson. So those are kind of some thoughts off the top of my head. So
you mentioned Najee, who exited town for what he thought was greener pastures, and he ends up in maybe a similar situation with Omari and Hampton coming into town. And
exactly,
we'll talk about that. So you have Hampton on the list of players. So I think your upside is leaning more towards him. But how do you see it shaking out in Charger town?
It's very a fascinating scenario because you look at Najee Harris, who's a little bit older now, and you've got Hampton, who's there. Because really the stage is set for this guy to crush it. What I like about him, and I'm always the type of analyst or guy who, I like to play the piano with both hands. I like to look at the film work and see what a player can do like on film, but I also like looking at the stats and everything too. So I always like to play the piano with both hands. I like to stress that because you got some folks who are very like die hard on the film. It's like film or die, that's it. And you got other guys that are looking at the stats where they're just like, oh, well, these stats say, this, and they say that. I don't care about the film. I just care about the numbers. So you got to marry those two things together. And we got to think about this, gentlemen. You can play really good music when you're playing like with both hands as opposed to one. So quick sidebar. But anyway, one thing I like about Hampton is that he's like a rare size speed prospect. You look at the data, right? Back-to-back seasons of 1,500 or more yards at UNC. Now he's tied to Greg Roman. Everybody knows the guy loves to run the ball. But they also have one of the best offensive lines in football, like in my opinion. I'm a big offensive line guy, played the position in college. So I do look at that often in my analysis, really for all the positions, because the offensive line impacts everything. Now, one thing about the Chargers, they've got a ton of vacated touches for running backs, second most in the league. And one thing about Hampton, you look at our projections, he's projected to handle like over 250. So that's a pretty good floor. And even with a guy like Harris in the mix, I do like Hampton as like the clear-cut, like RB1 and red zone favorite in that scenario. And when writing that article, I believe he was going as like the RB18, like around that range in ESPN leagues. This is a guy that's going to give you RB1 upside. So draft him with confidence if you're on the clock and he's there.
His coworker Liz Loza did that in Las Vegas in the Scott Fish Bowl in the early second round. She took Hampton off the board and was very confident in that pick.
I got to tell you, I'm a lot higher on Hampton than I was 24 hours ago after listening to Eric and Liz sing his praises. So
it's one of those things too, right? For where it's like someone sees like, Najee Harris, like in the backfield, they may be a little bit hesitant, but as we all know, gentlemen, it's like all these backfields are all going to be like committee, type of backfields. But I'd rather have a guy like Hampton for where if we're looking at like, week 10, 11, 12 and on, or a guy where they can just give him the keys to the car and just, let him cook. This could be a guy that could help you, win your league that you're able to draft. It's like an RB2 or flex, depending on the flow of the draft. So I'm glad we got you on the Hampton train. I'm sure we'll probably talk about him during the fantasy football marathon, like in August. So I'll try to remember this conversation if I have to talk about that guy.
Absolutely. And in Scott Fishbowl this year, I see that quarterbacks are kind of getting pushed down the board a little bit. And you posted about a month or so ago about some fantasy football breakout candidates to watch this year. And you did have a couple quarterbacks on that list. You had Caleb Williams, you had Michael Penix, who could both be good, viable candidates in Scott Fishbowl. Can you give us a little bit more of your thoughts on those two guys?
Yeah, one thing about and it's a couple. I'll kind of weave another guy like in there too. Like, I think the one thing about Caleb Williams, I'm going to touch on him like a little bit more, is that I think a lot of people underestimate like the growth a player can have like from 1 year to the next. Where you have a college player who has a full NFL like off season to grow, watch film, get better rapport like with his playmakers, and so I really like Caleb Williams of where he's going. Plus, he's a younger quarterback. He's mobile, so you've got that other element, that's there. So he's a guy that's a pretty good value that I like. And also like Rome Odunze too. I think he's got a great opportunity to kind of break out as well, especially with Keenan Allen gone. But one other guy, he's on the top of my mind. So I'm kind of prepared like an article about this guy. Is like Drake May too. Like he's essentially like free like in drafts right now, whether you're doing a 1 QB league or a Superflex league, and so I'm really high on Drake May. He's got that dual threat ability. And I'm like, when he was a starter, I'm like, he really showed us a glimpse of like what he's capable of. So I'll kind of tease a coming article. It should be posted, probably shooting for like middle of like July. But it's I'm going to state a case on why I believe that Drake May can finish as like a top 10 fantasy quarterback in 2025. You got to look where this guy's ADP is at. So if I need a QB2, whether it's in a 1 quarterback league or a super flex league, I'm like, I just see Drake May who's there. And I'm like, this could be someone who could be like this year's like Jaden Daniels type of guy. So I had to get that May plug in there.
No, I love that. And we've talked about him a little bit on the Podathon so
sure.
far. And just his rushing ability, especially in this format, is going to give him another nod. They did kind of reel him back at the end of last year just to try to keep him healthy and get him through the year. So I think people are just looking at numbers and seeing that and kind of discounting him for what he actually could be this year. So I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it was something else on Rome Odunze I'll kind of throw in there because he's like another guy who's he's not like free in drafts. No player is like free, but I'm like he's got a pretty good value. Man, he's essentially, I would say, one of my favorite like breakout candidates. He's going to fill that void left by Keenan Allen. But a couple of stats that I thought were very fascinating. You look at last year, like he had like 733 yards, just 54 catches. I'm like matched Allen's yardage essentially with fewer targets. Saw a lot of red zone targets as a rookie too, and so I just think he could really explode with Caleb Williams, in this Ben Johnson like system. And I think he's someone who could finish as like a wide receiver too. I know he's drafted at least in ESPN formats when I kind of wrote the recent article for where he was like just outside like the top 30 wide receivers. So I'm looking at the guy as like a draft day steal. So.
We get that recency bias. Him and Marvin Harrison Jr. were rookie wide receivers that a lot was expected of last year, and they didn't have those huge years, and they seem to be going a little bit like an afterthought, like you're saying. So Rome Odunze, with the growth of both him and Caleb Williams in year 2 together, I definitely expect that. And 2 other running backs, I think that go hand in hand. We'll put them there together because without Javonte Williams landing in Dallas, there's no room for RJ Harvey to step in Denver. So who do you like a little bit better out of those 2 guys? Who fell to the better spot? Do you think that there's a spot for a standalone running back in Dallas? And I think that maybe they need somebody to be a little bit more of a bell cow guy in that backfield. And is Javonte that guy?
Yeah, no, I believe that he is. And I know they've got Jaden Blue that's there like as well, but they picked up Williams for a reason. And they do have really a ton of like vacated like RB opportunities there, especially with Rico Dowdle, in Carolina with the Panthers. And so I know they got Miles Sanders there too, but I just look at that group. I'm like, if I wanted to kind of tip my hat to one of these guys, it would be like Williams, because I think he's the best like combination of someone who's like a proven runner and also like pass catcher. And especially as a pass catcher, that's one thing with Williams, who's really showed his ability, since he's entered the league, like in that area. And so it's still a run heavy team, like in Dallas, I would say, Dak's coming off the injury. I don't think they want to necessarily have Dak back there throwing it 40 or more times a game. But I just look at Williams as someone who's got really strong, like flex value, but he does have RB2 upside. And he is someone that we have projected to lead that backfield. But I guess I could also kind of follow that up with talking a little bit about like RJ Harvey too. You guys good with that?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, talking about him, because it's kind of hand in hand. He's entering that Denver backfield, and I know his ADP has skyrocketed. So he's essentially not like a quote unquote sleeper anymore. He's more so like a mid round pick. But I do look at him as like a gem. He was drafted by the Broncos as Sean Payton offense. So he was drafted in the second round. So he should be involved if he shows that he's capable, and I believe he is. But one thing about Sean Payton's offense, and I've been a lifelong like New Orleans Saints fan, so very familiar with Payton's statistical body of work as a head coach, because he was obviously with the Saints for most of that time frame. But one thing about Payton's offense, I'm like, it does lead the league in like RB receptions over the last 2 years. We all know about Harvey's, combine, the 4.40. He's fast. He's positioned to kind of take over as the lead guy. And I would say like primary like pass catcher too. So like you got, J.K. Dobbins that's there. Again, it's kind of one of those things. It's like it's never going to be a perfect scenario, right, gentlemen? It's just like he's not just going to say, hey, Harvey's just a guy. Dobbins will rotate like early down work, but I just think Harvey's volume, especially on those passing downs, will be there. And, going back to the offensive line, I look at that Broncos offensive line. I'm like, they're one of the best offensive lines like in the league. So I'm comfortable drafting Harvey as like an RB2, or if you can get him as a flex, like even better. But it's definitely some immense upside there. So if you look at Harvey and Williams to kind of close the loop there, they both find themselves on new teams. Obviously, Harvey's a rookie, but Williams is moving on. But they're both in pretty good situations, and I don't mind drafting either one of them. So
nice. So specifically looking at the Scott Fishbowl draft, I know you're slow drafting. You're going to be starting today with the rest of us. You're drafting out of the 9 spot, right in the middle towards the back end of the round. I'm drafting in the 4 spot. So I'm at a position now where I'm kind of assuming that Bijan's off the board, Saquon's probably off the board, and Chase seems to be off the board. So at that 4 pick, I'm looking at, all right, do I go Genty or Gibbs or even McCaffrey, or do I go for a Brock Bowers in a tight end premium format? Help guide me to where I should be looking at this pick.
Yeah, it's interesting this year because it's like really no positional requirements. The 2 quarterbacks, of course. I just think just draft like pure like point scorers. So I think we may not have to worry too much about position scarcity, I guess, outside of quarterbacks. I know they always tend to go like fairly like quickly. So just kind of looking at the scoring, I would just say just go with someone who can score a lot of points, who's going to get a lot of touches. Whether it's like we're looking at a running back like with opportunities, or a wide receiver, tight end like a targets. I wouldn't necessarily go kind of too crazy at the tight end position like early. I did do that once in a Scott Fishbowl draft. It did not work out well for me.
So do you have a preference of the 3 running backs that I named? Do you have any lean on any of those that you favor?
Which I kind of got sidetracked mentally. Who was it? You said, I know Bijan and those guys will be off the board. Who were you looking at?
Probably going to be some sort of Gibbs, Genty, or McCaffrey type of spot that I'd be in.
McCaffrey was the other one. You know what? Why not just go all in like on Genty? We saw about McCaffrey with the injury and everything. They may want to say, hey, we want to keep McCaffrey as healthy as we can. If we make a postseason run, he's there. Plus, he's getting older. And I was kind of like the idea about rolling the dice with someone like Genty. You've got that, you're kind of diving into the unknown a bit. But one thing about Genty, you look at the like with our projections, he's projected for like a ton of touches. And I think that could be like an offense, that does like surprise people in Las Vegas. So, hey, it's a fun draft. It's for a great cause, of course. So just go all in, go get the guy that you want, get the guy that you want to plug in lineups and the guy you want to see do well. So I would say go with Genty. That's what my instincts are saying.
And I just want to say one thing. Raiders! It's been a Raider-filled Podathon for me. I love it.
It has. How did it go? As like the Raiders. My voice can be shot the rest of the day, but oh well.
You're a lifelong New Orleans Saints fan, and we had Kuda Doodle on last night, and she was also a Saints fan. And I was telling a story where, in my real life, I'm an assistant vice president of facilities at a hospital. That's what I do full time, and don't tell them because I called out of work today. No, I use a sick day.
I went DTO, my friend.
I went to a conference, and at the conference they asked us, to give them a quote about something that we're proud of, and I had forgotten that I had sent it to them. So they put out a booklet of the vendors that are there and the people and blah, 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 blah. And I sit down at a lunch table. So they sat me down specifically with a person who wanted to meet with me, one of the vendors. And I'm like, oh, great. And her name was Rita. And we're having a conversation. She goes, I don't really want to talk about hospitals and I want to talk about your fantasy football podcast. And I'm like, oh, wait a second. I had forgotten that what I had put down was, I do a fantasy football podcast for around charity. And, it was something I was proud of. And so after letting me ramble on for 30 minutes about fake football, she goes, yeah, my husband's a scout for the New Orleans Saints. He's been working in the NFL for 25 years. And I'm like, are you serious right now? Like, you wanted to listen to me and my BS? And it turns out that his name is Scott Kewen. And Scott worked 10 years with Minnesota and 10 years with the Miami Dolphins. And this is his second season with the New Orleans Saints. So they just moved there and adjusting their lifestyle to the New Orleans Saints. And I just thought it was great. And she's like, if you ever want him to jump on and speak about anything, I thought it would be real interesting to speak to an actual NFL scout about how us, fantasy football folks like to think that we're scouting players. And not you, Eric. You actually have a legitimate job where you do this and you're good at it. But I'm talking like goofy clowns from Long Island like JB and me who pretend to be fantasy GMs. I think that would be an interesting interview.
No, I think it would, just to kind of see kind of how things operate for someone working for like a team. And I'm just curious more about what the whole process too, for where, how does it, I guess, move up the chain, with this person's thoughts, like an analysis and things like that. So, that's fascinating. Hey, I think that you can do it. And so, and I wouldn't shortchange like yourself. I'm like, for what you said. And the reason I say that is that I'm like, I was in your shoes like years ago. I just think back, 2015, doing the, working at USAA, in the call center, taking calls, giving people financial advice and stuff. And then just grinding out like 30, 40 hours a week on fantasy content, just trying to, build a brand and content and just get to know people, one tweet back then or one article or podcast or live stream at a time. So, everyone's got to start somewhere. So don't shortchange yourself. There's so many resources out there now. You got the Scouting Academy out there that Dan Hatman's put together, great program. So it's there. For anyone that wants it. You just gotta put the work in and just take time to hone your craft. I'll close the loop on that with this. I'm going down a rabbit hole, so pull me out, gents. Is for where.
No, I'm glad that you said that though, because Scott Fishbowl does bring so much opportunity to people trying to get into the industry or just put a foot into the industry, right? Like it's allowing the fan to hang out with the analyst or to rub shoulders with them at a live event and then potentially start writing for a site and kind of just open that door into the industry. So I'm glad you brought that up. I guess, what can you tell somebody who's listening right now that's just getting started in the industry? What word of advice can you give them?
Yeah, it could be more than a word. It's just my first thought would be, build a brand on social media. I always prefer like X or your Twitter as it was back then, just because it's easier to interact with people. You can post a thought, you can gain a following that way. I would end up, and people kind of send me a DM all the time, just kind of asking for advice and stuff. Always happy to help. But I would say do that, build up a brand, have people see you. That's where you can help with the visibility angle, but also just pick maybe like one site to write for. for exposure as like a contributor and just to get experience that way. And then, use other platforms. You try to, get on here to talk, to get exposure, get on podcasts, things like that. And just try to be so good that they can't like ignore you. And so my whole mindset back then was that, I don't care if John Doe is working, at XYZ company. I'm going to work more hours than you and outwork you while still holding down a full-time job. That was my lunch pail kind of mindset. And so that's just kind of how I approach things. So he or she puts the work in, we'll, be successful. But I think that's a good way to go about it. But it's a lot of other angles you could take too now. You could contribute, build a mailing list, start like a newsletter, something on Substack, and then contribute for a site. So it's just a lot of different ways to go about it. But I'll kind of close the loop again with this. So I guess if anyone has questions or thoughts or just looking for guidance, I'm like, send me a DM. My DMs are open. I'm always happy to help. And I've helped plenty of people behind the scenes, like in the industry, just to get started. Because it does take a lot of courage to sit there and write something, whether it's on X or an article with your name on it, and put it out there. So that's the first step. Each one gets a little bit easier. So, all right, I'll get off that soapbox. I did see a question about Hubbard, Chuba Hubbard, I think, in there.
Yeah,
I think our friend Rachel asked about your thoughts on Chuba Hubbard.
Okay, yeah, I'll kind of answer that one. I just think a lot of people are, I think, kind of overlooking him. Yeah, I think Jonathan Brooks is going to need a lot of time, obviously, to get going. We saw that last year. I know they got Rico Dowdle that's there. I still like Hubbard as like a solid RB2. I think he's someone who's projected to get, at least at ESPN, like the majority of the touches. And then one thing, too, a lot of people forgot about since it happened late last season. I'm like, they're paying this guy. So, they're paying him money like, hey, you're our lead guy, at least for the immediate, like, future. And so I really like Hubbard. And he's someone that tends to fall, like, in drafts. So if you go wide receiver heavy early, you need someone to kind of fill that void as a flex or RB2, go ahead and scoop them up. So.
Yeah, and I got one league where it's a one player keeper league, and it's a pretty competitive league. And I got Chuba as my 5th running back last year, and I'm going to happily keep him as my keeper this year because he's gonna return RB2 value at least in a great round selection I could trade off from. Eric, we are up against it. We do have Mr. Andy Behrens coming up next, so we want to give you an opportunity to say a parting shot before we let you get out of here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Tell Andy, I said hello, but I would just say I would just kind of, definitely, as I kind of transition out, I definitely want to talk about Scott Fish. I'm like, he's one of the obviously the best people in fantasy football right now. Did create Scott Fish Bowl. Huge tournament. It keeps getting bigger, I would say, year in and year out. You got fans, you got, quote unquote experts, celebrities, everybody, kind of playing together to raise money for charity. And it's kind of one of those things that unofficially kicks off the fantasy season each year. But I would say does so much good work, raises hundreds of thousands of dollars to help kids, families in need. So shout out to Scott, for kind of being the spearhead of this and making it happen year in and year out, because fantasy football isn't just fun. It's about making a real difference. And I think that's what's important with the Scott Fish Bowl. But I would just kind of close on this. It's like, everyone follow me on X at Eric N. Moody. Always happy to answer questions and to help. And I would say to be on the lookout for some upcoming articles. I've got a few that are on ESPN site right now. The Drake May article is the next one that I'm working on. So I definitely check that out. And I wear a lot of hats, WNBA, NBA, and of course, NFL, fantasy football, and betting. So I think it's rare that I don't have anything that's up on the site at least every couple of days. We're covering all those sports. So I appreciate you guys having me on. It's good to talk as always. And I'll leave you with this. Let's make sure it's just not annually. Let's make this a little bit more frequent, my friends.
Absolutely. That sounds fantastic, Eric. Thank you always for being a gentleman and representing not only yourself well, but the business well and ESPN. Thanks, my friend. Be good.
Appreciate it, Eric.
Take care.
Yeah, I want to get an opportunity to say thank you to JB. They'll be parting for the final time on this year's Podathon. And my brother, it's always great to have you. It's great to see you out there. And you told me, you thanked me for keeping you relevant here. This is the thing that keeps us both relevant. And I'm not even sure what keeps this guy relevant. He's stepping in for 30 minutes only because he likes to jump on when his friends are on.
Oh yeah, I like to sleep, buddy. I'm not. There's no shame in that. You guys can stay up all night. I sleep. That's like my thing.
Hey, who booked Chalk?
That's Russ.
Yeah, he thought he was on at 4:30 a.m. West Coast time, and he showed up at 7:30, but he missed his actual segment, which was at 4:30 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh, perfect. So he was on the him and Mike are on their own schedule. I love that. Whatever. I mean, it's all about showing up. It's not about when. It's about if. And if he showed up, we call that a win.
And I don't want to cut into Andy's time, guys, because I know you got Andy, then Coventry, and Kacey, and you got a whole slew of great people to wrap up this Podathon. I just really want to thank you all, the whole Fantasy Cares crew, Sal, for keeping me relevant here. This is the one thing that I look forward to in this industry every year. Mike, we didn't get a chance to talk much this year, my brother, but you know, nothing but love for you, man. Everybody here, this is such a great thing that we do. Thank you for all of you guys in the chat. I mean, I see your comments right now. You're hitting my heart. And you're now going to let me go wake up my kids and go to work, just wishing that I could stay on with you guys. But love you guys. Appreciate you all. And thanks again for having me on.
Everybody have a good one.
Yeah. And we're still waiting on Andy in the background. So we'll chat a little bit, Mike. There he is. He jumped in. So, but real quick before we bring him on, the crowd has been steady this year, man. I love the numbers I've seen. Overnight, they did not dwindle. They kept climbing. Every time we changed the stream and we started back over, they climbed right back up. So super successful year. We got 4 hours to go in this year's Podathon, and this is the last 30 minutes. You're going to be joining us. So I don't know. Do you have the live reads or do you not have the live reads?
I can pull them up. I'm sure. Let me check. You want me to pop one? Do you have one you want read?
You can pick any one. I mean, I think I was done at number 5, and you should probably go with 6. But if whatever you got in front of you.
So who deleted them from the schedule? Who wrote X next to them?
That I don't know. So then I will just say this.
Hold on. I got it here. Let me see what my X says. All right. So you want number 6?
Sure.
Sell high, buy low, and stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. And use your inventory to win cash prizes and free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with promo code SFB15. That is Scott Fishbowl 15, the thing we're kicking off today. When you do, Fantasy Cares gets a donation from each pack you purchase. Plus, check out the special Scott Fishbowl buy one, get one pack. You'll get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today.
And I had Mike do that because I wanted Andy to come on and see a well-rested Mike read and give me his opinion on how Mike delivered that read.
What a I didn't even need you to tee me up for that. What a professional read. How good was that, huh?
Andy, I have a few talents. You know that. It's reads, loud shirts, and winning.
I was not previously aware of any current talents that you possessed, but that read was, man, you nailed it.
See, funny because I thought that beating you in your own Fantasy Cares Eliminator and in your own Women's College Basketball Tournament Challenge would have qualified as talents. I thought anyway.
He complimented you and said you nailed it. You don't know how to take a compliment.
No, I don't bring Andy on for compliments.
That's not the nature of our relationship at all.
This is our love language.
So I got to meet Andy in Chicago last week for the first time. He came out to the Chicago Live. Everybody's happy to see him. I was trying to sneak him in early because we had that crowd was building out there, and we made poor Andy stand with the commoners. And I wanted to get him inside, but. So Andy,
no, he didn't. I didn't get waved inside. I was like, "Sir, step back." That's all I got.
I guess a little bit.
To be fair, though, nobody was getting past Joey Wright.
Yeah, well, Joey Wright was looking lovely into everybody's eyes. That's who Joey is and what he does. And what a great dude Joey Wright is. I've gotten to spend the last 2 weekends with him in Vegas and in Chicago, and last year at the Expo. He's pretty awesome. But
yeah.
So what that means is that, Andy, you've already drafted in Chicago, and you're in the Chicago Sky Division, and you had the number 1 overall pick. So tell us everything about your live Scott Fishbowl experience in Chicago, and you obviously went with the player you wanted because you had first choice over anybody.
Yeah, I can't tell you how much I wanted to pivot away from Bijan, right? I wanted to do anything but take the chalky pick, right? I don't I'm not accountable to him. I'm just an unemployed fantasy analyst right now, right? I'm not accountable to anybody. I don't have to explain my picks anywhere other than this podcast. So it would have been a great opportunity for me to just, I don't know, start the draft with like 5 tight ends, do something silly. But it's just really hard if you do any kind of projecting, not to love what you're going to get from Bijan Robinson over, I don't know, even if he gives us 16 games, 15 games, it's going to be great. Because it's other people have made the point. It's such a ridiculously volume-based scoring system. I don't does Scott actually enjoy playing these things? Like anything that gives like points, half points, any sort of recognition to carries whatsoever is crazy to me. So the scoring is nuts, but it tilts so heavily toward the running backs that you think are just absolutely going to get fed that I ended up taking Bijan like a coward. I did the very chalky thing. Went relatively running back heavy at the top. At first I was feeling like I was going to get burned by the 3rd round reversal thing. But then Travis Hunter fell to me. I feel like that was I don't know. I've seen him go absolutely everywhere. I've seen him go like 1st round in mocks, and it seems like there's a little bit of I don't know. People don't seem that into him at this stage in the SFB game, right? So he fell to the end of the 3rd round for me. So it was overall, I felt like it went reasonably well, although I didn't really do anything interesting.
I think late 3rd round would be the spot where I feel really good with him. I've seen some people say he went end of the 2nd, beginning of 3rd. I think late 3rd, early 4th. We've had plenty of people, Gary Davenport, I know you're familiar with, who said the IDP is way overblown when it comes to him as a player in this format. There's been no real two-way player in the NFL in 60 years, and we might be overemphasizing the defensive role that he's going to play in Jacksonville. So,
yeah, to Gary's point, obviously, if we think he's going to be a really good corner, he's not going to score that well in IDP, right? He's going to be traditionally, that's the kind of player that you just opposing offenses aren't going to pick on him, right? They're not going to give him 12 opportunities a game to make decisive plays defensively. The best cover corners historically are just not huge IDP scorers. So it's a weird, it's not like he's a linebacker, right? It's not like he's going to be a middle linebacker and a wide receiver, but I do think he's going to play 2 ways. And I do think he's going to be pretty successful because he was, he's rare. You watch the sort of ball skills that he has, the find the ball skills that he has as both a receiver and a corner. And it's pretty exceptional. And it's unlike anybody else in the draft class.
See, I still think my favorite thing, Eddie, when we talk about Travis Hunter is I live online, as you know, and I get really interested with everyone loves Brian Thomas. Everyone is wildly intrigued with Travis Hunter. Brenton Strange is everybody's sleeper tight end, making him the furthest thing from a sleeper I've seen in years. And everyone hates Trevor Lawrence. So can you tell me, are there going to be a lot of halfback passes? Is two-team a good thrower? Where are all these points going to come from if we all hate Trevor Lawrence this year?
Yeah, this is always one of my favorite inefficiencies in fantasy football, right? And it is one of those things that has repeated itself every season since I've been covering fantasy. It's the scenario where we have 2 wide receivers either ranked inside the top 15, the top 20, something like that. We like the tight end. Maybe we like the running back because of their pass catching ability, and we just bury the quarterback in the 20s. This happens all the time. We used to do it with Matt Ryan. Oh, look at this gentleman right here.
Oh, just got to put some things down here.
Oh yeah. Of course, Scott Fish is always walking around with his humanitarian awards, his lifetime achievement awards. And gosh, Scott can't leave the house without receiving an award of some note. It's embarrassing. You'd think at some point he would become self-conscious about it. So I think Lawrence is obviously that guy this year. I've actually got him as the QB 12. couple things people forget about him. He's the same age as Bo Nix is one thing, right? Like this is not an old player. I know he has some experience in the NFL. That's a good thing. He's won a playoff game, right? He's had some nice moments in the NFL. He is the same damn age as Bo Nix. So he's still ascending. There's no reason to think that exactly who Trevor Lawrence is going to be for the rest of his career. Still got the huge arm, still a big talent. The one thing with Lawrence is he's got untapped rushing ups. Like I wouldn't go so far as to say that he could just go be Josh Allen if he wanted to, but he's got rushing upside that the Jaguars, for whatever reason, have never wanted to employ. Maybe that's simply about not wanting to put the player at risk. But some of his best moments as a college player were long scrambles. They were runs on which he actually made opponents miss. Like he can do it. If they wanted to turn Trevor Lawrence into somebody who rushed for 600 yards a year, that could definitely happen. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's a level of upside that is not present with a lot of the other quarterbacks that go in that range. And again, he's got an arm that is probably top 5 in the league.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think a lot of people forget about the rushing upside he had and how many big first downs he picked up and how easy it was. Mm-hmm. Now, I want to pivot real quick, Andy, because we do have Expo coming up. I saw someone asked if you're going to be there. I have on good sources. I'm not going to tell you who my sources are, that you are coming for Expo this year.
Oh, hell yeah.
So last year you made a puzzling decision to go to France instead of Canton, Ohio. Not many people would make such a bold move, but I know you did. And you and I were actually talking. You had a grandiose idea for a shirt that we never ended up being able to connect on. However, are you going to be executing on that plan this year? And can we expect something special for Loud Shirt Night?
Oh man, you've actually just reminded me of what was. I'm sorry I can't discuss the details of the shirt, but it was going to be a spectacular shirt, and I'm gonna try to pull it off. I'm only now reminded of it, but I am going to try to pull it off. It is a multi-component interactive shirt that I think people will really be excited about it. But it's not going to be easy for someone with no sewing skills, no real shirt making skills other than my own design skills. It's going to be tough on this timeline, but yes, I will attempt to pull it off. Oh man, thank you for reminding me of it, because it's a brilliant idea, and I think within a certain niche audience, this shirt could really sell too.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I've had 15 months of build up on this shirt, so I mean the expectations are incredibly
I was
high.
so excited last year that I was like, oh man, I can't go because we're going to the Olympics, but I got to find somebody to wear this shirt. It's too good an idea.
Do you think that your shirt could sell better than this shirt?
Wow.
I'm not sure Andy.
No, I actually don't think it can possibly equal design principles, everything about that shirt.
Me and Joey, our last ride in Expo.
That's really, really good. That's not my favorite Joey Wright ensemble from Expo history, but it's right up there. Tracksuit Joey is the trophy thing. That's the definitive Joey.
For the listeners, the trophy thing was Andy and I saw each other 2-3 times in a row, and each time I was there, accepting a silly award. Not a silly award, an awesome award, but it became a running joke with us. That's why I did that.
I can't be the only person who's noticed that you don't make public appearances unless you are being given a large award. He simply doesn't leave the house. He doesn't leave the fish compound without an award.
Right here. So, yeah. Oh, it's too funny.
Do you think this is a coincidence? There's been many jokes that I played fantasy football long enough to have drafted Jim Thorpe. And Adam Schefter just posted that they will play on the History Channel tonight a Jim Thorpe story. Jim Thorpe lit by lightning. So clearly you can go back and see my first fantasy football draft where I took Jim Thorpe in the first round.
I'm kind of excited about that if we're being honest.
Of course.
Jim Thorpe is an amazing story. Not that we need to go down a Jim Thorpe rabbit hole here, but he's an incredible
can.
story.
I think everybody here is probably old enough to keep up at this point. I don't know if we'll lose the entire audience, but let's be honest, the audience that wouldn't know Jim Thorpe aren't up yet. So I think we might be okay.
The audience that does is eating grapefruit right now. Listening.
The ones that don't aren't home yet, Mike.
That's fair. That's fair. And Scott says grapefruit, and I'm laughing. Not that I didn't just have a bowl of Raisin Bran to get myself regular after a weekend away. So. All right, Eddie. So we're looking for some mid-round gems. We talked about kind of your first 3 rounds. How did you pivot, and how are you drafting maybe differently in a large-scale tournament like this compared to your standard 12-team league? Did you take a little more risk? How did you play it this year?
Yeah, I thought one of the most interesting choices that the scoring system has set up this year is in regard to quarterback, because obviously many people have made the point you can do without it if you want to. It's Superflex, but not in the traditional sense where like, man, you got to pound that position in the early rounds. There are clearly like 4 quarterbacks who can have such a scoring edge over the rest of the field. Like, again, if you project out where you think everybody is going to finish based on, reasonable expectation from recent seasons, you'll find that like Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, probably Jaden Daniels, they have, it might be 150 point edge. It might be 100 point edge over your average quarterback. And it's, I don't know, for me, I had a whole bunch of guys clustered around 400 to 425 total points on the season. Right. But you have to try to find, not exactly mid draft, but once we get outside the top 5 rounds or so, I felt like you had to take shots at quarterbacks who could join that dual threat club, like in a meaningful way. Right. Cause I felt like there was a right answer there. I still feel like, and this is part of why I felt like a coward for taking Bijan with the first overall pick, is I feel like maybe the right answer in the scoring system is going to be at quarterback, and it's going to be, whether it's Lamar having a season with like 55 touchdowns and, 4,400 yards and 1,000 on the ground or something like that. Like, one of these guys is capable of a historic season of such a nature that it just, kind of breaks the scoring system. And so I felt it was important to take shots on quarterbacks. Not that they have that kind of upside, but they have, 500, 600 rushing yard upside. They have the potential to give you like 5-6 touchdowns on the ground. So I did, at some point, I don't have my draft grid in front of me, but I went Caleb and Drake May in back-to-back rounds, just simply because I think, you can't, if you're going to bother with quarterbacks in this thing, they probably shouldn't be quarterbacks who are going to run for like 50. They can't be Matthew Stafford, right? They can't be guys who are probably going to settle in at 24 touchdown passes and like 30 rushing yards. They probably can't be Jared Goff. I think I have Jared Goff as like a backup here, but they can't be somebody who's not going to give you any rushing contributions and isn't going to really break out of that pack of sort of 400 point scorers at quarterback. So I did take a couple shots on the rushing QBs, and I think like whether you do that earlier with guys like Caleb and May, or whether you do it late with somebody like Anthony Richardson, you probably got to do it, because I think this thing is going to be won by somebody who, takes a modest swing on a quarterback who's got huge upside, and they really break out in a meaningful way that maybe we don't see coming.
So that, to me, it's funny because we started this Podathon. Now what's it been? So you've been up for 20 hours. I came into this with the number 1 pick in my brain being Lamar, because of that historic upside, because of that historic season, and haven't seen a single person going that way. Literally 90% of it going Bijan, 10% of going GNT, and maybe a handful, even a couple whispers of Jamar Chase. But when I saw a scoring system and I saw what Scott did, it still comes down to a 6-point touchdown league, right? And even if we don't have to play quarterbacks, normally in my brain, 6-point passing touchdown means I want quarterbacks. But then when you look at the volume piece of it, then all of a sudden Joe Burrow becomes the same as an RB2. You start really playing around with, okay, no, it's not quarterbacks, but it is those rushing quarterbacks. And the 2 you got, I mean, if you're not going to go early Lamar, early Josh Allen, I mean, those 2 are going to be close to the top. I mean, you look at what May did in a per game basis, unbelievable on the ground. So I love that. Anybody else that you felt like you stole, like anybody else that you were shocked to see falling late, that you felt like you maybe weren't high on, but had to take at a certain point?
Well, you actually mentioned Brenton Strange. I got him. I thought he'd go a little bit earlier relative to some of the other tight ends. Who else did I get? I took the entire Niners like backup running back situation. Just because I mean everybody should, after last season, everybody should understand the upside there, right? Like no matter who you plugged in, with certain limits, almost no matter who you plugged in, as the Niners' number one running back behind McCaffrey, like that guy went off to a certain extent. So I did get that. I got J.K. Dobbins pretty late. I know that. I'm not sure what round it was. It might have been like 9, 10, 11, something like that. I think he's going to play a lot. I don't think he's some backup. I thought he was really good last year. I thought he was a player who probably lacks that final gear at this stage after all the injuries, but I think he's a really good runner. And I think one thing that we've seen from Sean Payton is he is just simply not going to rely on a single guy. I think Dobbins has a big role, so I think he was good. I think I got Jaylen Warren reasonably late too. And as much as I like Caleb Johnson, and I absolutely love Caleb Johnson, he's one of my favorite Iowa players in recent memory. I think Jaylen Warren's going to be really good, and I think that's a duo.
So you're speaking my language, and I hope actually, let's face it, I'm in a league with Linda. She's not up yet. But I know Ryan's here, but that's Ryan, block your instrument, and he doesn't like old guys anyway. But I feel like one of the cheat codes, and you hit on two of them. I think another one being Najee Harris. I think one of the cheat codes in this particular league, because we have so many dynasty heavy players that almost everybody's in dynasty now, is these veterans paired with rookies. At least when I'm seeing their ADP is about 2 rounds lower than I would have them projected. I think we're going a little too far the other way with RJ Harvey coming in and getting 100% of the work share, Amari and Hampton getting 100% of the work share, Jaylen Warren being completely phased out for Caleb Johnson. I think that is huge value, and we see that every year as well. When we talk about some of those inefficiencies, that we just see these rookies getting how many touches. And remember, we used to get a discount on Ken Walker when Zach Charbonnet was drafted.
Yeah.
It feels like that's always an easy kind of steal of 150, 200 touches if you're if you're willing to have a team that maybe isn't going to be celebrated on social media.
These guys are all headed for the, and we all lived through the Melvin Gordon, Javonte Williams wars, right? But they are all headed for that season. It is going to be really frustrating to the people who assume that. Honestly, like with Caleb, as much as I love Caleb, I know what he's not going to do, right? Like he is perfectly made for a committee, and he's perfectly made to be sort of a goal line, early down, like really smart, really crafty runner. I think he's going to be a really good pro. But you can see how he's going to pair well with Jaylen Warren. That's pretty obvious. I don't think that those two should have a round of separation in terms of ADP, and I'm not really sure that Caleb should go in front of him. I might have it ranked that way, but it's pretty close. And I feel kind of the same way with Dobbins and Harvey. Like there's nobody that we've mentioned is in line for like 320 touches. It's just simply not going to happen. That's not what those teams want to do. There's no indication that's what those coaches want to do. The players have all demonstrated that they deserve greater workloads. The Najee thing, I think, is really gonna. I think coaches like Najee Harris, right? Like that's a guy who has never missed a game in his pro career. It's been super productive. It's not always flashy. Coaches don't care as much about flashy as like fantasy players do, right? And Najee's going to play a lot, and we're headed in all of these situations for the Melvin Gordon, Javonte Williams scenario, where there was a certain slice of the fantasy community couldn't stop banging the table about the idea that Javonte needed the entire workload, and why is Melvin on the field? And at the end of that year, Melvin had actually had a pretty good season, and they had been a wonderful duo, and we all missed it, right? Like nobody was appreciating what they were actually accomplishing as they were doing it.
Yeah, I think we see it. Oh, sorry, good. So you're on mute, bud. So if you want to talk,
it's the first time in 20 hours. It's been 20 hours. We saw that last year, obviously, really over the last 2 years with Gibbs and Montgomery, and what we did see when Montgomery got injured, that Gibbs. I mean, he showed that he could handle the full load and put up massive numbers. So do we see that start to go a little bit more in Gibbs's direction this year? Would you feel comfortable taking Gibbs towards the front part of the Scott Fish Bowl first round, along with the group of guys that we're seeing going there? and feel comfortable that he's going to get, upwards of 65 to 70% of the touches possibly in Detroit this year.
Yeah, no, I think he's clearly a first rounder, and I think the first round has to be full of a bunch of running backs that we feel good about. But I will say that I think the thing that is most strongly in Gibbs's favor is the fact that his team is probably going to average something like 28, 30, 32 points per week, right? Like it's the fact that the offense is so good, because if we take the team context out of it, I'd rather have Genty. Mike mentioned Genty as somebody who was going number 1 overall. And I don't know. I thought about it. The 3 players that I considered taking number 1 overall were Bijan, Genty, and Lamar Jackson. I tried to convince myself of Brock Bowers because I thought it would be fun to just go on a run of tight ends at the top, but ultimately didn't do it. I think the 3 players who seriously deserve consideration were Genty, Bijan, and Lamar. And in Genty's case, it's because when I projected out the league the first time, when I was initially doing running back projections, Genty got the closest to 400 touches. It is entirely a volume-based scoring system, really. And in a system like that, if we're getting a half point per carry, man, it just wouldn't shock me at all if Ashton Genty finished this season with like 410 touches. I mean, that would require I get that would require a perfect storm, and he's got to stay healthy for all 17. But if he does, I know there's been some noise about the role that Raheem Mostert's going to have, but man, Raheem Mostert is like our age.
He's my age. He's 50.
yeah, like I don't know. He's past the expiration date a little bit, and Genty's great. So I can definitely imagine a scenario in which Genty leads the league in touches. And so it's a scoring format where I would put Genty over Gibbs, but I certainly think Gibbs needs to go like back end of the first round.
Andy, we are
the time of my life. No one ever felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth.
That's just uncomfortable.
I don't know who's in the background doing this. It's either Scott or Bob, but I wanted to say
that was live. That was real.
That's our voices.
That was not production. That was me.
You hit every note perfectly, Andy. That was impressive.
I am blown away by the synchronization that you two guys pulled that off, and you had me fooled the whole time.
That only happens through practice. That only happens through reps. You can't fake that.
Lots of reps. So
I got a lot of time on my hands right now, and I've been spending it with Mike.
To that point, Andy, this off season, what if anything do you have lined up in the works, and where should people stay tuned to find out what happens next?
I will say that I feel like I do have something in the works, and I'm actually pretty excited about this season. I was for a while there I was just a rage monster every day, but that's gone away, and now I'm feeling pretty excited about the season ahead of us. So if you're just following me on social, like, you'll find out where to find me in the season ahead.
Awesome. Well, go ahead, Mike. I'll let you close it out since you and Andy are obviously a duet.
Mike's got that look on his face like, oh, are you not retired, old man? Why don't you just leave?
I know. I'm just trying to figure out who would follow you on socials. But for the 4 people that do, if you could let me know where Andy lands, that would be great. But listen, bud, it has been over a year now. Love catching up. Obviously, we'll have a lot to talk about in Canton. And as I promised you, still a rage monster. I will fireman carry you out out of George's if needed.
Hell yeah!
But we should have a great.
This is going to be my first expo where I'm like 4 days. I'm Thursday to Monday this year. I'm excited about it.
Oh, full bore. Okay, I will be there Friday night. I'm not going to make it into Thursday night, but
I'll be there Thursday, Andy. You look for me.
Hell yeah!
Love it. All right, buddy. Well, we'll catch you soon. And if you can get that shirt going, high expectations, like high expectations.
Great tip for me.
Do you know if they're giving any awards away out there?
Only way Scott's going to show up.
Andy present it.
I'll be there on Thursday too, Andy. I'll see you there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Find me at the Doubletree Bar. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you.
Thanks, buddy.
And I believe, Mike, this will be your final segment, right? That was your final segment.
Yeah, buddy, it's a Monday. I gotta go to work, so I have a 9 o'clock train to catch. Get some coffee, man. Get something in you, whatever Celsius, whatever it takes. But you got 3.5 hours left. You're almost there. Absolutely killing it. And as always, appreciate you doing this, man.
Thank you. I don't think I want to do coffee right now because I want to go to sleep in 3.5 hours. So I think I'm going to push through with the water, man. And I will see you in Canton. I'll see you in a month.
Sounds good, buddy. See you there. Later.
Yeah, and for a brief second, oh, look who it is. Another bald beauty. And I want to bring in returning as my co-host. Bob, nod your head if you'd like to join us as well. He nodded it the wrong way. It was left and right, not up and down. Jorge is back. He's done great work with me over many hours, mostly over the overnight, where he had me in tears, and I mean actual tears, not laughing. But all for good things, good emotion. Jim, I want to make sure we get the word out to everybody that the Game Blazers have sponsored the entire 24 hours of the SFB Podathon this year, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today. Jim, have you ever heard a guy be live for 20 and a half hours and nail a read like that?
Never before in my life. That read would have taken like an extra 2 minutes if I was in your shoes.
I got to tell you, my voice is back, I think, a little bit, Jorge, right? I would tell you overnight, I was sounding a little bit like this, but this is quality Sal right now. And we got one of the nicest guys, like fantasy good guy, Jim Coventry, doing some great stuff out there, Jim. So, I mean, I don't think anybody needs to know or be reminded who you are. They already know who you are. But just for those amateurs out there, let them know what it is you do.
I work for RotoWire, and RotoWire just went through a complete rebrand. We're so excited right now, and we're so very happy to be partnered with Fantasy Cares, Scott Fishbowl. So this has been a great opportunity. And as always, just churning out a ton of video with a face for radio. I don't know how I actually do that, but apparently they signed me off on that. Articles, all that good stuff, just really, really grinding away with the videos. We're really like going deep into that. So too many, but it's fun. Love it. And more they sign to me, I'll just keep doing them.
Yeah, and I mean, you've been around the fantasy streets. I mean, how many years has it been that you've been doing content?
Since 2008, so don't even do math on that one. Figure out it's like 17 years. It's been a bit.
Yeah, it's been a bit, and you did that while you were doing a full-time job, and now the full-time job has been put away, and now you're doing this. I guess you could call it full-time, right? It's not the grind. Is it the grind that you were doing when you were working both your regular job and this?
So life is very funny, right? Human beings are incredible because when we're given something, we figure out how to make it work. I can't quantify how I did all the football work I did and all the teaching I did and the family stuff and how I made that all fit. I had this idea when I retired a few years ago that from teaching that I figured, oh, great, I will have all this time. No, I'm equally busy. And it's because we find out how to compartmentalize when we're in a tough situation. And so now, I mean, legitimately, it's a 40-hour a week job. And I know I worked more than that before when I had teaching and football, but it just feels just as busy. So yeah, we just figure things out. I think really that's ultimately what it is. So a lot of humans out there, I think we think we're not doing enough, but I think the answer is we're all doing what we can and we all figure out our ways. So it excites me about what humanity can accomplish.
Yeah. And 17 years ish, it sounds like, right? You've been doing this work, and it is Scott Fishbowl 15. So you're your career in fantasy is a little bit older than the fishbowl. But when did you find your way into the fishbowl? How many of these have you played in?
So actually, I think this is like number 4 or 5. So got in like fairly recently, not too long ago. But RotoWire, like Jeff Erickson said, you need to be in the Scott Fishbowl. I'm like, oh, okay. And so he reached out to Scott, and okay, this is great. I really didn't know about how to go about getting in, but it made it real easy. So this has just been exciting to see people like these live events. These live drafts are incredible. I live in Chicago, and I've been to the Chicago one, but RotoWire's home base is Madison, Wisconsin. So went to the Madison live draft, and it was great because you just get to see new people. There are 3 different drafts there. So, 35 people plus me, and then some guests were there. And it was great just to interact with a newer crowd. And that's like the beauty of how Scott brings everybody together. And, I think one thing that was really a home run this year was the scoring system. And the reason I say that is the scoring system made it so almost everybody had a good roster build. And I think it made it more fun for the people who were at the draft. It didn't feel like when the scoring system is great, but it makes it tough. I think that a lot of people are stressed out at the draft. I felt like everybody was happy, and you could just tell there was an ease among people. And I love the slow pace of the live draft because basically I let people settle in a little bit, drafted a couple rounds. Then I just started making the rounds. I just started talking to people I didn't know, ask them how their draft was going. And it was just amazing. You'd hear everybody was like very open, very happy, took pictures. It was just, like I said, it was a great community building event. And so what the whole team and Scott has done, just hats off.
Yeah, go ahead, Jorge. I see Jorge is going to say something.
So to piggyback off that a little bit, everybody that we've had on the Podathon thus far, has given us a glimpse into a little bit of their strategy. And as you said, with the rules as they are the way they are, there's plenty of avenues you could take to find success. There's not ever one way in particular. But is there one that kind of rings out to you as being one that you are personally a fan of going into your Scott Fishbowl draft?
Man, I am so boring. Basically what I did was I took the scoring system, I took my projections, spit out a sheet of what the point order would be. Since it was positionless, I basically took my sheet in order. So when I looked at anybody's roster, I just kind of saw it as point getter. And so the reason I said all these rosters work is because obviously volume players get a big boost. And who are you taking in the first rounds anyway? Volume players, right? And your quarterbacks get boosted a little bit more than usual. Instead of your Kyler Murray's and your Justin Herbert going in the 9th or 10th round, they were going in the 5th or 6th round here, which with the scoring that worked out perfectly. Lower tight ends got bumped up, but in those first rounds, like the 10 drafted live, like I said, there wasn't a strategy I liked better than any other because we all got volume players. And so I think that was what made it fun.
Speaking of fun, Jim, I think it goes without saying for everybody who's watching and listening, the work you do is tremendous. Like seeing like the volume of work that you do. And I got to be honest with you, whenever I'm on like a TikTok or Instagram and I see that your circle is highlighted at the top because you put out a recent short or a reel, like you are the first person I click on because the level of depth you go into all of your analysis, or whether it's doing a thread on X or /Twitter. Just kudos to you and all the hard work you put in because for me personally, it's one of those things where I feel like I had a good day. And then it's like, no. Coventry had a good day. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, you have to aspire to be to your level of meticulousness. And so just wanted to give you a shout out personally, just how much I admire you in the fantasy space, as I'm sure a lot of people who are watching do the same way.
That means a lot, and thank you. And I think the beauty of it is, as I turn this back out, is that all of us in the fantasy space, we find the way that we want to best contribute. And we all have these great strengths. And that's what makes it a community, right? Like, not everybody is doing a ton of videos. Not everybody's doing a ton of articles, but we all do what we do. And I think that's, we learn from each other. And I think there are so many different ways. And there's a lot of people who are breaking into this, or they're in their the younger stages of being a fantasy content person. And what I tell them is, I go, do what you like, because you'll have an audience. It doesn't matter if that audience is 50, 1,000, 1 million. It doesn't matter, because ultimately your content will make someone's day. Someone will look forward to seeing your stuff. And I think that is the biggest gift to all of us, that somebody appreciates what we do. And life is tough. I mean, we all, to some degree, some harder than others, we have hard lives. But to know we can entertain people with football information, it's a gift.
Well, to that point, I think that circles back to a little bit about what you were saying when you were working full time, when you were doing fantasy full time, with your family full time. That fulfillment one gets from doing stuff that is fantasy football related, because at the end of the day, what are we doing with all this stuff? We are helping people have fun playing this awesome game and have fun and be successful while doing it. So, I mean, that just goes to show you just the power of being fulfilled. One of the things people told me a long time ago, one good friend of mine in college said, happiness fades, sadness fades, anger fades, fulfillment lasts forever. And I think it's one of those things where if you are in a constant state of fulfillment, you have a purpose, you're doing what you should be doing, and that'll get you through a lot of things.
Yeah, I love that. And that I never thought about that, and I never heard that quote. But yeah, the word fulfillment means so much. And, it's like, so I retired from teaching, like you guys know, and everybody out there heard. And I don't know that I'm going to stop doing fantasy football as work, because you said fulfillment, which is true. And for me, it's like, it's similar, but sense of purpose, right? And it's like, I can't retire to the couch. I feel like humans need a sense of purpose. Right. And there are different ways we can find that. But for me, this is a sense of purpose. So yeah, the fulfillment and the sense of purpose together, to me, it's a powerful combination. And again, health willing, sure. As long as I don't lose my fastball, I don't see a day where, I don't do this.
I got to jump in and say, I was hoping to be fulfilled by meeting Jim in Chicago. I showed up in Chicago and he went to Wisconsin. Him and McGlynn, two guys I've been looking to meet, and I didn't even really think about it. That there was another draft that day. And I'm like, but I met Jim last year actually at the expo, so I was looking forward to seeing him again in person. But are you going to be back at the expo again this year?
Yeah, 100%. I've never missed it, because even before it was the expo, I was in the Kings Classic with, the original group. And so that's just that became like an automatic highlight on the calendar every year. And then it was great when the expo was added and the expo began to grow. So yeah, it's been something that, I don't foresee missing that, because it is just a highlight. And again, just seeing everybody. Sal, it was great meeting you last year. We talked for a good bit, and It was great to get to know you. And like I said, it was funny with Chicago, and I thought McGlynn was hiding from you when I saw him in Madison. I thought it was kind of busted his chops a little bit, but it was pretty good. But like I said, I missed people, but being in Madison and you in Chicago, at least we got to see a bunch of great people anyway.
Yeah, I did. I got to see, and I met Andy Behrens in person for the first time in Chicago, which was cool for me. I seen some of my old friends that I've met before, Joey and Bob, and seeing Scott so often now, and Steven Johnson, who hosted the event. I know Steven for many years now. It's the first time I got to see him in person. What I did not do enough of last year when I went to the expo. Last year was my first expo. It just never worked out for me as the right week, for me to come. But last year I made a point was I didn't take pictures. I didn't take enough pictures with people for myself, like to keep for myself. So I'm coming this year to take pictures with everyone. I'm getting a brand new iPhone before I come, because I still got a 12. It's old, it's clunky, and it doesn't hold battery anymore. So I'll be coming with my iPhone 16 with multi-level cameras, and I want some good quality high-def photos with me and my friends.
Can you imagine if the expo was back in the late 90s, like how many disposable cameras people would be showing up to the expo with? Like, yeah, exactly. Or Polaroids back in the 80s. Like it's oh my goodness. The pictures are insane. It's great.
Inevitably, my thumb would be over half of them.
Right. Nice. It's me trying to do a selfie and having an awkward smile because I'm configuring my head, and it's like most of the pictures, everybody else looks good, and then I'm in the picture. I wish I could crop myself out. That would kind of be like the way that those pictures would be successful. But yeah, taking pictures at the expo is definitely a really important part of it, and I really like then tagging them online and being able to push that out there, and it just is a great memory thing. And then with the iPhone, it's kind of cool because the iPhone like creates its own albums from like those days. So if you ever just want to just see what was going on, you just click it and then all of a sudden it scrolls you through the day. And I think that's a pretty nice feature.
Yeah, let me tell you about that feature because in my real life, I work as the assistant vice president of facilities at a hospital, a very old hospital in Brooklyn, New York. Parts of the building are 100+ years old. And when I first came here, daily it was what pipe was going to explode today. Not leak, like literally explode and flood out areas. And we used to have to document some of these things for insurance purposes. And one day I get, your phone has created a new album for you. And it was just a series of water explosions and other tragic events that I had lived through at the hospital. And I was like, oh, I don't want this, please. I don't want to save this. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people know that I've grown up a couple of times. My regular job is pretty damn stressful. But I'll tell you that it pays well. And the reason that I didn't go full time into fantasy at any point in the last like 5 years is because 5 years ago I was a blue collar operating engineer, a union operating engineer, which is why me and McGlynn we get along so well because John, he does the same thing. He's in the operating engineers union, and somebody had said to me, when you want to leave the union and go over to management, you could run this work, you could do this work. And I say it because I am proud of what I've done over the 5 years. I went from an assistant director to an assistant vice president. And not a lot of people make that changeover from being the hands-on guy to that role. And when I saw I had that opportunity and I followed through on it, I knew I'd made the right decision. Well, I love to come do 24 hours at a Podathon. I love to get to the live events. I know my bread and butter is back here, and it's afforded me a great opportunity to be able to take those trips and cover the expenses on some of those trips and also take care of my family. So, much like Jim, I have that full-time job for many years, and I gladly say he's a little bit older than me, so he's been able to retire. But you're a good leader for guys like myself, Jim, who look forward to that time when we could retire from the real work and do this more on a full-time basis.
Yeah, I put in 33 years in teaching and just turned 60 recently. So yeah, and hopefully just, hey, get to the gym every day, do my cardio, do my lifting, just try to stave off father time as long as possible, and yeah, it's so far it's been a good formula and just, blessed to have a lot of energy. That's another thing, and we all in this industry, we don't have energy. We probably don't have anything. And like you said, you got a couple gigs going on and we all figure this out, but the energy is huge. And I think we get energy back, as I said earlier, from the community. As much as we put in, it's really like that synergistic effect.
And I want to say, Jim, you and I both have that theory in life is cheat time, right? Live longer. So I want you to proudly, with Team Old Man Strength, I want you to put the guns up, flex with people.
There you go. There they are.
Man Strength. Yeah. Let them know that we're still here. I do it every day with you. I eat healthy. And my man Kareem, who's back in the chat right now. Kareem is who I was talking about overnight, Jorge. Kareem, we talked about you overnight, some of the conversations you and I had in tough times in your life. And Kareem has been outspoken about our connection and the conversations I've had with him. He's helped me just as much as I've helped him. But Kareem has recently undergone a huge weight loss and a change in mentality and eating healthier. And he's back down to a healthy weight. I told him, damn it, I didn't know you were so handsome. Look at how you look now with all that. But this man, way back in his high school days, was a phenomenal high school football player in New Jersey. I think I got that correct. And he's down south now, a good family man, loves his family, works hard, overcame a lot of tough roads in his life to be where he's at. I'm proud of him. And I met him like literally week 1 on the Fantasy Life app in 2015. And we've been tight ever since. So one of the true friends I've made through fantasy football in Kareem. So
Jim, I got a question for you, and it kind of piggybacks off of a question I asked Sal earlier this morning. I had asked him if 2018 Sal saw how the fantasy space was today, could he have believed that it would have taken off as well as it did? To piggyback off of that, let me ask you, what do you think all that growth in the fantasy space in terms of like the influx of content creators, where do you think that has stemmed from?
Well, when we think about obviously the world of social media, that has been just a massive boon, and everybody's connected. And obviously we can't get more connected than we are, but to a degree, we have the ability to be seen. And so I think just that ability and the excitement that people probably see when they go to content creation or see content creators, I think that excitement builds toward bigger followings for people. And the thing is, the free part of it. I work for a subscription-based site at RotoWire, but a lot of people want to get, not only want to get more of us, but they also want to get, free content, which makes sense. And so I think this explodes because there is so much more access to free content. Before social media was big, you could have found free stuff. You could have found it everywhere, but you couldn't find as much. I feel like if you really wanted to get higher end stuff, you often had to go to a subscription site. And now it could be a combination of both, but there is so much if you just focus on all the creators out. So that's a big difference. I think the access information, just the amount. For instance, if we were doing in the infancy of this thing, you might be doing one video a week. Well, now often it's one video a day. Last week, like I said, RotoWire's, we've launched our new site, and I put out, and I won't even give you the number because I don't want the number of videos I created last week. It was exponentially high. I'm happy to do it, but really that's serving the market. That's really what it is.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think from what I've seen is that not only, has the amount of content creators increased, I think exponentially, especially after 2020, after the COVID year. I think the way you contribute has also diversified a lot. Some people just don't like writing or podcasting, but they like making graphics, or they like doing behind the scene things, or a number of avenues they could go, podcast editing, you name it, video editing. And I think people love feeling included in something. And if they can be included in something that they're passionate about, then, that opens the door for a lot of opportunities also.
There's no doubt. When you were talking about the video craze, like the video only, I find that one thing that's really helped me to be able, I do one take on every video. I like just almost never is there a second take. But I think this is what content creators they probably, some get it and some may not be. The more confident you are with your own material, the stuff that you produce for content, more confident you are, and the more you don't have to refer back to notes as you get more comfortable. The videos come easier because the confidence shows when you're speaking or on camera, and the command of the knowledge, it really allows you to be looser. And so it is really a good blend. So the more you can get in touch and master your content, that allows you to be your best version, I think, when you're on video and it comes across to the audience then.
Jorge, I got to jump in and say that, Jim, we have our summer volunteers in. These are high school kids that are transitioning from high school to college at the hospital. And I sat with two of them last week, and I had this exact conversation with them, which was know what you're speaking about, be in that room, but be confident, because your confidence is everything, right? You know your topic, know what you're delivering, but deliver it with confidence. Because if you know all that stuff, but you go in there and you're unsure of how you're going to deliver it, people are not going to have faith in you. But your confidence and your delivery is everything. So even if you didn't fully know all your content, but you delivered it in a way that you can convince people that you do. But I would recommend knowing it and knowing exactly your topics and know what you're talking about. So I'm happy to hear that you're giving that advice, because that meant I wasn't out of my mind when I told these two young men that just a few short days ago.
Hey, I tell you what, because we don't have hair in our head, some of that outside knowledge gets inside a little quicker, I think.
It creeps in there for sure.
Love it. Now, Jim, if you could speak to the charitable nature of Scott Fishbowl, just because, one of the things, we've noticed in the fantasy community is, and I believe this to be attributed to Scott Fishbowl, is the fact that the charitable aspect of this tournament, this competition, has helped spawn other charitable aspects, other leagues, other people who are like, I want to contribute. I want to give. I think in this world, there's a lot of take, gimme. But in the fantasy space in particular, a lot of giving. And maybe if you could just speak a little bit to that and how much you've seen that impact people, whether it's beneficiaries of what happens with, Scott Fishbowl or with Fantasy Cares, or just how it changes the culture of people as a whole around you?
Yeah, I think the way I want to take this answer is Scott Fish and Fantasy Cares. This is a trailblazer because what happened was it was done for the right reasons. It was done to help others, and it became so obvious the intention was good. Because a lot of people, when there's something good out there, they right away they look for the what angle are they playing? But you knew there was no angle here. And like you said, we have seen every year I get invited to 10 or 15 different leagues that are all charitable based in nature. And that is because of what the Scott Fishbowl Fantasy Cares has done. And it's a common expectation that many people will do events in leagues for charitable purposes. And I think when we take a great hobby like this, we really end up finding so many good people, because a lot of times if you're just competing for football and there's not another element such as charity to it, I think it just becomes a cutthroat league where it's all about just winning. And it's fine if people are in it for just winning, but I see it as so much more. I see it as a community now. And I think that charitable element makes it more of a community, even if it doesn't feel like that has influenced people in the fantasy space. Behind the scenes, it has. It's created a situation where people feel part of something, and everybody's welcome. And that's the beautiful thing. Every one of you out there, you are welcome. You are part of this, whether you're playing in the leagues, whether you're watching the streams, whatever you're doing, whether you're just making a donation on your own, you are part of something bigger than yourself. And I think that's huge. Now, RotoWire, we're really excited to be part of this. And I know this year I'm going to do a Fantasy Cares pitch with RotoWire, because right now we are doing a special at RotoWire. If you go to RotoWire and you're going to subscribe and use the code DONATE, what happens is you get 15% off your RotoWire subscription, but also we, RotoWire, donate 15% to Fantasy Cares. And that's important to us because we see the importance of this. And so it's not just RotoWire is a new site, RotoWire has a new app, subscribe. It's sure we like that part of it, but we love the part of knowing we're part of something bigger. So again, if you are interested in RotoWire, the code DONATE, and again, 15% off for you, 15% to Fantasy Cares, and that makes us happy.
That's awesome. That is fantastic.
We're coming up against the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we're closing out 3 hours, half of the final 6-hour stream, 21 hours live. SFB Podathon. We have 3 more to go. We close with some great guests, but none as great as Jim Coventry. Jim, thank you as always for your friendship, your continued support, and all the work you do in this space and being a leader. And I can't wait to see you again in about a month.
Sal and Jorge, thank you for hosting and all the time you're bringing. Everybody out there, have a wonderful day and donate.
Take care, Jim.
Thanks.
Yes, this is a good point by our own Bob Gilchrist.
Absolutely.
Charity is contagious.
100%.
One of the other things I found out is contagious with Bob because we shared a room in Chicago, but that's a story for another time.
Well, speaking of contagious, how about these ad reads are going on every hour? So you want me to do an ad read for you before we get to
Oh, yeah. If I've been able to pass that on to you, then yes, enjoy the contagion.
All right, folks. The Scott Fishbowl Podathon is brought to you by Game Blazers. Sell high, buy low, stack your squad with the perfect pieces for your weekly lineups in the Game Blazers marketplace. Use your inventory to win cash prizes and free contests every week. Download Game Blazers now and sign up with the promo code SFB15. When you do, Fantasy Cares gets a donation for each pack you purchase. Plus, check out their special Scott Fishbowl BOGO pack. You can get 2 packs for the price of 1, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today.
I mean, and you do it so well.
Thank you.
I got to tell you, man, it's the home stretch.
I'm telling you, I really believe that once you had your breakfast burrito, things started turning the corner, and you were just kind of like revitalized and rejuvenated. And we talked about earlier how you weren't really crushing too much coffee. Has that changed since then this morning? Or are you still going strong with the water? And
I've had 2 cups of coffee during the entire process.
Okay. All right.
There's 2 cups of coffee. And yesterday morning, by the way, Wimbledon's on again. So I've now covered 2 breakfast at Wimbledon shifts.
Nice.
In this time, I watched the United States lose to Mexico. I watched the Yankees beat the Mets, and some other things in between, maybe some F1. I've had some sports alongside of me. Sports the great carrier. I did have a protein iced coffee right before we started the Podathon, so I guess you could count that as 3 intakes of coffee. Other than that, it's been nothing but water. I ate breakfast sandwich yesterday, I ate a breakfast sandwich today, and that one hero of chicken Caesar.
Ooh, that sounds
Chicken
delicious.
Caesar, and that is all I have eaten this entire time. But a lot of protein-based stuff. So
there you go. So for Kelly in the chat, check your DM. I just sent you the link, so you should be good to go there. While we wait on Kelly and Kacey, who I'm looking forward to this episode because both of these ladies are you talk about trailblazers. They're trailblazers in their own way in the fantasy space. So when we get these ladies on, it's gonna be a great segment coming up here.
yeah, and it's like two days of Kacey. I mean, who could ask for anything more?
No, yeah, no, absolutely, and I think just the work that Well, I'm going to save the superlatives and all the compliments for when they get here. But
let them hear it directly.
Exactly.
Let's not make Kacey wait.
There you go.
Because Kelly decided to sleep in. Oh, and boom! As I say that,
wow, I'm also very tired. And here's Kelly. Hi, Kelly.
So there she is.
How you all doing today?
And
tired. We're good though. I know you guys are probably more tired. I know, Sal, you're probably.
Wait, I thought there was. Listen, I thought there was more people. It's just that you guys have so many. You guys do so many things. Yeah. That all the things listed next to Kacey's name. You ready? It's Kacey, Rollerballer, Fantasy Six Pack, Optimus Fantasy, Kacey Kasem, and the Sick Podcast Cardinals Connection. WOFF Kelly Singh. So it's literally 2 people doing the work of like 7. So dang, ladies, what's going on?
I'm waking up. I'm in Vegas this morning. Had 2 hand pays last night.
I was hoping I would run into Kelly when I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago.
I know. Okay, talk about FOMO, because literally all of my friends decided to go to Vegas this year.
Yeah. It was a good time.
Our friend turned 50, so we went to the Bahamas and celebrated, and there was a bunch of family and friends, and it was an amazing time in itself. But man, especially when I saw that baby picture with Maddie and Kendall and Sam, and I'm like,
I got to while Maddie stayed back at the hotel with the baby, I got to buy her husband a drink, which was really cool. So I met him, and obviously Sam was out there and Kendall was out there, and we had a great time at the Don't Tell Mama piano bar, and Joey Wright was there, Liz Loza was there. Yeah, you missed out on a lot, but
wow,
I would take your
not
trip.
to rub it in or anything.
Yeah, rubbing that in,
because I have petitioned, and I think Scott's on board, and I think the direction we're going in is a standalone Las Vegas draft every year that happens a week earlier before all the drafts. So it cannot do. There'll be no excuses to, I'm at my other draft. Nope. Standalone Vegas. It kicks off Scott Fishbowl every year. It's coming, and I expect everybody to be there.
I'll be there. I'll be there because I can't stand the FOMO. And I might be living here. Who knows? I'm here like every month. So I've been looking at houses.
Yeah, you're there quite often. Well, I do have Arizona as on my ticket for 2026 live drafts to go to as well. I'm going to do Seattle and Arizona as I try to get to the cities and states that I have not been to yet in my life. I'm in my travel era, as the kids say, and
your travel era. Well, what's fun about when I host Scott Fishbowl, there's always some little small surprise or cool thing, because some of the people came to visit and just hang out with me, and they're like, we didn't get gift bags in Vegas. And I'm like, hello, do you know who's hosting this? There's always going to be a gift bag. There were cute little footballs and everything.
I don't even know what hip lingo I used. And by the way, Frank,
Era. You said era.
you're younger than me, but the kids don't say hip anymore. I got to tell you. So get rid of it.
Don't get rid of it.
I met Frank in Chicago. Frank's a good dude.
Kacey, what are you up to?
I'm up to my head. Like I'm way up here. Like, whoa, there's too much going on. I'm up to a lot. I'm just trying to get my stuff. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I'm trying to get my stuff like situated. You know, my brain is kind of just having a hard time and focusing. And when you're doing a lot of stuff, it's really hard to focus when you're me, especially. So, yeah, trying to do more with Rotoballer, Fantasy Six Pack, and Optimus. We're starting that podcast up on Thursdays, like full steam ahead. Life has just been kind of silly, but now we're getting back into hang of things, and yeah, life's good. So a lot of writing.
I keep seeing episodes drop regularly of the Get Real podcast that you keep doing, and
regularly.
Well,
regularly.
3 days ago, a podcast.
You did drop one.
Yeah.
Yes.
First of all, just an amazing idea. Just the people that you've been
you.
able to get on there and interview. Can you maybe speak a little bit to that for those who maybe have not had a chance to check out the podcast, what that entails?
For sure. Yeah. It's Get Real with Kacey Kasem is my podcast that I do, which is a behind the scenes look of the fantasy football industry. So I interview all kinds of people in the space, whether it's big names, smaller names, whoever. Like I love getting people on the show that like are up and coming, kind of get their thought process. What are you going through? How do you do things? People that have been in the industry forever, like how did you get started? You know, we like to hear these stories from people. So I love to like pick people's brains, figure out, you know, how they got where they are, hear their cool backstories. It's always fun. And then you get to like feel like you're really a part of this person's life and their journey and getting to know more about people. It's really cool to just be able to sit down and talk to people. I never thought in a million years that I'd be able to do that because I'm me as a person, and having conversations with people I'm not the best speaker, if you will. So it scared me, but doing the podcast has been so fulfilling and so fun, and getting to meet people, talk to people, just really build connections through this and friendships through it too. And just to be able to share their stories with other people, like first and foremost, like Matt Harmon, he did Backyard Banter, and I give him his props. He knows that how important he has been to my journey and getting this podcast where it is. So big props to him first and foremost.
Kelly, can I ask you a question to piggyback off of what Kacey was saying? Can you maybe speak to the approachability that a lot of people in the fantasy industry have to themselves, where, you know, let's take an example, like a live draft or a fantasy football expo. You see somebody that you've been following for a long time, and don't I go up and talk to them? And you know, ultimately, you know, hopefully people make the decision to go do that. And at least it's been my experience that everyone I've gone up to that I've always looked up to has been fairly approachable and has conversations with you. Maybe could you speak to that a little bit more as far as how that kind of piggybacks off of what Kacey was talking about as far as getting to know all these other creators?
Yeah, I would say I don't think there's anybody who's unapproachable in the industry, in the space, even when you're talking about the people you watch on television, not even just your favorite podcasters. And the sentiment might be that, you know, oh, I'm not a content creator myself, so they're probably not going to talk to me or something like that. So if you're just a fan and you're watching, don't feel like that, because the worst somebody could say is no, but I can't imagine anybody in our community saying no, especially if you have something that you want to share with them, because I've most often been approached about mental health, my ADHD, We've had some discussions on body dysmorphia following my breast cancer surgery and stuff like that. And podcasts like Kacey's allow us to share the things that bring us to other people and help other people feel seen and heard. So yeah, definitely go up and talk to people and take pictures and make new friends. We're all here to make friends.
Yeah, I guess we could all speak to the fact that you never know what opportunities can come one's way by just saying, "Hi, how you doing? My name is insert name." you know?
Opportunities and just the chance to be to relate to another person that's going through the same things that you're going through, because those are my favorite conversations, when somebody comes up to me and say, "Hey, I heard you speak on this," or "I saw a tweet about that and I'm going through that too." That's probably been my favorite part, and it has nothing to do with football.
Well, as a fellow ADHDer, I can sympathize and also understand the strengths that we have also, being one of those people, and would love to talk to you more about that whenever we get a chance to. Now, your work at Club Fantasy doing Mock Girl Summer, the draft show that you have going on here, it's a fun show. I'm not gonna lie, it's a really fun show. Can you maybe speak to that and how much fun you're having doing that?
Yeah. We handed that show off to Wendy and Sam this season. I got
Okay.
to fill in this last week, but being a part of Women of Fantasy Football and Club Fantasy has probably been the best 5 years of my life. The opportunities that you mentioned that come along with that. But Mock Girl Summer is where we sit and mock some of your favorite charity tournaments.
That's awesome.
So we'll copy the rules of Scott Fish Bowl or copy the rules of any of these other ones that are out there, Rainbow Bowl and Battle of the Sexes, so that people can practice from their spot or watch others pick from their spot. So Mock Girl Summer gives an opportunity to showcase women creators, female creators. And that's important because we need a platform. Not everybody can start a podcast like Kacey or myself. So Women of Fantasy Football highlights and gives a platform to other women in the space. So if you've been around for the last 5 years, you probably saw my mug out there a lot, Faith out there a lot. And now we've brought in Wendy, who's been an amazing representative. We've sent Renee and Hema and Roxanne and Sam and myself and numerous other women to NFL events using our media credentials. So yeah, Women of Fantasy Football is really doing it, you guys. We're out there.
I actually love when I see you ladies at all the different events. And I was at the Super Bowl in Vegas that week, 2024. And I know you guys were out there, and I kept trying to line up with you, but you were so damn busy and you're doing a lot of really cool, wonderful stuff. I was at the same place the whole week. I was at the Rayos that they built over in the Paris Hotel, and I was working the events there, 6 events in 5 days. And you ladies were out there. You were all over the place and doing some great things. But same neighborhood, but we didn't get to meet up at that point. But it's good to see all of us getting opportunities to work in and around these different football events. And it was pointed out to me when Joshua was on earlier today, and I had no idea about this because I am a big follower and fan of Women of Fantasy Football, and I follow the Instagram page, and for some reason I was not following it on X, Twitter, however we say it. And Josh made sure to let me know that somebody, Faith, made it clear that I was not following it, and I have nothing other than to say I am terrible and I apologize. But I corrected that immediately, and she's on in like 45 minutes or whatever, and I'm sure I'm going to hear more crap about it. Yeah.
I just saw comment. We also have given a home to to new podcasts. So Claire Cooper is doing a new podcast, and we're just utilizing the platform to give people a home. So there's a little network forming now, which is really fun. If you're podcasting on your own, it's hard, and Kacey can attest to that, I'm sure. I'm forever grateful to have producers for my show.
Freaking A. That's another thing. That's another reason it doesn't come out so often.
Producing is hard.
100%. But I think something that is also equally hard is trying to get, an equitable amount of representation of women in the fantasy space in terms of just like platforms, right? So going back to Kacey, Rotoballer, Fantasy Six Pack, Optimus. I mean, you are one of these women in the fantasy space who are kind of making your name for yourself, but also helping to make these platforms become synonymous with women in the fantasy football space. Can you maybe speak to that and how what you're gaining or what you feel like you're giving back also to being able to be a part of so many different platforms, and how that gives you the opportunity to kind of like be a role model, because that's essentially what you're becoming on top of being a fantastic fantasy football analyst.
Well, thank you for that. Honestly, the sites that I write for have been nothing but awesome. Like being open to like bringing me in, like asking, would you want to write for us? And like the fact that I could be one of those women that does get to have their face out there and be like, yo, we can do this. Like, it makes me feel so excited. And I know that all the sites that I write for, Rotoballer, Fantasy Six Pack, Optimus, they've all said nothing but awesome having me on, not only having me there, but like bringing in other women who are also, fantasy minded, have things to tell. Like, it's awesome to be able to write, and it's awesome to be able to write everywhere because you can write what you want, because there's so much to choose from. That's what I enjoy about it. And so getting more women involved and letting them know, like, find the lane that you like and find something that you are really passionate about. And if you want to get involved in the fantasy space, putting out content, by all means, hit us up. Us women that are in the space, we'd love to chat it up with you.
Mm-hmm. We love to help find you a home too. I mean, speaking of writing, I just got an alert on the app formerly known as Twitter. My once a year Club Fantasy article just dropped.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And if you're looking for a place to write, we do this every year, a look ahead on all teams. So some of us write multiple articles, you can imagine. So there are opportunities to get started. And I would say Club Fantasy, Women of Fantasy Football, has been one of the most beginner friendly, because I've written for several outlets, and luckily it's not like a hobby. It's something I've done my whole life throughout my career. So I'm familiar with editing, I'm familiar with producing, but not everybody is, and that's okay, because you have to start somewhere. So when you're looking for a place, make sure they know you're a beginner and make sure it's the right fit for you before you dive in head first, but dive in for sure.
Fun story for me is, I'm old, so I played fantasy football back in the day, and when it was magazines and newspapers only, and then when it first moved on to dial-up internet, one of the earliest sites around was fanball.com, and I love Fanball. And many years later, when Fanball made its return, Scott Fish was involved in it because it was run by Paul Charchian, and Scott had given me and a couple other guys an opportunity to do blurbs. That was like my first writing gig in fantasy football, and I was writing these blurbs, and they were actually sending me checks. They were paying me to do this. We were paying fantasy football gig, and it was probably like 2017, 2018, and at the Las Vegas draft, I met Paul Charchian for the first time, and his wife Roxy, who's a sweetheart, and we're talking, and I'm like, Paul, I got the opportunity to write for Fanball. He's like, I had no idea. So I wrote there, but the guy who owned it had no idea I actually wrote there. But it was still cool. He's probably like, did you cash those checks? I mean, if I can still get that money back, I'd probably like it back. But, that's the type of thing we do. We jump at every opportunity we get when we're in a space and trying to get those opportunities. And I will say this. We've joked throughout the 21 hours and 17 minutes and 59 seconds that we've been recording this show about me giving people their start because it was a good running joke. But for me, I look back at two people. Matthew Berry, of course, because Kacey knows Fantasy Life at Fantasy Football League. Falafel was my original podcast.
Yes.
That's where he came from.
Yes.
But at every turn, Scott gave me an opportunity. When I came to him about the idea of doing an SFB Podathon, I needed the blessing because to put the SFB in front of Podathon is what made it what it is, right? I mean, Podathon sounds great, but if it's tied to nothing, it's nothing. That opportunity to write with to Fanball, and when Scott first started doing a SiriusXM show on Saturday mornings, he used to invite me to come on, and I can't remember who it was, and it might have been I think it's my best friend. My best friend was driving somewhere, and he sent me a picture on his in his truck of me, FF Sal Leto, FF Funhouse on XM Sirius Satellite. So, Scott, who's done so much for so many people, we're here praising all the stuff. He did so much for me. So I will say in the final hours that we have here, Scott made me. So, and I know he won't take any credit for that because he just does what he does for everybody. It's not me. He didn't single out Sal Leto to do it for me. It's what he does. So.
And then taking like a walk down memory lane, like you brought up Falafel, and like I was like the big fangirl. Like I was the fangirl of this podcast. So I was fangirling out on Sal and the cast, it was a good time. So
those were the early days, Kacey and John Bosch, some of the first people I met outside of my group, my Falafel group. John used to have the Fantasy Insanity podcast, and I went on there, and I remember those days. We've talked about it earlier. Some people may not remember me from back then. Some people may not know that I ever did anything other than the SFB Podathon. But we had a legitimate show back then with sponsors. The draft app, which eventually sold to FanDuel, and by the way, became Underdog. If you don't know that story, I don't tell the whole story, but it's the same people that created those two apps. But they also used to pay us per episode. It wasn't like an affiliation thing. It was like, no, here's a check. And so those early days, I know I played a role in the history of this thing, and just knowing that I've had that role and this opportunity, and we get to continue to do it with wonderful folks like yourself. What it's grown in 10, 11 years is crazy, and it's growing faster every day. Jorge's asked that great question, and maybe you should ask it of these two.
Sure. So look at yourself, ladies. Look at yourselves 4 years ago. Okay. Could you ever have imagined the exponential growth the fantasy space has had, both in influencing others to get involved, whether it's in any form of content creation or just fandom in and of itself? I guess, Kelly, can we start with you?
No, not at all. I mean, 5 years ago, I joined a listener league for a now defunct group, but it led to some really great things. I have friends all over the country and even all over the world now. I've done things that I never, like going to a Super Bowl, interviewing my favorite players, podcasting with Amy Trask and Susie Schuster. Like, who am I? I don't even know myself anymore. Honestly, people are like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. Are you some kind of celebrity? No, I'm not a celebrity. And it's actually pretty easy if you have the guts to go out there and do these things. But no, I never in a million years would have imagined that I'm doing what I'm doing now. And transitioning my marketing career into sports adjacent, working at Trophy Smack as their VP of marketing for 3 years was really fulfilling. And right now I'm working with Circa and Full-Time Fantasy, and we're doing the first event of its kind where it's almost like an expo plus the draft, and it's centered on women.
Oh, wow.
Panels and a concert and social hours and a draft. But that's beside the point. But that only runs through August. So whatever happens after August, I don't know if you're out there. You want to bring me on my next endeavor?
There you
Hit me
go.
up.
Well, I think we can all say that you may not think that you all are celebrities. You're celebrities in our book. So that goes without
My
saying.
dad thinks I'm a celebrity when we go to the expo. That's about it. So,
So Kacey, I have a confession to make, and I
Yes.
actually have to apologize because this is also a confession to Sal. And Sal, I was mentioning earlier that your name. I may have implied, Sal. This wasn't a lie. This is maybe I stretched it. I may have implied that you are solely synonymous with the Podathon, but the very first weekend I've ever listened to a Podathon was the weekend that Kacey, you said you were going to go on air and freestyle rap for the entire length of the episode.
Yes, you did.
And I was driving to my in-laws, and we got to my in-laws, and I got out of the car and I couldn't listen anymore because obviously I had to spend time with the family. So now that I'm telling you this here and now, Scott Fishbowl 15 Podathon, do you think in Scott Fishbowl 16 next year during the Podathon you can maybe come on and do maybe a few minute freestyle and throw it back old school style for the rest of the folks here?
yeah, might have to do that. I haven't actually freestyled in a while.
There you go. Okay.
When you get a little older, your brain stops like remembering certain words. So when you're rapping and you can't remember the word, it kind of sucks. But yeah, that would be so fun. I need to
Okay.
get back to it, so yes.
Not to put any pressure on you, but
Check-
I missed out
write
on
it
it.
in. Yep.
I missed out on it way back when, and I just want to make sure that the masses and myself get to have that experience.
Oh yeah,
live.
for sure.
If I sleep for 10 hours, I'm going to go back and find that in the original Podathon stream.
Yeah, I've got to clip that out and put that on the
Goodness.
interwebs.
Maybe don't.
Even if it's just for me, Kacey.
Okay.
And I'll show it to you that. I'll show it to you that at the expo. Who, by the way, is famous in his own right. People want to be your dad at the expo.
Yeah, he's so excited. He's like, man, I have so many friends there now, and people were like reaching out to me on my birthday and saying happy birthday and all this stuff. I was like,
That's
okay,
awesome.
Dad, that's cool. And he said I might play fantasy football for the first time this year. So
That is awesome. See, you love how fantasy football just brings everybody together.
does.
Just like it's like the Kevin Bacon game. Is that too old of a reference for people, where it's like an extension of an extension of extension, just of degrees of Kevin Bacon? Like I feel like that's exactly what you're describing right there.
That's how it goes.
Last night, speaking of fantasy football, bringing people together, my friend Janicia, known as Laser Jane, she drafted in Vegas because her and her partner, Antoine, just moved to Vegas. And we had dinner with them last night, which was so much fun.
Nice.
And then tonight, Scott Frankel and his wife were having dinner with. So people come together even outside of the draft. If you're going to be in Vegas in August, I'll be there about 3 weeks. So come hang out with me.
I met Scott's wife when I was there for the SFB Live as well. What another great person, another great couple. And Scott is originally from Brooklyn, New York, which is where I live right now. And I was born and raised in New York. So you're right. I get to meet the husbands and the wives and the partners and all the people on these trips. I met Casey's wife last year for the first time in person. And I love seeing the families doing it together or being out together, the support that everybody gives to one another.
And I love it too, because the first year I went by myself. My sister came for a little bit, but the first year I went by myself, and I really am one of those people that does a better job when I have a group of people with me that I feel comfortable with. So
Oh, I got stranded with Kacey and her wife at an airport last year. And we hung out at the Chili's bar.
Yep.
Nice.
On our way to the expo, we got our
We had
flight
so much
diverted
fun.
to Little Rock.
Well, I wish I had
The
you.
Little
guys.
Rock.
I'll go around.
That's all.
Smallest,
Wow.
most boring
Yeah.
airport I've ever been in, but they had a Chili's.
I mean, hey, Chili's has great wings if you're a big wing person. So
Next time I'm stuck in Chicago, please tell me. I was on and off of a plane twice that never took off. Last Monday in Chicago, after 9 hours of pure torture, they put me in a murder hotel where people undoubtedly were killed at some point in that hotel. And then I was back on a flight for 7 a.m. the next day. But ladies, it is that time where we have to say farewell. I don't want to, but I have to, because we have a group coming up behind you. But we get to do this all over again soon. I mean, Kelly, are you going to be at the expo?
I am not.
Okay.
I just
Aw.
had to pull out because my work that I picked up is just going to be too much.
Understood completely, but I will get you somewhere at some point. But Kacey, I'll see you.
Yes, I'll be there.
Nice. Awesome looking. Maybe you can dust off your mic hand for a little expo freestyle. Just
I've been wanting to do that, and every year I just kind of forget
and I apologize if I'm pushing the subject, but it needs to happen.
I need and I need to get back into it because
there you go.
It's a creative outlet for me, and I've been missing something in my life like that, so maybe I need to get back into freestyle rapping.
All right,
I'm going to request that it be done by Bullhorn.
I've never done that before, so that'll be interesting.
Look at this guy checking in. Look at this, the other Sal Leto, my son.
What up, son?
This my boy. Look at him in his handsome little fraternity boy picture that he has there.
Oh, he looks like he just got drafted in the NFL, and that's his headshot.
Yeah, listen, he's a solid flag football player there when he was in college, and he was a fantastic baseball player. He did have a little foray into college baseball. COVID hit in his first year in college, and that kind of ended that. But proud of my son. He will be drafting live in New York City on July 19th for a second time. So the people who don't know, that is him. That is not me. I will not be drafting live, but you are getting a much tougher challenge facing him than facing me. He's younger, smarter, wiser, not as good looking. He knows that. But I love him just the same. So I'm going to let him go. I'm going to let you ladies go, and we're going to move on to the next group.
Thank you.
See y'all later.
All right. Sal, your son is here. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's on his way to work. He's actually working today while his dad is hanging out with his friends on a podcast. So
can you pull up Michael's comment? He just put it here in the chat, just the most recent one.
Sure.
Shout out to all the analysts on this podcast for all your insight, personality, and taking the time to participate in such an amazing group of people. You know what? Thank you for watching. Thank you, and hopefully you got something out of it, and it gives you a great start to your day, to your week, and some positivity. Positivity always goes a long way. So thank you very much for tuning in.
Yeah, to your point about thanking people for watching, Jorge, is that I've watched the numbers that we've had the entire stream, and they've never slowed down. Even overnight, they continue to climb. Overnight, we switched streams. We picked right back up where we were. We've had very consistent viewers the entire time, and we cannot survive something like this for 24 hours without people in the chat keeping it going. It's a lot of the same names. Not everybody's watching is commenting, but we see a lot of the same people in there. And some of them are people that appeared on the show and they couldn't get over leaving me, and they want to see me so much more that they're watching live and commenting. And I get it. It's tough to say goodbye. But the good news is we still have 2.5 hours. There's 2.5 hours left of this stream, and we're closing strong. Yep. And, we're going to do a live read, but I don't want to leave these guys out there in the cold for too long. And it is John and Andrew Coop himself. Look at these two handsome devils. Look at them.
Finally, my chance to appear on the Sal show, because that's what this is. That's what people say this is about, charity, but you know what it's really about.
This is a 24-hour Make-A-Wish for me.
Way to give a peek behind the Cooper there, curtain there.
Yeah. Sal, how many sandwiches have you eaten on the stream over the last 48 hours? 2.5?
No, we only did 24 hours this year, just so you know.
Okay.
And I ate right before we started, which was at noon Eastern yesterday. Right before, I ate a breakfast wrap. Okay. And then around 6 p.m., I ate a grilled chicken Caesar Hero, which is friggin' delightful. And then this morning, I ate the same breakfast wrap as yesterday. I got the same one. That's it. I have not eaten a lot. I've drinking water, almost exclusively 2 cups of coffee. And again, doing this show 8 years now. And in those early years where we did 24 hours straight, I used to eat too much and the wrong thing when I'd be back and forth to that bathroom. And I've learned, plus I've changed my lifestyle. If you go back and look at my face 8 years ago and see how much heavier it is, and I look younger now than I did when I started this show 8 years ago. And I owe that to a change in lifestyle and eating healthy and better. I've learned what it is to fast, and not just intermittent fast. I do 24-hour fast on a weekend at any given time for health reasons. So I stuck to the protein-based foods. I stuck to water, no energy drinks, no cheap caffeine, strictly coffee, and I feel good.
There you go, dude. Still hit the over on 2.5 sandwiches, but you know you're doing it the right way. It sounds.
Oh, was that the over? I didn't even know.
Was that 2.5?
Was I allowed to bet on that? I didn't know there was a.
The chat was taking the over, but now I'm also seeing a debate in the chat start on whether a wrap is a sandwich or not.
Well, this guy's checking in over here. He can't get enough of me. This Joey Wright. He's had me for the last couple of weekends. He's your favorite analyst I've ever worked with, far and away.
Wow.
An immense talent, and he said nothing untrue and also nothing not nice. So
that was very nice.
That's beautiful. I was so mean to him when he was on in the chat. I think he just high roaded me in the biggest possible way ever. So thank you, Joey. Shout out kindness and charity today.
I will say, Coop, you're also a man of your word when it comes to living up to bets. May I remind you of the Stone Smart bet a couple years ago? That was legendary. So.
That is a bet that I lead. That's open. That's live.
Good.
So anytime Stone Smart scores a touchdown at any point, I will come on your show and stone cold a couple beers with you guys.
Yeah,
that bet's open unless he gets a full time role and it actually ever really happens for him. I know, John, you don't believe that's true and you like to tease me about it, but if that ever were to happen and he were to score 5 or 6 touchdowns in a season, we might need to revise that policy.
Understandably, we don't have to worry about that.
One every 3. Hey,
way to be positive there, John. Come on, there's always
one every 3 years.
We're very positive, but we stay realistic over here. I guess that's a fair point.
John and I have had our fair share of disagreements, no doubt about it. You were right about Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave. I'll give you that. I was right about Nico Collins.
I'll tell you what. I truly believe if you combined me and Coop, you would have the perfect analyst. I really do.
If you just overlap, take a Venn diagram, overlap our stuff, and then cut away the outsides. Then
the amount of research that he does and everything he puts into it, and then all of just the data and knowledge that I have on my side, if you combine those two things, you'd have the perfect analyst. But instead, we just butt heads and yell at each other.
Not to mention what a sweet beer you guys would produce together, you know?
It's true. It is very true.
Dude, yeah, I could use some of that thickness, dude.
You know, before we jump too deep, we're talking beards here.
And the beard, too.
And the beard.
This segment, I want to remind everybody that this entire 24 hours has been brought to you by the Game Blazers app, and the action doesn't stop at the final whistle with Game Blazers. Rip packs, play mini games, and complete roster upgrade challenges to level up your battle pass and earn rewards. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, take advantage of the BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack that's in the app now. Buy one pack, get another free. Every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Sign up today. And if Game Blazers doesn't hire me for their reads, going forward, because I am not too proud to say I murdered these. I killed them. I put them in that hotel in Chicago, the murder hotel. I made them mine. So, Game Blazers, you're welcome. But thank you also.
I feel like you've done an amazing job, Sal. I was watching almost the entire day yesterday, and yet I still went to sleep. So, and I'm still tired. So I can only imagine how you're feeling. So you're doing an amazing job there.
The aftermath of these things, and I haven't done the full 24 in 3 years. Right? We used to do 24, and then after 3 years, they made it 36, and no human that does 36 should be crazy. So I broke it up into intervals. I'm starting to remember the aftermath of these. It's a definite full-day recovery. I'm sitting in this chair for a long time. I've stood up a few times during this podcast so that my legs can get blood to them. And I also said I was 42. While I do feel like I look better and I'm healthier now, I was younger. I was 8 years younger, 42, when I started these for the first time. So But the body's holding up well. I mean, I've had only a handful of bathroom breaks, and I'm just about due for another one. So it's almost time for warning.
Proud of you, buddy.
Nice. John, going back to what you were saying as far as you two being the perfect combo analyst, I think whenever I see the two of you together, I'm just going to call you Cooper Arrington, and therefore you'll know.
It sounds like a solid law firm. We're actually like LeVar Arrington a little bit too.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. But we just need the third person where it's like, and Jarvis Green Ellis, back in the day, Cincinnati Bengals running back.
Cooper Arrington and Fiala. That's the Fight Club.
Boom. There you go. Love it. Well, let's get into some Scott Fishbowl talk here. Coop, I went on your Fantasy Alarm and I read your article talking about your thoughts on Scott Fishbowl and the scoring and strategy and whatnot. Can you maybe just give people a little peek as far as what you think, which position you're seeing people kind of undervalue?
Yeah, and I think I'm surprised so far in the drafts that some of them I'm seeing it, but some of them not so much. That running back should really be getting crushed, getting peppered early in this, especially the guys that can actually play 70% of the snaps. Only two guys last year played more than 80% of the snaps. Jonathan Taylor at 80 and Kyron Williams at an absurd 87%. But with the volume is king scoring. Here's the thing about Superflex and previous drafts is that the reason quarterbacks are so valuable is not just how many points they score, but how reliable the floor is, right? It's so hard for a quarterback to go out. You actually have to throw a pick and get benched to only score 1 or 2 points. Typically the floor for a quarterback is 10, 15 points, right? Which is why you'd only start a player in your Superflex over a quarterback if they score 15 points a game. But this scoring with the points per touch, points per target, points per reception, depending whether you're on MFL or sleeper, that raises the floor of pretty much all these running backs, because you could have 10 carries for 4 yards, and that's not that bad. You know what I mean? If you're getting the touches, you're getting a few touches and a few targets. So I really think that I was surprised to see that the first rounds in some of these drafts aren't just straight running backs.
With the different scoring settings for both MFL and for sleeper, I think there's one player, at least to me, that jumps out as being very one-sided in terms of this person should be drafted and prioritized on this platform, maybe not on this one. And I'm referring to Alvin Kamara for MFL just because of the targets. He was the number 1 targeted running back in fantasy last year. Do we see that role changing? I do not. So it's more of but again, you don't have the target bonus feature as you do in sleeper. So it's one of those things where just because it's also running back, you have to also think about platform specific scoring rubrics there. John, let me ask you a question, and I don't want you to feel pressured because Coop is right there next to you, but I need some advice. Okay, I am starting in the back end of the first round. I got the 11th pick. Double tight end. Crazy? Not crazy? And again, pretend like Coop's not there. Just ignore the other side of the screen. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's crazy at all. Honestly, I have Bowers and McBride in my top 12 of the Scott Fishbowl ranks, so I would easily do it. Obviously, if you're on the turn, you're getting it outside of the top 12 there, so I have no issues with it whatsoever. I mean, you're talking about what's funny is someone mentioned it in the chat yesterday on the Podathon, and if you really think about it, it's actually less of a boost to tight ends than we're used to if you're talking about normal tight end premium, because it's only if you're talking about 1 PPR versus 1.5, you're talking about a 50% boost. You're not getting that here, but yet it's still just so important. You're getting a full point extra that it doesn't even matter, and when you're talking about these guys that are getting 100, 150 targets, whatever it might be, I mean, it's just going to be insane. So yeah, I'm 100% down with it. I'm at pick 10. I always go pick 10 no matter what, especially from day one. SFB 11 was my first one. I've always been pick 10, always with the 3rd round reversal. I love coming back in the 3rd round, having it right there. So I'm right there with you. And I'll never forget last year, I was just sitting there staring at Derrick Henry, and then the pick before me in the 3rd round, Derrick Henry goes, and I just wanted to cry. So this year, I mean, I know he's not going around that 3rd round this year, but that still haunts me to this day that I didn't get Derrick Henry last year.
So we got Kent in the YouTube chat says, no to bully tight end, yes to hammer mid-round tight ends. All right, Coop, let me throw a question to you here. One tight end that I'm thinking about targeting in the middle rounds of this of the Scott Fishbowl draft is Brenton Strange. Jacksonville Jaguars, Christian Kirk. We have the arrival of Travis Hunter, Brian Thomas Jr. in his second year, but no Evan Ingram. Christian Kirk's gone. Where do you see Brenton Strange, especially with the tight end premium nature of this scoring format? Where do you see him kind of falling, either in your rankings or just in terms of just potential upside?
Yeah, and as John alluded to, this format elevates tight ends, but it doesn't elevate them all equally.
Right.
Because you only get the bonus points for the receptions. You're not getting bonus points for yards. You're not getting bonus points for touchdowns. So certain guys that are low volume guys that live on touchdowns, like Mark Andrews kind of was last year, Sam Laporte has kind of been a little bit, those guys don't get the boost as much as the guys that get absolutely peppered with like 150, like obviously Bowers and McBride and then possibly guys like Njoku. Now, a guy like Brenton Strange, there's a couple outs for him, right? Because we want our guy to find a way to be a top 2 target on our team. That's where they can really get, 100 plus targets. For him, all he really needs is Travis Hunter to face plant, because we look at guys like Diami Brown and Parker Washington. Those guys aren't going to come in and command targets. So if Travis Hunter comes out and starts slow, then Brenton Strange can really start right away. Or if either one of those guys get injured, he can pop off in any individual week. A perfect example would be K. Dotton last year in this scheme for Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen had 2 wide receivers he really liked. When any one of them got hurt, K. Dotton stepped up, and now he's getting 7, 8, 9 targets a game. Right now, he's popping up on the screen like Scott Fish, blowing up. So
Scott is jumping in, Coop, because he does have some quick announcements we need to make as we
I wasn't even going to do that, but I can do that. But I was actually going to ask Coop to talk some more. But yeah, if you are looking to be a replacement, we'll need to replace people today, I'm sure. Reply to my X/Twitter or Blue Sky posts, and we'll need some replacements. So it's probably a pretty decently easy way to get in SFB if you are around and active this morning. We do this every year. Have to find people last minute. The second thing is during the last half hour of the show, we're giving away the final SFB spot, and that will be with Matthew Berry on, and the spot is to play in Matthew Berry's league. So it'll go to someone who donates during that half hour he's on the show. If you're already in SFB, we'll flip you. No problem. But yeah, someone who donates during that last segment with Matthew Berry. But Coop, I was going to ask you were talking about the scoring and the tight ends and how to attack them. What if you're in the 50 or so MFL leagues where tight ends get 7 points for a touchdown and they get points per target instead of the amped up receptions? Like Kyle Pitts doesn't get the touchdowns, but he gets a lot of targets that he doesn't catch. And does it really adjust your tight ends with that slightly different format?
It's the dream league for Kyle Pitts truthers.
Which platform do you think I'm playing on, Scott?
Well, I know you're playing on Sleeper. I'm just like,
no, I'm on MFL.
Oh, are you? Okay.
I am.
I didn't know.
I'm on MFL, yeah.
The way you're talking
I'm in the Springfield Isotopes division.
Oh, it's a tough one.
It's a tough one, yeah. I see
you're like,
Zach,
I need those
Zach Reed in the chat asking, Coop, can you tell us what your strategy is? For the first
that is why Zach said that.
Because he's in my league.
MFL, where we have proximity scoring this year. Big.
Yeah, there's certain players that it's crazy how much more valuable they are over there. When I was going through and doing my rankings, the one that stood out, like if he were to have a season like last year, how funny would Wan'Dale Robinson be? Where this guy got 140 targets and caught like 60 of them. He didn't even have 700 yards. But in this format, I mean, you compare him to somebody like Alec Pierce, who outscored him on most formats, he would score 100 more points than Alec Pierce in this. So you definitely got to pay attention to the different platforms and what's going on. I made sure I was over on the one that's supercharged for tight ends because of what business is for me.
I got to tell you,
it might be wide receiver 1 overall.
Wan'Dale Robinson. It took him about 5 weeks to adjust his over/unders on DraftKings, but I hit them for like the first 5 weeks of the season. It was just
Wan'Dale. I pulled up every season where a player has gotten 140 plus targets, and there were 373 players that have gotten 140 plus targets. Wan'Dale Robinson's yardage total was 372nd on that list. The only player that somehow had less, Chris Chambers at one point had an insane season where he got 150 more than 150 targets, didn't even have 650 yards. That was a Nick Saban Dolphins special. So check out that special season from Chris Chambers. That must have been a nightmare.
Touche.
Yeah.
That's wild. Scott, I was going to say, that's the first time I've ever heard someone say they wanted Coop to keep talking.
Oh,
Wow.
Hey, I thought we had a
law
truce
firm
this
of
morning.
Sorry. You know what? I promised you 30 minutes and I didn't even get through it, man. I'm sorry.
John and I argue pretty much all day in the DMs, and then of course we were going to call a truce here. Mike Viola definitely did this on purpose. He wanted a little spiciness to end the SFP here, but watch yourself. Watch yourself, counselor.
I love Coop to
right.
death.
Yeah,
so much for that law firm lasting more than the episode. So. Branched off to individual practices. Yeah.
Quite litigious.
Divorce attorneys.
Exactly.
There it is. Good.
Pew, pew. Love it, Zach.
Yeah, I'm fired up. Draft day. And folks, get those donations in. That's what this is all about. Thank you, Scott. Scott just got beamed up into outer space, dude. That was what that sound was.
So,
Captain.
So, John, you mentioned you're at 10. Coop, where are you drafting out of? Which spot?
I think I'm also 10.
Okay.
I think I'm also 10. Yeah. So I like that spot. I like that spot a lot. I don't, especially for this. The thing that this scoring does, that Scott did a great job of. I love that Scott changes up every year, so you can't just draft off some consensus rankings. You got to do your own thing. This scoring really flattens things out, right? Where it's like the first league I've ever been in where I could viably consider a 0 QB build in a league where you can start quarterbacks, but you don't have to. Like, it's possible. You know what I mean? So I love how flat it is, and that rewards the people closest to the third round reversal, I think, which Scott did not want to have in there. And I believe you were correct on that.
I was correct.
We should have dug in our heels. We should have dug in our heels.
So I'm a little disappointed because I really wanted to create an awkward conversation topic with my next question, which was, were you going to be happy with it not being third round reversal, and were you disappointed when you found out it is third round reversal? So kind of.
Oh, I'm still pissed to this day.
I know Scott
I specifically took it out of the invite email because I wasn't going to do it, because last year the top 3 picks to win in normal leagues were 12, 11, and 10. Third round reversal overcorrected this year, and with this format, it's going to way overcorrect. I'm mad.
I don't know.
The thing is, the settings change every year. Why does this one setting people get so upset about the wall? You know what I mean? It's like all the settings change.
I don't know.
Announce it, Scott, this year. Announce it, Scott. Announce it now.
Changing right now. The live drafts, yeah, we've done a bunch of them, but it's changing right now.
You know what you should do for next year, maybe the year after? Have like a wild card setting that nobody knows about, that you'll only find out during the draft when they read your scoring settings, just to throw people off just a little bit, to add a little bit more chaos to that.
By the way, I also like the idea somebody was throwing around of right before the draft hits, randomize the order. I know that kind of.
I like that.
The one problem I have with that is that, and JB Berry mentioned this on the show yesterday, is that many years ago when I first got into this incredible tournament, I jumped into one of the pick chats. And I met a bunch of people that to this day are some of my best friends. We started a podcast. Like, I didn't even have a podcast at all. I didn't have a microphone. One of my coworkers at Fantasy Alarm, John and Pemba, gave me one, and I set it up on a ironing board. And I was like, that's my first podcast I ever did with Jordan Loop, JB Berry, Kevin Tompkins, and Lindell Godfrey. And that was the first podcast I ever did. Wouldn't be doing any of this if it wasn't for that group chat. So if you randomize the picks, that takes away something special to me. But you know what? I won't fight with Scott because I think he deserves to get what he wants.
But it's people like to pick their own draft slot, and they like to strategize it, and there's so much conversation and connecting with strategizing for it. And also, it's the way I've built the whole system, it's better for my back end. The back end of SFB, if y'all pick your draft slots and divisions on your own. So
just keep the third round reversal, but like a week before next year's Scott Fish Bowl, just do first round reversal too.
Yeah,
I mean, it's perfect.
I will say this whole third round reversal thing
produced,
I think, our best selling shirt of the year. the Uno card with the 3RR on it.
Oh yeah, that's sick.
One of our best sellers.
That's gonna be great.
You know what? How about you put out like a poll, like a 4-option poll of like new rule to add for Scott Fishbowl this year, and then just see what happens after that. I'm just throwing out an idea. Jake in the chat says 8th round reversal is super underrated. Good to know.
Yeah.
Random round reversal for every
The
draft.
same data I looked into about 5 years ago told me that 5th round reversal is probably the most efficient and least likely to overcorrect.
Huh.
But that doesn't really exist out there.
So you've just been keeping that to yourself this whole time?
No, I've talked about it. I've talked about it on shows.
Because that would be like, that would revolutionize the industry. You understand that, right? Like how
I have the cure for cancer, but
they're working on this little project.
It's independent research. Yeah.
All right, 5th round reversal. I don't know. 3rd round reversal just has such a nice ring to it.
Yeah, it does. Maybe because we've been saying it for 18 years. I think it was 07 or so.
Scott's so mad at 3rd round reversal that he win the lab and invented a different one just to spite it. Just to actually everyone. I love that.
Yep. Yeah, that would have been funny.
Well, actually, yeah.
I didn't mean to take up all your time. I just I thought I'd come up here.
No, welcome.
No, dude, this is your show, brother. We already talked. We talked a little tight ends. We talked a lot of 3rd round reversal. That's what it's all about.
Not introduce the 5th round reversal. I mean, a lot of groundbreaking stuff.
Groundbreaking change to all
formats. Do it right now. I'm sure we could change that in all the leagues super quick too.
Throw it in there, dude. Let's go.
Yeah.
Last year I had Mike Fiella as my host when I was on the Podathon, and I promise you we've already talked way more actual football talk than we did last year.
Yeah,
Mike doesn't know anything about football. That's established.
That's funny. That's funny. I'm gonna drop out and get a few things done, but it was good to see you. Good to see you.
All right,
brother. Big day today.
Yep.
With that being said, a couple other announcements. We are just about 1 hour from the online drafts kicking off. So if you've been following along, and there's over almost 2,000 people right now that are still with us watching this live, and you're drafting, be ready at 11 o'clock. And if you're in the New Jersey Devils draft with me, get your 11 picks in quick before I fall asleep. I pick at 12, and now I actually set 14 plays. I put 14 players in my queue in order. So if I do fall asleep, you guys will be covered. You won't have to wait for me. But John, Coop, wrap it up. Tell everybody again what it is you're doing, where they can find you, and what you got going on.
Tell them about Beth, John.
All right, we don't have that much time, but I'm the owner of Dynasty Workshop. I'm the owner of DynastyWorkshop.com, and basically I have like every tool you could possibly ever need on there, whether it's DFS tools, best ball tools, obviously start sit, lineup, optimizers, league evaluators, all that kind of good stuff. And basically just, when you have all the degenerates out there with your 30, 50, 70 leagues, whatever, it just makes life a lot easier to go there.
Yeah, great tool, man. Definitely check that out. As Jeremy in the chat points out, yes, you can find me on Reddit at
there you go.
Coop. There it is. Great community over there where you can actually downvote trolls and bury them, which is very satisfying. Unlike the Twitter sphere. On Twitter, you can find me at Coupe Fiasco, on Blue Sky Coupe Fiasco. All my stuff's at Fantasy Alarm, on our YouTube, Sirius XM, 6 to 8 p.m. weekdays, and starting during the season, 10 to 11 in the morning. We're peppering stuff all over the place, aren't we, John? So it's not easy. It's not hard to avoid my spam out there. But we do a lot of content for free, and the Fantasy Alarm Draft Guide is up now with my Ultimate Tight End Guide, Yin and Yang Tight End, all that. So you can find out the top secret tricks, even drafting in a 22-round league. If, say, you were to pick both Elijah Arroyo and Noah Fant in your last 2 rounds and corner the market on a team that's going to use a fullback and a blocking tight end and really highly consolidate those snaps the same way that the Dolphins did last year with Johnny Smith. Little things like that you could potentially do.
Wow, a lot of tight end flexing right there, Coop. A lot of flexing.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I figured, people that watch this and donate during the Podathon, they deserve to have a little extra tip for this format that's going to start in 1 hour. So there you go.
Love it.
Big thanks to the Reddit, Twitter page is always supporting everything that we do and stuff I post and retweeting it and promoting us. And we can't thank you guys enough for expanding it over that way and bringing it back to Twitter. So See you guys soon, man. Great to be with you tonight. Today, this afternoon, this morning. I have no idea.
Always good to see you, fellas.
Appreciate it.
Take care. Well, Sal, I think I'm going to be heading out also as soon as we get our next co-host in here, but I will be back at 11:30 to pay homage to the gentleman who gave me probably the best advice ever when starting fantasy football content. No, spoiler alert there. But man, how are you doing? I mean, we're coming down to the home stretch, like you said. Where are you at? Like over under 2 bathroom breaks between now and the end of the Podathon?
Oh, definitely under.
Okay.
Because I have so many great folks coming on, I don't want to miss them.
There you go.
So I'll risk a UTI for this group. I'm ashamed to admit it.
You'll take one for the team. No, I understand. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And there's Bob now. Bob is who's going to assist taking me home. And I mean, you're going to miss out on 2 of my favorite ladies. One of them who's close in age to me. That's why I like her so much. And the other one who is a pain in my ass. So
well, I have a little one waking up right now as my phone alarm sets. So I got to go.
Go do it.
There,
Thank you. I'll see you.
I'll see you at 11:30. Yep. Take care.
I think just for a minute, everybody gets to see me stand alone, here as we approach the 10 o'clock hour, because this is what it looks like after you've been awake I've been on for 22 hours, but I was awake 4 hours before the show started. So I am awake 26 hours currently, and I got another 2 hours to go. So let me bring in my co-host for the next 90 minutes. The wonderful,
Look,
the exotic,
I won't be going.
What?
I won't be going anywhere. I've been here the whole time.
I don't know if that's English you're speaking because that accent is terrible. So I just want to let everybody know that every step of the way, there have been 2 constants in the SFB Podathon. 2. That is that I have been here for every waking moment, and that Game Blazers has sponsored the entire thing from the Ruta to the Tuta, from the start to the finish. And at Game Blazers goes way beyond DFS, rip packs, collect items, level up your battle pass, and so much more. It's a whole new way to play fantasy. Sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, and Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase that you make. Plus, get a BOGO offer with Scott Fishbowl packs. Buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Start playing today. And as a special for the that's all, folks. Game Blazers, folks, I'm not charging them for the trademark copyrights on BOGO, which I own because I invented that. I'm letting them use that because they are sponsoring us the whole time. So without further ado, let me bring in Faith and let me bring in Jen. And when I start to sing my words, it means I'm really friggin' tired. Hi, ladies.
Hi.
Yes, that's the energy I need. Let's go.
Good morning.
Oh, that's it. I bring it. I love it. Well, yeah. I mean, I've known Jen for quite a long time, and these mean fantasy streets on the Twitterverse and all that good stuff. And she's always related well to me because she admits that she's close to my age. Like some guys out there that don't like to admit that stuff, Jen. But we're both holding up pretty well, you and I.
I've have to embrace it, right? Us olds have to kind of stick together. We got to embrace it. I can't pretend that I'm, riding with these millennials and Gen Zs. Gen X is, proud, right?
Oh, I just got an update that a notification that my draft is starting in 1 hour. The New Jersey Devils draft, along with many others in the Scott Fishbowl, if you're drafting online, starts in 1 hour. And of course, Faith, the formerly of that area where they have that bad accent, and now down in Florida, who came to. Oh, she's muted. Oh God, good Lord. My favorite type of Faith, a muted Faith.
Wow. First of all, I was born and raised in Florida. I've never lived anywhere else. Thank you very much.
Wait, I thought you were. You just like the Red Sox or something?
My dad was born and raised in Connecticut, so there's my New England ties.
Oh, okay. So you never lived up. You were born in Florida. Okay, that doesn't make it any better.
Hey, Sal, I was born in Florida too, just FYI.
No, I like your part of Florida.
Okay,
so
good.
I don't know.
Sal just doesn't like that I give him crap every single time that we talk about his choice in sports teams.
I don't have the only. You can mute yourself here, Jake. You can mute yourself. I can mute you, but you could also mute yourself. And I guess Faith didn't trust herself, so she came in muted. Well, listen, I don't care where you're both from. I love you both, and thank you for being here in the home stretch, the final 2 hours as we approach my near death, which is inevitable at this point. I do have a little bit of a second wind. Like if I had the ability to go to sleep right now, if I could walk away, go to sleep, I would. But I feel second wind-ish. And it's all working towards closing with Matthew Berry, who normally comes on towards the beginning of the Podathon, right? Like the first few hours around noon, but he's closing it. And if you've been here before, Matthew tends to abuse me almost the entire time. And he's right about most of what he says. But this time it's probably going to slip right off my back because I don't know I'll be conscious enough to understand any of it.
This is the latest I've ever been here. I've never been here on day 2 before. This is interesting for me. I mean, not that it
I was
matters.
going to say the same thing, Jen, and I kind of like Loopy style because it's just funnier.
Yeah, I'm usually within the first few hours as well. So I've never
Mhm.
really seen you up close like this, Sal. I like it.
We need to bring some powerhouse ladies to close the show out. I mean, we just had a few. We just had Kelly and Kacey a little while ago, and it's a different era now, man. And the men don't get it done; the ladies get it done. So we're closing strong with the ladies. But I mean, introduce yourselves. Introduce what you got going on. We'll start with Faith, and take it.
First of all, I would like to thank you for having 2 representatives of my sports teams here. Bob, who represents my New England fandom, and then Jen over here, my fellow UGA girl.
Wrong. Actually, they're both Georgia things
yeah.
behind me anyway.
You're covered.
Covered.
My name is Faith. I co-founded Women of Fantasy Football like 8 million years ago, it seems like, but it was really only 5. Everything that happened in 2020 just seemed like it was a decade ago. We currently are in the midst of sending out invitations for our annual WAF tournament that we redesigned this year. And we have dubbed it our Gods and Goddesses of Fantasy Football Tournament. We currently have 6 fantasy football gods and 6 goddesses who are heading up a league each for a total of 12 leagues to find out who, is the best, because to be the best, you got to beat the best. So looking forward to how that goes.
If you
Plus,
want
there
to
might
be a woman, you got to beat the woman.
Correct. We have some amazing people representing our leagues. Like we've got Kendall Valenzuela, we've got Stefania Bell, we have Jen Piacenti, we have Lindsay Rhodes, we have Andrew Cooper that you just saw as one of our fantasy football gods, Howard Bender. Like we've got some pretty awesome people ready to take on some people.
I've met like all those people in person now. Like Lindsay last week was at the beginning of FSGA right before I headed out and spent 9 hours in an airport
in Chicago,
Murder Hotel. Sam, the other ladies I know I met Kendall for the first time in Vegas this year in person. And I had dinner. I sat with Jen Panchetti at dinner at Barry's in Vegas. And I have a friend, Nancy Hopkins, who goes by Dancing Nancy, who's just a regular Long Island mom who's beat Jen in Howard Bender's leagues and knows Jen. And when I sent the picture to her, she was so excited to see it. And I told Jen I'll get Nancy out there to draft in Vegas because Jen's moving permanently to Vegas. If you don't know that, I'm telling Jen's business outside of school. But
wow,
no, yeah, Jen's moving permanently to Vegas, and it should be good. So. Yeah, I love everything you guys are doing at WAF, and I know it was you that pointed out the fact that I didn't follow, and I apologize. For real, that's an oversight. I follow on Instagram. I comment about the videos on Instagram. I love what you ladies do.
How do you know I pointed it out?
Because Josh literally said it.
Oh, Joshua Hudson, you weren't supposed to rat me out, you fool.
Literally, did like a Faith like that for type of thing. So, I knew where it was coming from, and you were right. You should have come on and scolded. He said she'll be on with you later tomorrow, whatever it was. I don't remember when Josh was on at this point.
That was like 3 whole days ago for you, Sal.
Yeah, I don't know what day it is. Jen, and what's going on in the world of Eakins?
It's actually Aikens, but I know you're half asleep, so it's fine.
I say
Totally
the
fine.
from New York.
Tomato. Actually, funny story. One of my son's teachers in elementary school literally tomatoed our name. It's like, you can't do that. Like, he corrected her, and then she's like, "Oh, tomato." It's like, no. If we're anyway. Sidebar. I want to say one thing first of all, that the online drafts actually just started, Sal. So I think you're off on timing because they started about 8 minutes ago.
10 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah,
it's even better. I thought it was 11, but it's even better because
So just for those out there, it started already. But yeah, as far as I go, I am at 4for4. I am the director of fantasy content at 4for4. This is my 10th season, not in that role, but my 10th season at 4for4. As Sal pointed out, I've been around these streets for a very long time. I've seen them change drastically, but it's been fun. We have a ton of content at 4for4, a ton of tools, all the things. So stop on by and check that out. I don't want to promote every
really
Oh,
little
fun.
thing. Scott,
Due to the way the time zones show on the two things, I see what happened. It looks like when the MFLs got set up, they got set up for right now, and the sleepers are in an hour.
Yeah,
So MFL gets an hour jump.
because I was gonna say, like, I checked and made sure, and I was like, wow, I get to come on right when they start. That's super cool. And then Sal was like, oh, we have another hour, and I was like, all right. But I just looked and saw that mine started. So
I see that too. I just
Jen,
checked
what league
too.
are you in?
I am in
Where'd you
the
have
I am in the Charlestown
Scott.
Chiefs League.
It's good to see you too. I got
Hi, Scott.
got a lot going on, but
Hi, Scott.
it's very, very
Hi,
good
Scott.
to see you.
But yeah, I am in the Charlestown Chiefs League, which is from Slapshot. I am in the 12th spot, as I have been every single year since we've been allowed to pick our spots, which I don't know when that was. It feels like a long time ago, but also not. Do you remember when we didn't get to pick anything? Like, we just got whatever we got?
Yeah, Scott would always actually make me the 101 because I was doing this Podathon, and he wanted to make sure I picked before I passed out. And
Right.
every year, and once we were allowed to start picking, I moved to the 12. So I know he's scared today about that, but I
You
I
said
recommend.
you've got a 14-person
I did-
queue
I
set.
did
You
set
should be good.
I am good. Well, thank you for pointing that out. Jen, is it mandatory to put on the foil before drafting in the Charlestown Chiefs division?
Oh, I read that at first, and I was like, what is he talking about? Like some sort of weird, like, conspiracy theorist? I don't know, but I actually have a jersey that my husband wore for Halloween once, so I do have the Charlestown Chiefs jersey, so I may throw that on once we get close to my pick. But right now, the 101, who actually is Greg Smith, who used to write at 4for4 and is no longer in the industry, is the 101 in my league, so he has not picked yet. So, and I will say this is the absolute least prepared I have ever been for Scott Fishbowl. I know I say that every year, but
You'll probably do great.
no joke. Like, I know nothing. This is all blind.
Well, I think the fact that it's like Ultraflex makes it really hard to prepare, and especially not knowing your league mates and how they're going to draft. It's like, how do you really prepare when there's no real set position?
I usually at least look at the scoring, but I'm going to be honest, I haven't done that yet either.
You should look at that.
Haven't even looked.
Tight
I
end-
will. I
tight end
I
gets
mean,
6 points.
Got an hour. Oh, no,
Yeah.
you don't.
If a tight end's on a roster, he gets 6 points just for showing up.
And then there's the
that's
Jalen Hurts role.
And I found out today from Bob that I thought nobody was in my league was listening to the show. Turns out his cousin is in my league, and Bob's been feeding him everything. So
that's what we New England fan likes to do. Make sure that our rivals are taken down.
Yeah.
I say that with all the love in my heart.
I don't feel an ounce of it. I don't feel one single ounce of that love at all right now.
I did see in the chat earlier somebody was asking for your top 15.
They were asking for my what?
Someone in the chat was asking for your top 15. I don't know who, but somebody was.
Somebody wants my. I only did 14, suckers. Also, It came from the Fantasy Cares page, Bob, which is
No, did it?
It literally said Fantasy Cares. You don't think I saw that when it came up? I mean, what a fool!
It's a burner account. That must be a burner.
Since you guys aren't altogether that prepared, Faith, you're drafting July in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the 5 spot.
I am.
What are you hoping to have fall to you there?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, she's not telling.
No.
All right, it's not me. You're not telling. It's the world.
Correct. It's my potential league mates who are watching.
Tom Brady, right?
Yes. Followed by Rob Gronkowski.
Nice.
Listen, with the way the tight ends get points this year, Gronk probably can score a bunch without even taking the field. So, Jen, you are Charlestown Chiefs, as you said, 12 like me, and Bob. We're also 12s. And I don't know. At 12, we've got to kind of just wait to see what falls there, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
usually, what I do know, like I said, I'm not prepared, but I do know that the quarterbacks are not what they normally are, because that's normally kind of where I focus. Like, all right, I'm going to get, but now it could be anything.
And with the 3rd round reversal, we might be able to get a really good one at that.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I was going to say, usually that is part of my focus, but this year, I guess it won't be. We'll have to see how it falls. I mean, you like to hope that maybe some other league mates are not paying attention like me, and maybe they make some erroneous picks and then someone good falls to me. We shall see.
Erroneous.
I feel like Josh owes us. He owes us this.
If it weren't all flex positions, the double tap of McBride and Bowers might be good. Just to eliminate tight end from everyone else.
You can't convince Faith and I more about Brock Bowers. We've been on Brock Bowers before Brock Bowers was Brock Bowers, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, I love him. I don't think he will make it to the 12 spot, but you never know.
You don't know, and then you could double tap a couple of running quarterbacks. Who knows?
Yeah, pre-Brock Bowers, you guys were in it before he win it. But yeah, I agree with you. There's no way he's making it to us. We make it the other guy, Trey Mix something or other.
Yeah, the other one. I'm with you.
So
I remember last
I'm gonna
year. What? First of all, you're just in for pain. I think Brock fell to me at 3. I took him in the 3rd round last year, and I got so much crap for taking Brock Bowers in the 3rd round. I was like, YOLO. And then lo and behold, he was a masterpiece. And I said, thank you very much.
Look, Kelsey's going to be on his farewell tour, right? He's going to get all kinds of targets. The receivers are back. They're going to stretch the field. It's going to be passes for him.
Sure.
I'm buying it.
I had Brock Bowers. I think you did my stickers last year.
I did.
Faith, and I had Brock Bowers as well in the New York City Live draft.
Mm-hmm.
I also had Mark Andrews. That didn't work out so well. I had Dallas Goddard. That was great until it wasn't.
Everything is always great till it isn't.
And my goal last year became, as the other Sal Leto who showed up before my son in the chat, my goal was every week to make sure I was higher on the leaderboard than him. And we were ridiculously close. And we would pass one another and back and forth. And I do believe he finished out better than me last year, which is accurate, as he's referred to as the better Sal. Has been since the falafel days.
Sal, I was going to suggest you should have had my 16-year-old here as your co-host, because he does not. He does 24 hours at a time almost every day. He has this weird nocturnal sleep situation happening.
Which game is he playing when he's doing that? He's playing some kind of game.
Yeah, he's playing games. I think he's right now he's playing some like Russian spy game, but I don't know. I'm not really sure what.
No, that's actually.
Are we sure it's a game?
I don't know if you pay close enough attention, but I'd be careful.
Yeah. Here's that.
No. I mean, it's not like I do pay attention. It's not that, but anyway.
I know you do, Jen.
Yeah, he slept last night. He slept from 10 to 1, and then he's been up since then, and he's still up right now doing whatever he's doing. So yeah,
from 10 to 1.
Like 10 p.m. till 1 a.m.
Yeah. At least he claims he did. But when I woke up at 6, he was downstairs on his PC doing whatever he's
Yeah,
doing.
it's summer, right? The schools are out. I'm like, oh, wait a second, it's Monday, but I forgot.
Oh yeah. No, he's on summer break, and he he's this weird nocturnal being that can't seem to get his sleep schedule proper.
Sounds like every 16-year-old.
I will tell you this. I've had my sleep schedule was pretty good. I try to go to bed at 10 o'clock, get up at 6 a.m., get 8 hours. But
Same.
In June, I decided to go on a whirlwind tour of America. I traveled to Utah and back. I traveled to Las Vegas and back. I traveled to Chicago and back. So I've been in every time zone in this country in last month, and I am jacked up. Now I've stayed up 24, almost 28 hours by the time this is done straight. I may never be able to properly sleep again. I don't know what I'm doing myself. As I get older, I'm just trying to see what the hell I can do to shock my body.
It's tough as you get older to figure. I mean, I don't know. I like you. I try to do the 10 to 6 thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I like TV.
I'm a nerd and stay up way too late reading, and then have to get up for work in the morning. So
I wish I could say I stayed up for good things like reading, but it's usually another rerun of King of Queens that I've seen.
It's a great show, though.
It's 15 to 25 times per episode. I can recite them as they're happening, but I'm like, oh, I got to see this one again.
So when I flew out of New York last year, we left out of LaGuardia, and so we flew over Queens and the World's Fair site, and so I saw the globe from the plane, and because the only time I've ever seen it is on the opening credits of King of Queens, I was a stupid little nerd for a second. I was like, oh my gosh. And then I was like, you moron, that's there all the time.
Many years ago, I think my dad was a teenager. He worked at the ice skating rink over there by the World's Fair grounds. And it's a pretty cool landmark that's over there. I used to work at a hospital in Flushing, Queens, Fresh Meadow, Queens, in and around that area. And I was in one of their off sites one day. And I was up above the ceiling making a repair. And when I reached up above, there was 2 empty beer cans there, and they were in pristine condition, and they were Rheingold beer World's Fair beer cans.
Oh, wow.
And I pulled them out, and I was like, these are amazing. These are awesome. They were in great shape. They were empty, but they were in pristine condition. And I gave them to my brother because my brother and I, we've always collected, but my brother's been a bigger collector, and he probably sold them. That's not why I gave them to him. But he sold them, and I hate him for that.
That's a bummer.
You should have kept one, Sal. Then you guys could have had a matching set. Would have been a good brother thing. And then you still would have had one.
Also, by the way, my brother is built like Doug Heffernan and delivers for UPS. So, way to bring that full circle. That's what he does now. So.
That's fantastic.
Exactly. Try Extra Dry. Rheingold beer was the official beer of the Mets, which is why, Shea Stadium is built right there, and now Citi Field right there by the World's Fair campgrounds in Flushing. And Corona, Queens. So, yeah, that made all the sense in the world, Greg. And I don't like the Mets. So.
Yeah, Sal, who do you like?
I am a Yankees fan. You're aware of my Yankee fandom. It's the only New York team I root for. Born and raised New Yorker, the only New York team I root for is the Yankees. I root for the New Jersey Devils in hockey, which is why I chose that division to draft in this year in SFB. I am a throwback Michael Jordan Bulls fan just because I was such a big Michael Jordan fan. I was like my favorite athlete of all time ever. And of course, a just dumb, stupid Oakland, Los Angeles, Vegas Raiders fan.
Wow. I did not know that, Sal.
Yeah.
That's something.
I will at some point, I'm sure.
I don't know how much of the show you've watched, but I think the Raiders might be the most talked about team, not prompted by me this year. I generally don't do Raider talk because I'm not interested in taking players from a team that I love to hate and hate to love.
Hey, you know who plays for the Raiders?
Brock Bowers.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, okay, first round of the Scott Fish Bowl, you could pick from either one of these 2 players. Are you taking Ashton Genty or Brock Bowers?
I'm not telling you.
I'll tell you. That's a tough one, but for me, it's Brock. I can't not if they're. I don't know. I have a hard time. Like, I understand the workload is there. I get all of that, but I have a very hard time with very, very early rookie running backs. Like, there's something about it for me that there's just so much that could not go right, I guess is what is. So even given the situation where he is, what's going to happen, he just makes me very nervous. He's very early. And listen, even like Bijan Robinson was really early and he was good-ish, but he wasn't as good, right, as his draft stock. So, yeah, for me, it's Bowers just because A, it's personal, and B, I just feel like in this format, I'm going Bowers.
Yeah, I think it's you can answer, Jen, because you and I will not have a shot at either one of those players.
No.
So it's good. That's what we get. And I understand why Faith is being mum because these gentlemen might be in play. That's their neighborhood, and also Bijan and Saquon and all the other ones. I don't know.
The other ones.
You could probably get Wan'Dale Robinson if you want Sal at 12. I'm sure he'll be there.
Mm-hmm. If I was playing where targets counted on NFL, I might do that. But I'm gonna love one of the WAF raffles this year. But are you not gonna reveal it? Can we reveal it or no?
I know of like one of 3. I don't know all of them actually, or maybe 3 of 4. I don't know.
Well, at the SFB Live in Vegas, we did have an autographed Max Crosby jersey. And I did write in the chat because I was coming to do the auctioneering. I did write that. I will go home with that. So if you're going to pay for it, make sure you bring money. I didn't. I'm going to tell you why. I think we got $450.
Oh, wow.
Autographed Max Crosby. And God bless the person who bought it. That was a good spend. And I might have been willing to go that high. But I like to I get to be involved in a lot of stuff with SFB. And I like to let other people go home with the stuff. 2 years ago in the Podathon, we had the autographed Bo Jackson jersey, and I implored people to please bet on that, not bet on it, bid on that. I mean to say, and they did not. I would have spent more than what I got it for, but it is here in my apartment. I do own that autographed Bo Jackson jersey.
I was gonna say, speaking of autographed Bo Jackson jerseys, that's what Josh is talking about.
Oh well, I do love it, but I already have one, so. If they let it go for too cheap, I'll get right back in there. Is it raffles? Is it pulling a raffle out of a?
It is.
It's not an auction. Okay.
Yeah. But also I mentioned our Gods and Goddesses tournament earlier. We currently have 6 men and 6 women. Rumor has it that we have 1 more male and 1 more female that we have yet to announce. Sorry, we already have our man. Sal.
Not me. I can spoil right now. It's not me.
Not the first time a woman has told me I already have my man in my life. So
it wouldn't work, Sal. You're a Yankees fan.
I get it. Long distance, the whole thing.
But yeah. So stay tuned to that announcement because that'll be real fun.
So our other co-host here is just hanging out, huh? Has he said anything this entire time?
Bob, this is what Bob does. Bob hangs around.
Okay, I just am not familiar with Bob's work. Clearly,
this is Bob's work.
I see that now. I wasn't familiar, but now I'm aware.
Actually, you've seen Bob's work throughout the entire Podathon. All the graphics, the opening
I'm
segment.
just messing around. I'm aware. I can see him hard at work right now, clicking and doing things.
I shared a hotel room with him for a night in Chicago, and I went to bed. He was at the computer. I woke up. He was at the computer. I went to get him coffee while he was supposed to be taking a shower. Came back. He was still at the computer. Then eventually went into the shower with his computer. That's a different live stream, but
Jesus have mercy.
It's attached to him at all times, and Fantasy Cares is better because of it.
Sal, now is this the night that you spent at the murder hotel, or?
No, that was night 1 in Chicago with my man Bob. Night 2, he spent at a different place. I got the room to myself. Night 3 was my attempt to go home. That was Murder Town, USA.
I feel like your whole attempt at trying to leave Chicago to go back home to New York could be a movie.
Yeah, and I posted regularly throughout the entire ordeal. So
Sal was live tweeting his attempted escape from Chicago.
If anybody has the history of my Instagram stories and tweets from that day, It was murder. So, ladies, we're up against it. We have only about 2 minutes left, and I want you to remind everybody where they should follow along for the WAF upcoming raffles and events and Geeks and Goddesses. I know that's not what it's called, but
although Geeks and Goddesses might have been a better term.
You didn't include me, so
Josh,
that's what we call
bookmark that. Yes, you can follow Women of Fantasy Football at women_FF. You can follow me at FF_leap of faith. Instagram's the same handle for WAF at women_FF. Follow along there. We'll be updating our newest god and goddess as soon as we have the ability to make it public. That's where we'll be posting about all of our raffles this upcoming year. We're doing those a little bit differently too. How we're doing our raffles, where we're sending our money to, we're splitting it a little bit differently this year, which is exciting. So we get to help more people, which is awesome.
Sweet, and I can't wait to find out the results of the Tampa Bay live draft. Jen?
Yes.
Tell them where to find you one more time.
I'm at 4for4.com. I am all over 4for4.com. I am on both Twitter and Blue Sky at Jen Akins NFL, I believe. Yes. So yes, that is where you will find me. I promise I'll be a little bit more involved. This summer has been weird. Like I said, this is my 10th season in this industry, and this is the least prepared I've ever been in July. So I usually have, like 50 best ball drafts under my belt, like all of this. And I've just been in another world, actually enjoying life, if you can believe that, outside of fantasy football. So I got to get my head back in here soon.
Oh, mini Gilchrist.
It's way more important to enjoy your life. I'm happy to hear that. I'm doing the same thing. All the traveling, and if I got to sit in one airport for 9 hours or whatever, it's worth all the travel I got to do. Honestly, I'm getting to do things I never got to do in my life now that I've gotten to this age and my children are all in their 20s and above. And I've traveled to more cities in the last 2 years than I did my entire life and the 48 years prior to that. So thank you to anybody and everybody that's made that possible, as well as my paycheck. So, yeah. Thank you, ladies. See you soon.
Bye, guys.
Thanks.
All right, Bob, we have our next person waiting, and also a Raiders fan coming up, another member of the nation.
How? I mean, who made the schedule?
I did not make the schedule, by the way. I did not make the schedule. I did not decide the topics.
The amount of Raiders fans is just—it's absurd. There can't be that. I mean, there's not that many fans of that team.
Oh, there's way more than you think. The nation is large and in charge. And by the way, I'll remind you that there is only one nation, right? There is one nation. Raider Nation was Raider Nation. And then all of a sudden, everybody decided, blah nation. They don't exist. There is one nation, and it's Raider Nation. And, who supports that? Game Blazers, who's been sponsoring the SFB Podathon this entire time, supports the fact that there is only one nation, and it's collecting gaming and DFS all in one amazing app. Game Blazers is the new way to play fantasy sports with entertainment that goes way beyond the final whistle. Try it today and use promo code SFB15 when you sign up, so Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. And don't forget to check out this special Scott Fishbowl packs. It's buy one, get one free, and every dollar goes to Fantasy Cares. Download Game Blazers today. And with no further delays, and look what he's wearing. It's our old friend Pack.
There's jersey and my hat, Raiders hat.
And I back for year 3 or year 4 that you've been with us. How many years now?
Has been 3 years in the Podathon.
Yes, wonderful. And you're missing the best part of the group, but we'll take you. We'll take you just the same.
Thank you. Right now it's 8:30 in the morning here, so I was asleep a while ago, but now I'm here drinking some coffee.
Yeah, we don't talk about sleep on this podcast.
I can imagine.
Some of us have not gotten any. So yeah, it is true. I actually did give Al Davis his start. Back in the day when he was known as Maverick, I was the sheriff. and we used to get things done. So Pac, talk about what it's like getting to be a part of this show the last couple of years, being involved in SFB, doing it with Steffi and all that stuff.
Look, it has been a great experience for me and for Steffi also. And this year it was our first year with a live draft. We hosted a live draft in Monterrey in our city, and it was a great experience.
That is amazing that you guys you've come so far, and now you're helping to build the game out there in Monterrey and host a live draft. And how many leagues drafted?
Only one.
Okay.
This was our first year, so we go only for one league, and next year we hope to get back with 3 or 4 leagues this time.
I don't doubt you'll be able to accomplish it. I don't doubt you'll be able to do the work, and I might have to skip Arizona and just head down to Monterey. I don't know. Come on.
You are going to be very welcome here.
No, Bob, I can't go to Monterey.
Hey, you can go to Monterey. I don't know if they'll let you back in.
Yeah,
hey, I'm not even mad.
It will be great. I want to go to one live draft. I would like to go to Las Vegas live draft someday.
You should definitely come. I
Yes.
mean, that's the one we've been telling everybody about. We're going to try to make that the standalone kickoff event of the Scott Fish Bowl and Fantasy Cares season. We had just a great group. I don't know if you heard earlier that I was talking about how Jorge Martin was just happened to be going to a high school reunion down the block from where we were drafted. So he showed up at the SFB live draft. He was not scheduled to be there. So.
Oh, that's great. We have a great group here. We have people coming from other cities only to draft. We have a great response. And so we like a lot to draft live.
Yeah, I think I'd like to imagine that if we tried to open Monterey up to more divisions, that you'd get some people traveling.
Yeah,
Well, he reached out to me late, and I said, "Look, we can try for this year." You know, we got it together in like a day.
Yeah, you can be.
It
will be great.
Maybe Bob knows how to put the names up on the screen. I mean, I'm too tired to even figure that out at this point. But
what?
Seth is asking if we can get the names of the guests on the screen. I don't know if you have it set up that way, but it's hour 22 and a half. And Seth, I don't have the brain power.
The guests for what? The Podathon?
Yeah, like Pac's name. You know, he wants to have Pac's name up there. So,
I can do that. I can figure that out.
All right, maybe you could get that done for 2026. Cool.
Yeah, it will be.
Hang
will
on.
be great.
Oh, stop.
I also use StreamYard and you can do it. Oh yeah, that's the way.
How's that?
Very
Sal doesn't even pay attention.
I am apologizing. I had to respond to a message. I'm sorry. Say again. Oh, there you go. Hey, look at that. Look at us. We have names.
We have names.
I mean, we can have it in a bubble. You can have it in classic look, the block look, or the
Slim black and white part of the Raider colors. Let's leave it right there.
Oh.
So Pac, you had the live draft. You hosted. What was your draft slot?
I drafted from the 2 spot.
The number 2 spot. So is the league completely done? Or are you guys still doing some of the rounds online? You did everything in a one day.
No, we finished 11 rounds live, and then online we finished yesterday.
So you're all wrapped up. Who did you go with at the number 2 spot?
I went with my man for fantasy football, Lamar Jackson.
Say again?
Lamar Jackson.
Oh, Lamar Jackson. Okay, so nice. You went with a running quarterback. You still like the running quarterback there. So what was available coming back around the other way towards the end of the second round?
I went running back heavy, very heavy running back. I picked Josh Jacobs, number 2.
Okay, can't let the Raiders go. I get it.
I have my complete list here. Let me tell you. Okay, I went Jacobs in number 2, number 3 Brees Hall, number 4 Chase Brown, number 5 Quinton Jenkins, and number 6 Davante Adams. I was surprised that he was still there, and the steal of the draft, number 7 Bo Nix. He was available at 7. It was a very good pick for me.
Yeah.
It is a great pick.
Great. And then Travis Etienne, Brian Robinson, Jaden Reed, and Javonte Williams was my live picks.
Wow, you are loaded at running back, and all guys that have a path of getting the first touches on their team and being big touch getters, right? And we know that touches for running backs are really, really important in this format. And you can play every one of those running backs every single week. And I got to be honest with you, I think Brees Hall is a steal in these drafts. We talked about earlier the check down rate of Justin Fields. We know the breakaway speed and ability when he's healthy of Brees Hall. I imagine he's going to touch the ball a ton in that offense. So that is a guy I like, and I'm not going to say I'm targeting because Bob will tell his cousin, but should he be there when I get a shot, I'll definitely take him. So I like what you got. I like him more than Jacobs.
I mean, Bo Nix in the 7th. He's got an ADP of 44 right now.
Yes. I am the one who picked him latest. Right now, nobody have picked Nix later than me.
You're going to dangle that over people. I like
that. It was a very good value for me. And in the later rounds, I grabbed Rashad White, Jerome Ford, and then went 2 quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers and Tua. On rounds 14 and 15.
I know I'm not winning SFB again this year because no matter what I do, it's not going to be as good as Pac's team. So I'm already sad before the draft.
I hope the injuries don't hit me hard this year, and I think I have a very good team.
Yeah, I think we both do. Yeah.
Also, Steffi has a very good team. Also, he went with his Raider heart at the first round. She drafted Genty.
Smart girl.
She picked from 6th spot.
Wow, that's a nice spot to get him in at the 106. We've seen him go at the 101, and we've seen a lot of people talk about him as top 4. So get him at 6 is a big coup for her.
Yes, she didn't like the 3rd round reversal, so she picked a spot where she's not affected. Yes. Let me tell you her team. Right now, okay. It's right here. Steffi is here. Okay. She also got Derrick Henry in the 2nd round. So it was a very nice start. And he went with DJ Moore, Joe Mixon, Zay Flowers, Patrick Mahomes, and Jared Goff.
I got to say, I take it back. You guys are in the same division. She's going to beat you. So
she has a very good team also.
Every week last year, I was mentioning before, my son played. He drafted live at ESFB at New York City draft last year. And every week, all I cared about was if I was higher up on the draft, on the leaderboard than him. And he finished higher than me at the end of the season. So, I have a feeling that you and Steffi are going to be battling for position throughout the season.
I hope so. Last year, I didn't make the playoff, but she did.
Oh, I was going to ask that. So you guys have been playing for a couple of years now. She made it last year. How far did she go? Do you remember how far she went?
Yes, she went to the 3rd round.
That's amazing. Do you remember, what was her core? What were the core players she took?
Lamar Jackson and Saquon Barkley.
She took Daddy's guy. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And Saquon Barkley was a great surprise for her last year.
Amazing. And where did you go wrong?
The injuries hit me very hard.
It's always a problem, in the league size if you don't have the luck. This is your third year in the Scott Fish Bowl?
Yes, it's her third year.
Third year, and what's the best finish for you?
I think it's the fourth, right?
No,
Fourth year, because
for me, it's the 8th year. For me,
you've been doing 8 years.
Yes.
For her, it's the fourth year. Because
for her, it's the fourth.
She was in the Shakira division with me.
Oh yes,
4 years ago.
I remember. 4 years ago. For me, it's the 8th. I got to the semifinals in my second year. It's called Fishbowl 9.
People don't think I remember stuff, Sal, but I do.
No, I never
later.
Never
years
doubt.
later. I mean, my short-term memory is terrible, but I remember long-term.
That's good.
Yeah, and I met the SFB 9 champion, Gary Hatto, in Las Vegas. He had his belt with him. He brings it around with pride. So that's awesome. So yeah, I mean, where do you hope to see the game grow to? In your town and in your neighborhood and where you come from. I mean, it's probably been growing over the last few years, but what do you hope to see, let's say, 5 years from now?
Well, I hope the community grows a lot. It's growing every year. It's growing fast. It's growing every year. We have 5 years ago, the fantasy football here was non-existent, but it has grown a lot the last years. In part, thanks for our fantasy analyst. Oh, hello to Gemma. She is Mauricio Gutierrez's wife. I was about to mention Mauricio. He is the one who has impulsed the fantasy football here in Mexico.
Yeah, we've followed Mauricio's rise and Gemma, the two of them together, and how they've helped to develop, NFL and fantasy football in Mexico. And I've gotten the opportunity to spend time with both of them at the Expo last year after years of knowing them through this Podathon. And there isn't two nicer human beings that I probably come across. They're just genuinely good people, and the smiles, they just constantly have smiles on their face. So great ambassadors for fantasy football, absolutely.
Yes, of course. And here in my city is growing very fast. We have a home league, and every year I get more invites to more leagues. I have to say no to some ones, but it's growing very fast.
Saying no is tough sometimes, especially when it's just so much fun, because the drafts, there's so much fun, the drafts. And then you realize, oh my God, I have to actually set lineups every week.
I have a rule. No more managed leagues, but I accept every best ball invite.
That's what happens. You end up with 200 best ball.
But,
leagues. When we had Gemma on yesterday, I think it was last night, around 8 p.m. See, people don't think I remember these things, Bob. She said that her and Mauricio, they intend to come to the Monterey.
Yes. Mauricio told me they intend to come next year. I hope they can.
Yeah, that's star power. You know how many more people are going to come? You got 2 stars coming.
Yes, and I intend to help the growing of the fantasy football here in my city. I write in a newspaper here in Monterrey, so I gonna start writing about fantasy football this year.
What do you currently write for the newspaper?
I write picks and bets.
Oh, nice.
NFL picks and bets, only NFL.
That's awesome. So look at you. You guys are all doing tremendous work to help spread the word and the growth of the NFL in Mexico. And have you ever been to any of the games that have come to Mexico?
And no, in Mexico, no. I once went with my wife to see a Raiders versus Dolphins game in Miami.
Oh, what year was that?
2011.
Nice, because I was there last year. I was there for Miami and the Raiders last year, and the Miami fans were jerks to me.
I had to find a game where she wanted to go. I told her, I go to the game and you go to the beach and to shopping. So we have a deal. We had a deal and we went.
Okay, so she didn't go to the game with you. You guys went to Miami together.
No, she went to the game.
Oh, she did go to the game, but you had to take her shopping.
I had to take her shopping.
What was it? What cost more money, the tickets to the game or what you had to buy her while you were shopping?
The shopping. The shopping costs more.
Oh, yes. Oh, wow. So, man, boy, I love to see and hear how much fun you're having. And, yeah, it makes it so much better that you're a Raiders fan.
Of course.
I mean, and you go back to how far back do you go with the Raiders? Like, when did you first, what's the earliest Raider teams you remember?
Oh, the 90s team with Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson.
I became Raiders because of Bo Jackson. Unfortunately for us, we had Ray Schroeder as quarterback, but it was a great team with a very inconsistent QB.
Yeah, we always had Tim Brown. Tim Brown was always consistent. The poor man never. I mean, he got to play in the one Super Bowl. We got our brains bashed in, but I mean, were you watching that day against the Cincinnati Bengals when Bo stretched?
Yes, I
was.
was.
For the extra yardage, and that hip came out of. I remember watching that, and we used to be a sports newspaper called The National back then, and it would come out every single day, and it was just the sports. And I remember the cover of the paper with Bo laying there with the Bengals player still wrapped around his legs, and the projection was that he might play the next week because the Raiders won that game. He never played it down in the NFL again.
Yes. After that game, we went to Buffalo and 51-3, I remember.
Yeah, it was over at halftime. I think it was like 48-0 at halftime.
Yes.
At halftime. And then the rest of the game was just, you're right. God, that was so bad. And then years later, we made it back to the championship game against the Ravens.
The Ravens.
And Tony Siragusa decided, I'm going to drop every ounce of my giant big boy weight right on Rich Gannon. And we ended up finishing with Bobby Hoying in that game, which was just horrible to watch. And we watched the Ravens go on and trounce the Giants, the Super Bowl that year. And then we finally made it. We finally got our team back at the Super Bowl against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And our idiot coach decided not to change that.
I was literally praying in the Tampa Bay game that they lost. I didn't want Chucky versus the Raiders. I knew that was going to be the result.
And I got to be honest with you, that made me never want Gruden to come back. I was not one of those people happy when the Raiders re-signed him. I mean, I don't know how you felt about that, but this guy trounced us. He danced. He celebrated about how poorly we prepared we were. Why would we want that guy come back and lead the organization? Not only did we give him a ridiculous contract, we gave him part ownership of the team, and then he was tossed out of the league. So I was not one of those people that was happy that John Gruden came back. And I am one of those people that wanted Harbaugh.
Yes, I didn't want Gruden, and neither the offensive coordinator, Graham.
Yes.
The son of Bill Graham.
Yeah.
I didn't want them. But I hope with Pete Carroll's, the things change.
Well, I mean, he's a Hall of Fame coach. He's a future Hall of Fame coach. And this will be the last hurrah for him and Gino. And we got Chip out there as our offensive coordinator. And, somebody had put in the chat, Greg Eckert, that I think we're approaching double-digit hours of Raiders talk. We passed that a long time ago. Well, we have legitimate offensive players people are talking about this year. You've brought up Bowers. You've brought up Genty. Jacoby Myers was a big threat down the stretch last year. We still have Mayer. If Mayer's going to be with us, we get him on there for 2 tight end sets. We might have a really, I don't know if I want to say dynamic, but an offense that can put up points. I just hope the defense, led by Max Crosby, could hold up. He's a yearly candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, and got to meet him in the Super Bowl in 2024 and shake his hand and say hello. So that was nice.
Okay, that's great. The linebacker core is very improved also. We haven't had a good linebacker corps in a lot of years.
Yes, this has now become the Raiders Podathon, and actually the way that that's written there, I like that font for the Raiders Podathon. But Pac, it's been a good time catching up with you.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you want to say to everybody that's tuned in right now before we let you get on your way?
No, nothing special. Just have fun with the online draft. Have very fun. Draft your guys and donate for Fantasy Cares.
Yeah, and continue to spread the word. Thank you again on behalf of Fantasy Cares for organizing the draft in Monterey and for what it's going to become in the future. I know you're going to be, as well as Mauricio and Hema, a great ambassador for our game, which is now your game, and we share it with you. And thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Send our best to Steph.
Best.
Okay. Yeah, so Jake forgot to tell me he drafted Jacoby Myers in the 8th round. So in Vegas, there was an autographed Jacoby Myers jersey available for raffle. It was raffled off. And the guy who won, his name was also Scott. He's not a Raiders fan, so I offered to buy it from him, and I did buy it from him. And I think I ended up beating him out of an extra $10 because he didn't have change for that jersey. And I came back with that jersey, and I had it, and I was going to put it with the Bo jersey. And I said, you know what? My assistant director at work, a guy who works for me, a hardworking guy, a really good guy, happens to also be a lifelong Raiders fan. We did not know each other before working there. We met there.
Sure.
And I gave it to him to give to his son. He's got an 8-year-old son who's also a Raiders fan. So that Jacoby Myers jersey went to a good place. So Fantasy Cares, making another young man happy, an actual Raiders fan that Bob doesn't believe they don't exist, but they do exist, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob,
you have to seek them out. You go around and you seek them.
Now we find each other. I mean, Raider fans are loud. They're loud and proud. Not very
friends in low places.
One day you're gonna walk into the wrong low place, and those Raider fans are gonna know just by that dopey accent of yours. But Bob, I tease you. I love you. You do a tremendous amount of stuff. I want to give you a couple of minutes here, even if it's 1 minute. Because I know you're not big on spotlight and stuff, but you took a front seat a few years ago when this became a 501c3. Actually, you're one of the people that led it to become a 501c3, to get it to where we are now, to get to what we're doing now, to what it's become. It's a full-time job on top of the full-time job that you already have, on top of being a good parent and father with a daughter who has, is it type 2? I want to make sure
type 1
diabetes. And you do all the events and the fundraising around what that goes on there. I don't think people understand that you really don't sleep. That's not a joke. That's not a gag. Bob doesn't sleep. He drinks jugs of coffee a day, but
I nap.
Yeah. Tell me what it means for you to be a part of Fantasy Cares.
Oh, you're going to ask me when I've been up for 36 hours? Because I made the video before I got up yesterday. Let's see. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, how else can we take something that we enjoy and we do for fun and do something good with it? I mean, when I first met Scott, that was like the best saying I could come up with. My wife still doesn't believe that we have as many followers as we do, but she sees the results now at least, so I don't have to justify it. But it means a lot. It's really amazing.
Yeah, and I don't have to say any more. Bob is a man of few words, but humble and deserving of all praise that he gets from anybody, and don't doubt for a second that he makes this happen. So we're approaching the final hour of the 2025 SFB Podathon. So we're gonna finish. Yeah, we're gonna finish strong with with Matt Harrison of the Game Blazers. And as we've spoken about the Game Blazers every 30 minutes, if not more, for the last 23 hours, and we will again for the last hour. And then we're going to close it out with the man himself, Matthew Berry, Fantasy Life's Matthew Berry, NBC's Matthew Berry. If you follow Matthew on LinkedIn, I get a notification that Matthew's celebrating this year at whatever it is, because he's involved in so many businesses now. He's built a fantasy football empire. He's the best ambassador for the game.
And you got him his start, right?
Yeah, I helped him get his start way back in the day. He was trying to look for a name. I'm like, well, you're talented, and this is a rotisserie game, so talented Mr. Roto seems like a good way to go. But we're going to finish strong in this last hour, and I don't know how much Matt has been listening, but before I bring him on, I'm going to let everybody know that you should make your contest lineups even stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers. Play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boots. For boots. Damn it, Matt Harrison. You jinxed me. Contract extensions and franchise tags that'll make your teams even better. And when you sign up in a Game Blazers app with the promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, you can get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today. And let's bring in Matt Harrison, who's been with us. He has been with us before in other iterations, but this is the iteration that we like the best. What is up, buddy? How you been?
Hey, Sal. Hey, Bob. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I hate to say I'm tired, but I am. I'm tired, man.
We were offered, a handful of different spots in the lineup here, and I said, let's get the last hour because Sal will be pretty loopy and it'll be kind of interesting.
You never know what's going to come out of his mouth at this point.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's literally I'm got one finger on the mute button.
Okay, nice.
I think in the past that you came, like we might have extended and brought you on like in the last half hour too. You've been here for my demise before.
That's what I try. Yeah.
Yeah, and we have another gentleman joining us here, and I always see the name Rourke. So I don't know if that's the first name or last name, or if it's just like Rourke.
Rourke. I'd like to be known as like just one thing. That'd be really cool, right? I'm Rourke. Yeah, right. Like I'm Rourke Struthers. Very nice to meet you, Sal. I should probably add that actually to my name there.
No, you're like the Madonna of fantasy football, man. You're Rourke. So yeah. I'll never call you anything different. I don't want to hear about Struthers or Brothers or whatever you said that last name was. I'm not interested. But
that's it. Just Rourke. There we go. Madonna, I'll take it. Any conversation where I can be compared to Madonna, that's a win for me.
So, we've done the Game Blazer reads for 23 hours strong right now, and I know Matt. I've had Matt on the show before, but tell me, both of you guys, tell me what your roles are with Game Blazers and the inspiration behind Game Blazers and what you're hoping to do with Game Blazers.
Yeah, for sure. So I co-founded Game Blazers with two other, my brother and his best friend, Zach and John. Big shout out to them for developing and building the product. They were instrumental in doing all of that. And we started the product actually 5 years ago about now as a crypto-based product. And then we transitioned to the Game Blazers brand and product that you see today a little over 2 years ago. So the inspiration around it was when I was growing up, I was always a big card collector. I played Pokemon. I, collected trading cards. I was a big sports guy, but I always felt that there was something more that could be done that like underlied the actual trading cards rather than just the scarcity mechanism. And as a sports player, I was always super competitive. I always thought I knew more than my friends about sports, like every other sports person. And so the inspiration really came about by combining a lot of these things together. So whether it be collectibles, fantasy, and video games, and really make a cohesive product out of it. And so that's really what spawned Game Blazers as a concept, and has developed into what we see today as the product. So we just launched our new version of the app. Please go check it out if you guys want to take a look on iOS or Android. that is a really big step in the right direction for us. We improved a lot of efficiency stuff. So that was really a big focus of ours in the off season. And then into the future, what we would like to do is really bridge the physical and the digital world together, give people the opportunity to, take something like fantasy that is so unique around the reality element of it, right? You're watching this game, you're participating by playing fantasy, and then using all of the things that we love as, fans, right? The players that you're interested in, the teams that you're interested in, really build on that and use the world that we live in to kind of get the product out there and get into people's hands in a way that they can consume it that's closer to what they're used to doing. A lot of people play video games. A lot of people, like I said, collect cards. Trading cards is a big thing now. So we tried to take all of those concepts and merge it into one single product. So a little bit of a long-winded answer there, but hopefully that gives you some context for a jumping off point.
I'll give you one of these. Oh, it didn't work. Sorry. Oh yeah, and I work for the parent company, Team Blazers. I work for Sports Hub, and you guys know Sports Hub probably more likely from League Safe. And one of the great things that we've done over at League Safe in the past year is we, when you're paying for your fantasy leagues, you can also donate to Fantasy Cares directly. And I know last year in 2024, I believe we raised over 15 grand for Fantasy Cares. And this year alone, we're up over 8,000. So, a lot of people who are just rounding up their change or anything like that. It's been fantastic to help out the Fantasy Cares cause.
Yeah, it's amazing. Anytime you could do anything involved around a charity, but you guys have done a lot to raise a nice amount of money to make a difference for kids around the holidays and many other things. And Madonna, Rourke, don't ever feel long-winded. It's a product you've labored over, and something you and your brother and his best friend have developed. And I love seeing people passionate about what they're doing. And it's probably something. I have a 23-year-old son who would be real interested in something like this. And I know he's been following along in the Podathon, and I can definitely push it with him and his buddies for sure. And I'll definitely do that. And, I'll check it out for sure myself. But we've had consistently thousands of people watching this Podathon from beginning to end. And I hope that results in many, many more downloads and the people that follow SFB and Fantasy Cares do the right thing here. These guys have been very generous in sponsoring all 24 hours of the SFB Podathon. In the past, we've had many different sponsors, and we're like, these guys stepped up and wanted the whole thing. And so we were happy to do it. And I've been reading these reads, and I feel like I'm part of the business at this point. So.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, Scott and what you guys do for, Fantasy Cares and everything else, we cannot be prouder and happier to be able to be a sponsor for it. At the end of the day, everything that we do with the business, that's just one element of it, but it always comes back to what we can do to help everybody and help people generally. So it's, really our pleasure. And we're really excited to kind of expand our relationship with Scott and Fantasy Cares and see what other good things that we can do. I think there's always good that we can do. And so anytime that we have the opportunity to do so, we definitely will do our part.
Yeah, two great companies coming together. The running joke, I don't know how much of this you've gotten to listen to, Rourke, but the running joke is that I've kickstarted so many people's careers. So congratulations to you guys. Another company I've elevated to a new level. I take all the credit, but secretly.
You deserve all the credit. So.
But with that being said, tell me about your history with fantasy football, and have you been a fantasy football player for years as well as gaming and all that stuff?
Oh yeah, I've been a big fantasy guy. I pretty much got started playing fantasy when I was probably 11 or 12, like most other kids. And for me, I love sports. I've always been a sports guy. I think fantasy is such an interesting game, I mentioned before, because it's based off real life, right? What other games do you get to play that have real life components involved with it? So that was always something that was attractive to me. And I think every kid, especially young, boys, everybody wants to be a athlete. Everybody wants to be a star there. And I felt like I knew more about sports and just generally going on. So having the ability to kind of make those decisions is always something that has been interesting to me. So I've been playing fantasy for a really long time. I think the product is somewhat, for us, an outlet of how we see things and what we want the future of fantasy to be. I think video games is always going to be something that, will exist from here on out. And I think that's merging those two things and two of the things that I enjoy doing, whether it's gaming and fantasy and putting them all into one product. That's kind of what was part of the inspiration for this. So fantasy has always been a big part of my life.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's funny the way you say it. It's true when you say, most kids, they started playing when they were 11 to 12. But I was 20 in 1994 with my cousin.
Really?
They introduced me to fantasy football for the first time. That's when I first started playing. And Scott, it was in 1992. And Scott's a little bit younger than me, so he started playing a little bit younger than me. But we were still like upper teens and 20s. So to hear that the generation now as a group of young people who were 11 and 12, and I know it firsthand because, like I said, I have a 23-year-old son who used to come to those drafts with me from the time he was born.
Yep.
Right, so he eventually joined that home league that I was in from 1994 with my older cousins. He was in it for the last 2 years. It existed right through 2020 with COVID. It never changed from pen and paper, so he got to feel the absolute excruciating pain that I did with old cousins that wouldn't change it. They were 12, 15 years older than me. So they were very diehard to their original form of fantasy. But he got to play 2 years before it ended, and now he's drafting live at the SFB in New York City, which is the full circle has come, for us. So have you played SFB before, or is this your first year?
So this will be the second year that I played FSB. Actually, last year, I went on a pretty legendary run towards the end of the season. I rattled off like 9 straight wins or something to actually get into the playoffs. So I had a very interesting first SFB experience. And then first week of the playoffs, unfortunately, I lost it there. But it was great. Like I'm super, excited to get playing again. Actually, I didn't even get introduced to the SFB until, relatively recently. One of my friends, when I first started working in fantasy, I hadn't been totally aware of it at the start. And I had mentioned to a friend, like, oh, I met this guy, Scott Fish, and he's like, oh, wait, is that the Scott Fish Bowl? And I was like, wait, you know what that is? That's how much the SFB reach has for people out there. Where one of my friends who I've been friends with forever, I worked in the industry. I hadn't been aware of it, but he had known it prior to me. So that just shows the reach of it. And I'm really excited to get going this year. Hopefully I can do better than what I did last year. Hopefully I can win at least one playoff week. That would be nice.
Yeah, I think according to most of the people I interviewed that played in the draft for the first year last year, you're a disappointment.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah. One guy won the whole damn thing. He played
really.
The guy who won it last year, it was his first year in SFP.
I kicked him off the stream. There's no need for that.
I just wanted to get him to walk out. It wasn't. We weren't even halfway through the show. I was ready to leave.
I don't blame you. I mean, that talk about, I guess, rookie luck. You know what I mean? Does that even count at that point if you win the whole thing? At that level, is that even luck? I don't know. Oh, he thinks he's gonna repeat.
He thinks he's gonna repeat. I felt like flying wherever he was and just kicking his ass.
Look, I have a lot of confidence. I have almost a delusional level of confidence, but that's crazy to think you're going to win it back-to-back years. I mean, would that be the first time that's ever been done?
Yeah, it's never happened. Nobody's won it twice, even not back-to-back, I believe. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Matt, you've known Scott for quite a while now, and you guys work together in different. How many years have you been playing in the Scott Fish Bowl?
I think this is my 8th or 9th year, and I saw Jake Trowbridge said that his first year remains his best year in Scott Fish Bowl. I am exactly on par with that. In fact, there's now a Matt Harrison curse on every player that I draft in the Scott Fish Bowl. It does not matter who I draft. They are cursed for the rest of the year.
You doubled down on it. You doubled down on it this year.
I have committed this year as a Minnesota Vikings fan to only draft Chicago Bears, Green Bay Packers, and Detroit Lions. So that's my whole draft strategy this year, is just to screw the rest of the NFC North division so my Vikings have a primrose path to the 1 seed.
I don't hate that at all.
That's some serious logic right there.
It doesn't hurt that those three teams have pretty good offenses too. So
it's true.
It's not like I'm drafting from the AFC South or anything like that.
I was going to ask you when you were taking JJ McCarthy.
I can't. I took him last year.
Well,
Guess what
you
happened?
doubled down on it when we were in Vegas. So,
Didn't even make it to the season.
No.
Hey,
So
look,
the Scott Fishbowl
maybe
curse is
you'll
real.
draft Kyle Pitts. Maybe that'll be the thing that turns him around, Matt.
No, if I draft him, he'll die.
Oh, he'll die. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, look, I mean, he can't get much worse than where he's at right now in the AFC South with those Falcons. They drafted him like 4th overall or something, so they really need him to show up. They got a couple of dogs on that team, Bijan, Drake London. So
Please don't take any Raiders.
I'm
from Genty.
Yeah. Sounds like that's self-serving there a little bit, Bob. Just a little bit, not too much, just a little.
What?
I have a feeling he's going to be available.
Rourke, did we say where in the country you live?
I'm actually in New York. I'm in Staten Island. If anyone is familiar with Staten Island, I always got to represent Staten Island. But I'm from New York.
Born and raised.
Born and raised. Yeah, born and raised in Staten Island. I actually I went to high school in Manhattan, and then I went to Penn State for college. So I've been a little bit all over the map and stuff like that. So, but New York, born and raised. I'm New York like all the way through. When I'm on doing things like this, I sound a lot more.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah.
right over my computer, right here, is my window and my balcony that has the perfect view of the Verrazano Bridge. So I'm a few short miles away from you right now on the other side of that bridge.
Love that.
It's a little foggy right now. I'm looking at that bridge. It's difficult to see right now.
It is a little bit foggy here too. Where are you? I guess where in Brooklyn are you? Are you right over the bridge in Bay Ridge?
Yeah, I'm right by Bay Ridge. I'm actually in Borough Park by the hospital by Maimonides.
Yep.
So I work full time for Maimonides. That's my real job.
Oh, okay.
And I live directly across the street.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I mean, hey, Sal, then we should get together at some point. I'm not too far away. We'll get to know each other a little bit better. It's always great to know people in the area and get to know good people at the end of the day. That's what I'm most.
We'll go to the good borough, Manhattan. We'll meet up for it.
That works for me. That works for me.
Why don't you come out to the NYC Live Draft July 19th? Are you coming?
I'll be there.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
We'll connect more on that. You should definitely be there. I mean, you sponsored this whole thing. That's a great place to get yourself back out there and meet people. I know Scott will be down for that. Scott's going to be here for it.
Yeah, great.
Maybe we'll convince Matt to come. I don't know. Matt, you free July 19th? You want to come to New York?
No.
Okay, cool. That was a good conversation.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's dying. He's dying to come back to New York. When we went to Vegas for the FSGA, we had a great time. He's dying to come back to New York. He wants to get it going.
I was just out there in April, so yeah, it was great.
Oh, no call. Cool.
See, right, Sal?
I was busy at a hocky tournament. Come on.
Oh yeah, he knows we're out here, Sal, and then he just decides that he doesn't want to associate with us. He thinks that we're below that. So
I could understand him not wanting to associate with me. I get it. I mean,
I just looked up my Scott Fishbowl draft from last year. Do you guys want to go down memory lane
Oh,
of some
yes, we
really
do.
awful stuff?
Oh, who'd you have?
Okay, Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, he's pretty good.
Yep.
That's rough for the first, what was it, 17 weeks?
Yep, exactly. Jordan Love. Chris
Okay.
Olave.
Yeah, Olave, the concussion's killing him.
Kyle Pitts.
Oh, there it is. There it is. I didn't even know it. Somehow I just knew, Matt. Somehow I just knew.
Stephon Diggs.
Oh, geez.
JJ McCarthy. Rashee Rice was in there. It was amazing. It was amazing.
You had a squad there. You had a squad.
It was a great squad. I felt great leaving the draft, and they all died.
Isn't it amazing? Generally, everybody leaves the draft feeling great. Hey, so listen, this guy posted this here. Have you ever gone to the One Bite Pizza? I had tickets last year. I actually bought 4 tickets. They were frigging expensive. And then it turned out I had a conflict that day, something to do. I think it was with my son. I had to sell all those tickets. I think I ended up giving 2 of them away. They were not cheap. And I heard it was a terrible location. So I know it's coming back this year. Have you ever been?
No, I haven't actually.
I was just, I love pizza. I'm human, so I love pizza.
How do you not? Look,
here's Jake. So let's put this in here. I was in Chicago for SFB Live last week, and it says, we have 2 people from New York area. Can one of you finally admit that Chicago pizza is better? Here's what I will admit. They're not the same thing, right? They're really 2 different animals, and they're both good, right? New York is pizza, right? Chicago has like a casserole, like a lasagna in it. Bob and I went to Pequod's. I think that's how you say it. with the football guys crew. Jake, I could tell you that it was an absolute great. It was fantastic. I would eat it every single time I come back to Chicago. I just don't equate it to what New York pizza is, and not the same thing. That's the best way to handle it.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. I mean, Chicago pizza has its place, but ultimately it's not New York pizza. I mean, at the end of the day, that's just what it comes down to.
Look, it's not what you're gonna have at the end of the night, because even in Chicago, we were getting a thin slice at the end of the night because you're not gonna eat that on the walk home.
And we always get one of these guys with the Connecticut pizza.
Oh my gosh, I can't. I don't want to hear any of that anymore. I don't want to hear anything about
pizza. It might be, but at the end of the day, it's still Connecticut.
Exactly, and which means that it just naturally it has to be below New York and Chicago in terms of pizza. It just is that way.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you know, Sal, you don't live too far from L&B, so I mean, you know, one of the best slices you can get in the city. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. You know, again, for Staten Island, I got to represent a little bit. We have some of the best pizza I think in the city. Period. I mean, Danino's, Joe and Pat's, Brothers Pizza is personally my favorite. So, you know, we got a lot of good things. I think Staten Island gets a little bit lost in the shuffle there sometimes as a fifth borough, but there's quite a bit that we have up our sleeves. Pizza, I think, being one of them. So I can't admit I'm with you. New York, Chicago, completely different pizza types, but New York will always.
So Matthew put up the Farrah's, and here is my coaster, which is a rendition of the Farrah's pizza here in Brooklyn. So that's the coaster I've been using. The Farrah's is widely considered the best here in Brooklyn. I like crispy pizza with a K. Crispy is really good. I ate at Grimaldi's on Saturday. I don't think Grimaldi's is as great as everybody thinks it is. But the line was actually shorter than usual, so I sat at the bar and had bar pie, margarita pie at Grimaldi's, which is good. And if you don't know this, they put a Spumoni's L&B directly across the street over there in.
Really? Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know they had Spumoni over there, so I'll have to go and check it out.
Yeah.
You
So,
New
yeah, but
Yorkers and all your pizza, right? Okay. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. You got too many damn pizza places. There's one on every street corner, and there's 8 million street corners.
Okay. What does that have to do with? That doesn't mean that the quality isn't there. Look. If you can take any,
how can you even test to the next pizza place? Because once you find one that you like, you're going on a downgrade slope until you find the next one. They can't all be great. They can't all be winners here.
They can't all be great, but I think Sal can attest to this. This is the thing about it, is that even you might go and get like a Two Bros pizza on some random street corner. That pizza is still going to be better than any pizza you can get anywhere else in the country for the most part. So that's the difference, Matt, is that like regardless of where you go, look, like I said,
anywhere else in the country.
That's how I feel about it. That's how I feel. Look, I've been all over.
It's way better than anything in Chicago, Detroit, California, Vegas. Whatever.
If you're going to LA for some pizza
places out there.
If I could give a plug to a guy.
But man, there's so much good pizza across the country. You got to get out of that borough, man. Come on.
When have you haven't even had New York pizza? You're talking, you haven't even had New York pizza. You come to New York, you don't even tell Sal and I. What are we? We're chopped liver over here. We'll take you to some real good New York pizza places. We'll show you what's going on.
Well, you got people who support you, Rock, and you have people who are against you.
Exactly.
What I'll say is this: we all know about El Presidente and his pizza takes, but there's a guy here. He goes by the title of Brooklyn Bites, and his Instagram page is he goes around and he does not just the best pizza in Brooklyn, but he's done it in areas outside of Brooklyn, but also the best St. Joseph's, the best cannolis, the best calzones, everything, and he rates them and he ranks them. And honestly, I've tried to follow through on every place that he goes to and follow that path, and it's not the Two Brothers on the corners. It's the legit.
It's legit places.
Top of the line places.
Yeah.
So we're going to come to New York. Brooklyn Bites is the name of his Instagram page. I follow it and trust in what he says. I came to Brooklyn 3 years ago. I was born in Astoria, Queens, but grew up on Long Island, raised my kids on Long Island, and came here for work. I love it. I couldn't be happier being in Brooklyn right now. My life is people say, and my Long Island people don't understand it because Long Island people are Long Island people. And now that I live here, I can say that.
There we go, Sal. Yeah. Thank you for coming around to that. That's...
Yeah, they're like, yeah, Brooklyn. I'm like, you know what it is? It's not Long Island. And I was there for so damn long, and to be separated from it, to be separated from them. And I love my people. I go back and visit them on some weekends,
Yeah.
But this is like my own space, and I really enjoy it here. And it's a different Brooklyn than it was 20, 30, years ago. But it's a good space. I like it.
Oh yeah.
Now let's talk clam chowder.
But the best cannolis are in Boston.
I had good cannolis in Boston. I won't lie. I had them last year. Me and Ryan McDowell, we cannolied, and they were good.
Boston does have some good cannolis. I'm not gonna lie. I've been there quite a few times. They have some good cannolis. I mean, look,
You go
Boston.
down,
Yeah, go ahead, Bob. Yeah.
you go right down the north end there. I mean, there's great pastries.
Bob, which one did we go to? Somebody asked if it was modern.
We went to Modern because Mike's was the line was way too long.
So whoever asked that question probably like 12 hours ago,
I mean,
they answered.
Now I say Modern, the line wasn't too long. It was still halfway down the block.
No, we didn't wait too long. I didn't feel put out in your city.
No, we were because we were all talking.
Yeah. I would rather go to some place that has a line that I know, people want that they've already vetted it to some point, than to try and go to a city that I'm not super familiar with and then just go to some random place to go and find something. I don't know. I take a lot of that food stuff very seriously. If I'm going to try your place out, it's got to be something that has been recommended to me. I'm not just going to walk into some random, especially like in cities where I'm not, I don't have a ton of people that can guide me there. So if Modern's a place to be, next time I'm in Boston, that's what I'll have to do and check it out.
I want to do this while Rourke is in the room. I don't know if you know this, Rourke, but the Scott Fishbowl Podathon has been brought to you by Game Blazers, where you can build your ultimate fantasy team, make your contest lineups stronger by amplifying your inventory on Game Blazers, play mini games, complete roster upgrade challenges, and level up your battle pass for boosts, contract extensions, and franchise tags that'll make your items even better. And when you sign up in the Game Blazers app with promo code SFB15, Fantasy Cares will get a donation for each pack purchase you make. Plus, you can get a special BOGO Scott Fishbowl pack with every dollar going to Fantasy Cares. Download the Game Blazers app today. That's 23 and a half hours.
We go, baby.
And I murdered that, Reed.
Crushed it. Thank you so much, Sal. Yeah, and just to piggyback off that again, like I said, and like you said, actually, Sal, every SFB 15 pack that we sell, 100% of that money is going to Fantasy Cares. And again, shout out to Scott for all of the good work that he does there. I think it's super important that again, we as a company, as a product, do the best that we can to give back to the community and support people. So please, be sure to go in there. The BOGO and the packs that you get, you can use them in contests to win prize pools. Last year, actually, we gave away a little bit more than $500,000 in prize pools. This year, we will be exceeding that. So definitely go and check it out. And if anyone has any questions, please reach out to me. Either on Discord, you can join our Discord. You can reach out to me on Twitter, __Rourke __.
Of course, Rourke.
At Rourke was taken and at __ Rourke was taken. So I needed to do a little bit of difference there. So, and look, I had to stick with the one name, right? The Madonna one name, it's got to stay the same. So Rourke, you can reach out to me
Obviously,
there.
there's another out there.
Well, there is, but there's not another one like me, Matt. And that's like the point. You know what I mean? So,
You ain't never met a friend like me.
Exactly. And Matt knows. Matt spends quite a bit of time with me. We get it going. We get a little bit electric on the casino tables here and there. But yeah, we really appreciate Scott and everything, all the effort from Fantasy Cares, and I appreciate you guys for doing this and for having some awesome reads for us. So thanks, Sal.
Right back at you. And seeing that I've been awake for like 27 and a half hours right now, I'm going to ask you to find me and follow me because mine is very simple. It's Sal Leto FF, SALLETO FF. Follow me and we'll communicate, and we'll definitely get you out to the SFB Live July 14th, which is at Legends near Madison Square Garden in Manhattan. It's going to be a blast. Scott will be there. Bob will be there. Bob's coming in for the day before returning to Boston for his live draft. The next day I'll be there. Russ Fisher will be there. Rick Wolf, Ryan Hallam, just a who's who of fantasy football in the New York City area. And props to you guys. Good luck in your endeavors and your Scott Fishbowl.
How many live drafts is Fish going to? Jesus.
Him and I have been to Vegas and Chicago, and now he's doing NYC and Philly. I'll be at those two of them as well. So and then of course Minnesota.
Well, I'll see him at Minneapolis's live draft this weekend. If anybody watching is going to be there, come up, say hi. I'm in the Minnesota Vikings draft. That's the team.
I was thinking of changing my whole plans and just going to Minnesota this weekend.
There you go. Yeah, but drafting from the 9 slot in the Vikings draft, that means something, right?
It's destiny, Matt. It's destiny. You might be forced. Your hand might be forced here. Are you going to stick to your strategy?
Hey, I my strategy is sound. I know it. After I read off that list of 10 names that I drafted last year, I know my strategy is sound. Plus my wager on JJ McCarthy to win MVP of the NFL this year.
Oh yeah, that one definitely.
That's plus 11,000. Let's go.
Those are steal odds, if you ask me.
Hey, Minnesota Gophers did me well when we were in Vegas.
Yeah, you were a big winner out there. I remember sitting at the sports book at Circa watching Bob go. I live bet this Gopher basketball game, and they were losing.
They were down like 20-4 or something like that. And I said, "I'll take the Gophers."
And they ended up beating UCLA or USC or whatever it was. It was great. Good times.
All right, fellas.
Yeah. I got the first 4 picks in my division off the board.
He's just going to keep talking, Bob.
Let's go. That's okay. We like it when Bob talks.
Hey, I talk so rarely. You better listen when I do talk.
Yeah.
I just want to remind you, he's not in the chat yet, but Matthew Berry is up at 11:30. I'm just saying, if we delay him, I'm going to let him know it was your fault. But you go ahead.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Bijan, and Gibbs.
Oh, there you go. Matthew Berry has too many T's in his name, so that's my only issue here.
Yeah, Matt, you have. I think Matthew Berry would say that you have too little T's in your name. So
I have the optimal amount of T's for the word Matt.
I don't know.
And Sal has no T's.
I have. There's a T on my last name.
I mean,
Actually, it was snipped.
Should Bob be B-O-B-B? Should Sal be S-A-L-L? No, it shouldn't.
Actually, my first name is Salvatore, or Salvatore, or Dodo, which is got multiple T's in it, depending on how you say it, Bob.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantasy Cares knows.
We know everything.
Shout out Fantasy Cares.
Shout out Game Blazers. See you, fellas.
Hey, Sal.
I'm still here. Go ahead.
What are you doing in 30 minutes?
Sleeping, man. Sleeping. I've been up since 7:30 yesterday morning. 7:30 Sunday morning is when I got up. That's when I've been awake since.
All right, man. Thanks for all you do for Fantasy Cares and the Scott Fish Bowl. Fantastic talking to you again. We'll see you.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, for coming back over and over. Be good.
Hey, bud.
Yes. So Jorge's back.
Hello.
I'm gonna run, but before our guest gets here, I have very little time. I'm not gonna make the 30 minutes without using the bathroom. So you guys talk if Matthew shows up.
Fair enough. Bob, have I been picking up on a Boston accent from you, or are you just making up a Boston accent right now?
It's it's in there, but it's vague.
Okay. Is it vague? I don't know.
It can be. Yeah, I lay it on a little heavy for Sal.
Gotcha. So what is it like being behind the scenes, having all the power, pressing all the buttons, and doing whatever you want behind the scenes for the Podathon these past 24 hours?
I mean, that's how I operate. Yeah.
You're like Peter Parker's friend in Spider-Man. You're the guy in the chair calling all the shots behind the scenes. Was that reference lost on you? Because I know our next guest, Matthew Berry, who I don't know if you heard was in Avengers Endgame, would totally get that Marvel reference.
I think I may have known that he was in there.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually had him. I found a image and brought him to Boston FSGA last year to have him sign him for everyone that played in his leagues last year. But it was very tricky to find a high-res image of him in the movie.
Is there? I can't tell if you're being serious or if you're just joking.
No, I'm serious.
Okay,
you can find a low resolution or a screen resolution, but trying to find a high res that I was going to print in 8x10 was not as easy as you would think it would be.
You should definitely somehow between now and when he arrives have a sound bite or a clipped where it's like hand it over Stark and just kind of like drop that intermittently throughout the show just so we can give homage to his acting and presence in Avengers Endgame. I'm a comic book nerd. I'm a movie nerd, an MCU nerd. So needless to say, fantasy football aside, I'm already geeking out right now. So yeah. Sal, how's it going?
So just okay. Very well. So here it is. We bring you the final 30 minutes of the 24-hour live SFB Podathon. And to close it out with us this year is our good friend Matthew Berry himself. Matthew, thank you for taking the time out of your Monday. I'm sure a very busy Monday this time of year to join us on this Podathon. How's it going?
It's going very well, thank you. I'm still adjusting. I'm in a different spot than I normally am, so I'm trying to adjust my camera. There we go. That seems to work all right. Hey, boys, how are you doing? How are you doing at the end of the long Podathon? Bob looks like he's ready to just, keel over.
No, that's just normal.
Is that just a normal state of being for you? All right.
That is Bob's look.
Sal or Bob looks how Sal feels. Basically, is how we're going.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
I might be developing a hernia over here. I don't know what's going on, but Matthew, I've been live for the full 23 and a half so far, and I was up 4 hours before we started. So I'm going on 28 hours of being awake, and I feel like I still look fresh as a daisy. So.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't actually look at that many daisies. So,
Roses?
I'll take your word for it. Is that what a daisy looks like, Sal?
This is daisy in human form. We've had throughout. We've had Jake on. We've had Cooter on. We've had different people that represent fantasy life. We kicked off the show yesterday, so we bookended with NBC people. We had Lawrence kick off the show yesterday. So many great things that are going on with the people.
All people I love, by the way. Jake and Cooter and Lawrence, Kendall, all of them. All people I love. So that's awesome.
Yeah, all people that you love, people that have done great work with you and around you, and that you've helped to support and that support you as well. And, somebody had brought up, I think it was Scott Frankel. You may remember Scott's name, about how you basically, I think it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago on the Podathon, like, you had that breaking news, and you kind of told everybody the day after about, you're leaving ESPN and going to NBC and starting this venture that you're in now. And, as I've told plenty of people, like, I came off the Fantasy Life app back in 2015, 2016, where we created Falafel. And how does it feel to have all your businesses kind of like humming in a good way right now? You're just like a real good zone.
Well, I appreciate that. We're still climbing that mountain, right? We're not done yet, but it's been a really fun ride and journey. No journey is alone, and so starting with my CEO Elliot Christ, Dan Kaufman, Emily Stone, some of the people that work with me at Fantasy Life, and like all of our investors. You mentioned some of our content creators that we've had. It's been great. And by the way, one of the reasons that I left ESPN to go to NBC was because NBC was like, hey, we get what you want to do with Fantasy Life, and we'll be supportive, and in fact we'll be partners. That's what we are. We're actually the official tools provider of NBCSports. So it's been really gratifying. It's been a fun journey. We're not done yet, but honestly, it feels great. It's been when you work on something and you see it come to life, like there's a real joy in building something. It's hard to describe.
Yeah, I would imagine it is hard to describe. I'll tell you something for me that I always like is, pregame, before, Football Night in America starts, you're giving that behind the scenes tour on your social media. You're walking through the tunnel or maybe out on the field. And it's like, damn, that's Matthew. I remember in 2015 when you first popped into the Falafel chat to thank us for, being a hub on that app. And I'm like, Matthew, when we interviewed you the first time in 2016, one of the things you said, and I've said it in many interviews, is, I'm a regular guy and I like these things. And I figured if I like these things and I present them to people, and you've remained that regular guy. I mean, you've gotten to live a better life and you've earned that better life. There's no doubt about that. So kudos to you and your wife and your children and all the success that you've had. But like we're out here like still excited for you because you're like one of the regular guys, and you come back year after year onto this. So,
well, listen, I appreciate that, Sal. And like when I was starting out, there were a lot of people that were helping me that were very generous with their time, their advice, their introductions, and so I think it's important to give back. I think it's important to to pay it forward. It's one of the reasons why I always enjoy being a part of Scott Fishbowl. Scott does such a great job, as do all the people around him and around Scott Fishbowl, is just because I think it is the epitome of sort of paying it forward and trying to use fantasy football for good and trying to make the world in a small way a better place. And I think all those things are important. And so I've always said this, that my job in life is to leave fantasy football in a better place than I found it. And I can't stop until every man, woman, and child plays. So it's as I said, we're still climbing that mountain, but I appreciate that, and I've tried to, what I would say is that I think whatever level of success I've had is that I think it's because I've just tried to be myself. I'm not, despite my role in Avengers Endgame as the highest grossing actor of all time worldwide on a per movie basis.
Well deserved.
I'm not that good an actor, so it's just honestly, it's just easier to be myself, and that's just sort of when you are yourself, when you're honest, you can't get in trouble, right? So that's what I've tried to do along the way.
Yeah, and that's kind of the conversation we had with Lawrence yesterday. Like I said to him, he has remained that same guy in the 4 years that he's come to work with NBC and doing happy hour and all that stuff. Lawrence is Lawrence. That's the same guy he was when he was sitting on the side of the road giving his videos. It's the same guy that I got to hang out with and have a drink with in Boston last year, the night before FSGA started. That is authenticity is everything. Being you is everything. People know when you're phony. People can see through it. And,
for sure.
Your success of both of you guys speaks volumes. I want to let Jorge's been dying to get a word in, and he made the show to jump on as a co-host here. So I want to give Jorge an opportunity to speak.
So, Matthew, first of all, a question that I've been asking everybody that we've had on so far this morning has been, you look back to a certain point in your life and then you see where the fantasy community is now, and would you have ever imagined it being where it is? So from the point that this came out, which still have it, thank you. To where it is now, could you have ever have imagined, just like whether it's the number of content creators, the quality of content, just the different ways people can contribute in content creation? Did you ever imagine from when this was published to where it is now that we would be where we are today?
No, honestly. And, it's interesting. I mean, like I get interviews all the time. I'm like, wow, like, do you have your dream job? You must have, you play fantasy. They all think that's what I do for a living, right? Is that I play fantasy football. That's what we do. But like you must have your dream job, doing, and I'm like, no, I mean, I don't have my dream job, because when I was dreaming of jobs, this didn't exist. I put this out the other day on the 4th of July. I do it every year, and I do it around Thanksgiving as well. It's like where I was just like, I'm glad to live in a country where I have the freedom to somehow make a living wearing makeup and talking about fake football on TV. But the idea that I could have made a living doing that was insane to me when I was a kid, when I was in college. Honestly, Jorge, the idea that when I was in college that I would be able to write a book, that someone would pay me money to write a book about fake football, and then it would be a New York Times bestseller and spend many months on the list, is all insane to me. So all of this is crazy. We announced today that Fantasy Life, we raised a $7 million seed round, and our lead investors are LRMR Ventures, which is the family office of LeBron James and Maverick Carter.
Oh, wow.
And it's co-led by SC Holdings, run by Jason Stein. And Jason Stein is, among other things, he's a very accomplished executive, but among other things, he is the special advisor to Maverick and LeBron. So the idea that I would be that someday that I would actually even meet LeBron James and Maverick Carter, and that then, not only would I meet them, but that I would become friends with them, that I would play in a fantasy league with Maverick now, and that they would say to me, hey, we believe in everything you're building so much, we would like to write checks to you. We would like to lead you around. We would like to be, the lead investors in your company. Like, that's insane to me. So no, No, it's all pinch me stuff. It's all crazy stuff, and I'm truly blessed, truly blessed. And again, and I have to tell you, like, I get all the credit because I'm whatever. I've got the face and I'm on the front of the jersey, as it were. But honestly, like, I'm just a cog, right? I have an incredible team behind me that, like I said, whether it's investors, whether it's my CEO, my entire full-time staff. We have 25 full-time employees working on Fantasy Life, and they all kick ass. They're all crushing, and they're all just working because we launched a new website. Highly recommend going to fantasylife.com. We launched a brand new website today, brand new tools. Our Fantasy HQ tool, I think, is going to blow people away when they try that out. It's free to play, free to check it out. By the way, we also have the Scott Fishbowl tool. It is our pleasure, once again, to host for free the Scott Fishbowl tool. Just go to fantasylife.com, click on the Fantasy tab, click on Tools, and you'll see the Scott Fishbowl tool that can help you track your league and ADP and runs and everything you need to know. I mean, it's an incredible tool that everyone uses throughout the Scott Fishbowl tournament. So we're happy to once again present that for free to everyone.
And we've been asked that question during the stream, who's hosting it this year, and I'm glad to hear it's back with you guys at Fantasy Life, where it worked very smoothly last year, and it was very helpful to everybody.
Yeah, no, well, listen, part of why we raised the money that we did is to continually to improve our tech, and that's a piece of it. And so shout out to John Revy, who's our chief product officer, by the way, and just absolutely crushes. He just, poor guy. I don't think he has a life because he's always working. He's a rock star.
Matthew, believe it or not, you and I have met. I know you totally remember back in 2016 when you were
sure.
ESPN, the Washington DC show, and there are two pieces of advice that I've gotten from you over the years that have always resonated with me, and I still hold true to this day. And the very first thing you had mentioned back then was, even though there are a lot of them out there, you know what? Start a podcast, get your voice out there, because you never know who could be listening. All it takes is one person to, launch you or take you wherever it is you want to go in the space. And so that's something that I think we can all agree on, that is something that still holds true to this day. Another thing is, and this is me selfishly speaking here, as somebody who's tried to build up their brand and build up having numerous people within their brand, you made a comment, I want to say it was either last year or the year before, that the Matthew Berry strategy, and that's what I call it. I call it the Matthew Berry strategy, where it's like you get a bunch of really smart people, right? You get them in the room and you get out of their way and you let them work their magic. And I think that's something, maybe if you could speak to that a little bit in terms of just all the success you've had with Fantasy Life and just in general.
Sure, happy to do that. But that's really what it is like, just don't micromanage. And every once in a while I have to catch myself because sometimes I do. But generally speaking, I try to hire really smart people and just get the hell out of their way, just not be an impediment. And so what I do with Fantasy Life specifically is I'm the founder of Fantasy Life. And so, it is, because of it's easier for me to get into a room with Maverick Carter and LeBron James than it is for other people, right? It is. And so, whether it's fundraising, whether it's business development, whether it's opening some doors, whether it's kind of grand vision stuff, sort of long-term, where we want the company to go and strategy, that's the stuff that I focus on. But in terms of the day-to-day, I don't do any of the hiring. I don't do any of the firing. I'm not in the day-to-day of it. I find out what's in our newsletter every single day, the same way everyone else does. When I open up my inbox in the morning and I see what we've written about. And so again, like I said, in terms of, there's tons of stuff that happens business-wise that I find out like 2 weeks later. Like I'll text Elliot and I'll be like, wait, do we have a deal with this person? And he's like, yeah. We did that a couple weeks ago. I'm like, okay, great. So the day-to-day of it is, everything is run by my team, and they do a great job of it. And so, yeah, that's the biggest thing I think I do is basically call me when you need me. There are certain things I'm needed for. And so call me when you need me, call me when I can be helpful, but otherwise do your job, right? The Belichick thing, just do your job. And, I'm not going to be an impediment. And if I can be helpful, I will be. And otherwise I just sort of do my kind of broader vision things as well. And so it's worked out, Jorge. But yeah, I think empowering people just on a larger level, empowering people is not only the right thing to do, but I think it's just smart business advice as well.
Love it.
You know, and props to Elliot. Elliot is a friend as well. Elliot's a guy who we know went through kind of a shady situation somewhere else, no fault of his own, and he landed on his feet with Matthew over at Fantasy Life, and is crushing it over there. And for Matthew to literally say it's almost like hands off for him, and Elliot's leading, and the other guys are leading the way, other ladies are leading the way, the whole crew over there. It speaks volumes to the trust and faith that he has in that crew that he's put together. So, to your point, Jorge, what he said to you, he's living and breathing that right now. And you know, I was going to ask what's next, right? But I think you've kind of laid out most of what's next. But
yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Sal, I'll just say one thing. I think we've had a lot of success. We've had some speed bumps too, like any startup. But one of the things, if not the thing we're most proud of at Fantasy Life, is that last year, both Sports Business Journal and Front Office Sports, in completely different award ceremonies, both awarded us among the best places to work in sports. You know, like every company in sports, from ESPN and NBC Sports and Yahoo all the way down to, you know, the smallest startup in the world. They all compete, right? The Athletic, you name it. And what happened is both those places, it's all anonymous. It's all based on employee feedback, and they do interviews, and you can't campaign for it. You can't buy it. You can't do it. You know, it's just, and so the fact that two different organizations named us one of the best places to work in sports is incredibly meaningful to me and to Elliot, and you know, speaks to the culture that we've tried to build. And so those are the things that we're like most proud of, is that, you know, just honestly, we're not assholes. Like we have a big, we're literally like the day I hired Elliot when he was employee number 1, and I just said, I have only one rule, literally only one rule: no assholes. Let's build this company together. We'll figure it out together. But that's my only rule: no assholes. I don't care how good they are, no assholes. And we've stuck to that, and we've been pretty lucky so far. So,
yep. Streaming up on our scroll at the bottom of the page is to donate to me and Matthew Berry's league. You know, and there's one spot that we're going to give away to somebody that donates during this last 30 minutes. But you know, talk about how I remember the first year that you got into Scott Fishbowl. It was live on SFB Podathon. You remember, like, you were a replacement, and Scott was getting your information on the side, and now you've been in it ever since. And how did this idea of, you know, Matthew Berry League? Oh, there, what happened?
There we go.
There we go. Okay, I don't know, something happened. Technical difficulties. Yes, I vaguely remember that, Sal. You know, I remember things like, you know, I have a weird memory, right? I remember a lot of stats, a lot of plays, and that kind of stuff. And other stuff, I'm just sort of like, oh yeah, maybe, probably. What I would say, but I do want to just sort of highlight this. So fantasycares.org/Berry League. There's literally one spot in all of Scott Fishbowl, over 4,000 people playing, and there's literally one spot left, and that is in my league, to play in my league. And we are at the end of this. We've got 10 minutes left. Somebody is going to be able to get that. And I think I don't know if it's the highest donor, or this is a Scott Fish call, honestly, Sal. If somebody, maybe Bob doesn't seem like he's doing much these days.
Well,
Bob,
Scott
look,
is here.
Some new text, Bob.
I might just put myself in, you know.
Oh, okay, there you go. Poor Bob.
Already raised $530 during this half hour.
Have we really? All right, let's go. So Scott, what are we doing? Is it the highest bidder, or is it just a random bidder? And what are the people all the people that bid $531?
I feel random's fine. Either way is honestly fine, but I figured random gives everybody a shot.
Yep.
Then random
whether
it's
$1 or $20.
What?
Whether it's $1 or $20, you have the same chance.
That's right. That's right. Wow. But Bob, shut up. Hey, let other people talk.
They can't donate $1. I have it set for 10.
Okay. There you go. There you go.
I have it set for 10. They can't donate for less than that.
It's good to have goals. So it's good.
Yeah.
Did you mention your new site redesign?
Yes, we have. We
Look
talked
at
a little
that.
bit about it. I have to tell you, Scott, it's been such a pleasure, because we literally haven't talked about one player. We haven't talked about one player, one sleeper. We haven't talked about anything. It's just all been about fantasy life and business. And so as you see it there on your screen, the new Scott Fishbowl tool, 100% free on fantasylife.com. I think it looks great. Again, you literally you click on fantasy to tools, and then you get to Scott Fishbowl and you see the tool there. But what I was going to say, Scott, is what's been such a pleasure is that so many people obviously know me as a content creator. They know me for Love Hate. They know me for the podcast. They know me for, whether it's Football Night in America or the Sunday morning show, any of that kind of stuff. And so the majority of my life is like, give me a sleeper. Hey, who do you love, hate this week? Blah, 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 blah. Who do you rank? Hey, I'm thinking I got the 5th pick. Is that too early for Genty? It's like, that's my life, right? And so anytime I get to talk about something that isn't that, and I love that, and I have a blessed career, and it's not me complaining, but I have Fantasy Life is actually the Fantasy Life is the 5th company I've started. Between rotopass.com, which exists to this day, Talented Mr. Roto, which I sold to ESPN, Fantasy Movie League, which I sold to NCMI, which is a National Cinema Media, which is a publicly traded company, the Fantasy Life app, which I sold to my friends over at BetSperts, and it still exists just under the name Bleacher Nation Fantasy, and now Fantasy Life proper. So, I've started 5 companies, I've exited 3 of them, and 2 of them are still existing to this day and making money. So I feel like no one ever takes me seriously as a business guy, and I'm just sort of like that. So anyway, it's been nice actually to talk a little business.
I actually said, you and I are connected on LinkedIn, and recently a couple of your ventures that you're in have come. Matthew Berry just completed 3 years here. Matthew Berry completed 4. And I'm like, wow, you have multiple exits, and yeah, you're a businessman, right? You're not just the guy who could give you the sleeper anymore. You're a businessman, and that's something you should be proud of. And anybody can ask you those other questions. We're going to try and keep it on this level, and you've done amazing things with Scott.
You're welcome to ask me those questions. I'm merely saying, I'm just thanking you. It's been nice to talk about some of the other stuff here.
And he's a talented actor. As I have the Infinity Gauntlet in my background, I just wanted to ask you, for all the Marvel fans out there, your best friends in the MCU, the Russo brothers, are directing the brand new Avengers movies as we speak. Any chance we can get a follow-up to Endgame, or is Endgame it was such a great send-off that you just don't want to ruin it? Like what was his name? Robert Downey Jr.
Here's what I'll tell you.
Oh,
probably about 2.5, 3 months ago, my friend Joe Russo and I had lunch in New York City, caught up, had a great long lunch. And I did say to him, he was a couple months away from starting, maybe it was probably 4 months ago or whatever at this point. He was, about ready to start filming Doomsday. They're doing Avengers Doomsday and then Avengers Secret Wars back to back. And I did say to him, I said, Joe, I just want to point out that if Robert Downey Jr. can return to the MCU in a different role, there's no reason that S.H.I.E.L.D. agent couldn't as well. So he's like, oh, that's a good point. He goes, let me think about it. So we'll see. Jorge, the answer is we'll see. I serve the pleasure of Mr. Russo. So if he has a role for me and asks, obviously I'm going to do it. But
you should petition to be one of the agents of the TVA, who are kind of like S.H.I.E.L.D. now in this new. I'm just throwing it out there. Right. And you say that, but like 2 years from now, when we were watching the movie, this could be a thing. You
never know. You never know. We'll have to stay tuned. You never know. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Nice.
We are up against 12 o'clock. We have 4 minutes left in the SFB Podathon 2025. So, Matthew, we'll let you close it out for us. And then if Scott would like to say something at the very end.
Sure. Well, I'll just say that I have Genty ranked higher than Christian McCaffrey, but either one, could easily be a league winner this year. I see Emmanuel's question here on the screen. It's just obvious. It's the only thing with McCaffrey. But I do think it'll be interesting to see where McCaffrey goes in Scott Fishbowl this year, because, again, you want weird roster builds given how many people are in this year. Scott, what's the official number?
5,004.
Whoa, I've been quoting 4,000. So we're over 5,000. Like, you're in a 5,000 person tournament. Like Kendall Valenzuela, who does, who hosts the Fantasy Life radio show for us over at SiriusXM, and she's one of our superstars. Kendall did a 0 QB build. She did what? I think she did the live draft in LA, Scott, right?
Vegas. I saw her in Vegas.
Okay.
Yep.
She was in Vegas, and I was talking to her, and she told me she did a 0 QB build, which I think is interesting. But you can do that this year.
Yep.
In Scott Fishbowl, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, SFB 15 trending on Twitter.
Ooh.
One of the few positive things trending on Twitter today. It's a dark place today. But Scott SFB 15 trending on Twitter.
That's awesome.
Credit to Scott and everyone involved in the community. So anyway, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys donating your time. I always appreciate Scott putting it together. I think it's one of the highlights of the fantasy football season. What Scott does is incredible. I'm thrilled at how much money Fantasy Cares has been able to donate and raise, and I'm happy to have been a small part of that as well. So, I mean, if we're up against it, Scott, how are we doing this? Who are we putting in the league? Do you want to randomize it? Do you want Sal, Bob?
Yeah,
Who's doing
I was just gonna give them the last few minutes, and I was gonna do it offline and just email them, but I suppose I could log in and grab the data.
Might be more, more entertaining, right? Just it's a.
We do have a drum roll ready, and
Yeah, let's exactly. Look at all the kudos to you guys. Look at all the kudos. And done. Podathon was awesome as usual. Jason Shadley. Nice job, Sal and Pals. I like that as a nickname. Sal and Pals.
That's a T-shirt right there.
Yeah. Sal rest well.
Look at this guy. My son
saying, "Great job, Dad." Yeah. Much more professional headshot on YouTube for Sal Leto Jr. than
that is his fraternity. He was the president of his fraternity at the college. That's the big fraternity shot.
All right, let's go. Where's it school?
He went to SUNY Farmingdale. He graduated a year ago, so he's on to his first full-time job now. So
let's go.
Many years ago,
I wish I'd done highest bidder. Now I have to do a randomization.
Oh boy, poor Scott.
I know.
Sniper Mel really enjoyed it so much.
Scott has to do something.
You like Sal and Pals. I hung out with Liz Loza in Vegas. She told me my online social media should be Sal in the City, and I should just go out and live in the city is what she told me.
That's pretty good too. We love Liz. Liz is great. That's pretty good. Sal in the City. But I like Sal and Pals for the name of a show.
All right. So let me know when we start recording over at Fantasy Life.
There you go.
I can start immediately.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
He said something earlier. No assholes.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, Sal.
I guess you're out of luck, Bob.
Yeah. Well done. Well played. What I would say. What I thought Bob was actually going to say. And like Sal and the Gals for a Women in Fantasy Football crossover. I like that too. Sal and the Gals, Sal and Pals. But what I was going to say, what I thought Bob was going to reference is the fact that I said I don't do any of the hiring, which is true. I don't.
True.
Since you're on the content side, that would go through Dan Kaufman, who's our Chief Strategy Officer, and Nando DeFino, who runs all of our content as well. Everyone knows Nando, of course, was at The Athletic for 6 years, does a great job for us. Everyone loves Nando. So on the content side, hiring goes through Dan and Nando. On the business side or anything else, it goes through Elliot and the people that report to him, depending on the department, ad sales or, technology, growth, etc. We have different divisions. But what I can tell you is that I don't hire any of them. I hired Elliot, and that's about it. Everyone else got hired by Elliot and team. So, like I said, hire good people and get the F out of their way. That's the key.
Nando's a good get. Nando's been on with us in the past.
Nando's the best. Nando has the unique distinction. Scott Fish might be actually him and Scott Fish have this in common, which is, I've been in the fantasy industry now for over 20 years. And like generally speaking, the fantasy industry is a very nice, very kind, supportive place.
Mm-hmm.
But every once in a while there are people like, this guy doesn't like that guy, this woman doesn't like this person, blah blah blah, right? There's always little infighting, and like that. I'm not immune to it, right? There's definitely people who don't like me, and there's a couple of people in the industry that I could do without, to be perfectly honest with you. But I don't think I've ever in my life, in over 20 years, heard anyone say anything bad about Nando and I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything bad about Scott Fish. The other three,
Makes sense, Nando. That's
the other three people have at you all the time, but
I mean,
no, everyone loves Nando and everyone loves Scott Fish.
Yeah, Nando's the absolute best. It's very kind. I don't think I've ever heard anything bad about Nando ever either.
Yeah, people love Nando. Everyone. So anyway, that was a great hire for us. We were thrilled when he's like, yes, I will leave the New York Times to come to Fantasy Life. I'm like, are you sure? Did you just hear what you just said? But yeah, he did, and we've been obviously thrilled. He's done a great job for us.
I mean, New York Times is a dying breed, and Fantasy Life is on the come up, so I get it.
Well, apparently, so is Matthew's new business venture in creating a film studio for Sal and Pal.
Yeah,
TV show.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Maybe it's a Jorge. Maybe it's like a Saturday morning cartoon series. You know,
that sounds right.
Like Coco Melon and Miss Rachel. Like it's big business. It's big business to see to have kids programming on YouTube. So Sal and Pals.
My 9-month-old could grow up watching it. You never know. It could it could be a thing. Yeah.
Maybe Sal and Pals can solve crimes.
There you go.
I'll
Fantasy
take
crimes.
For this. That's how excited I am.
All right. So Scott, turn it over to you. This is our randomizer for the giveaway.
I made I didn't make it. Russ made it. We use it for other things every once in a while. But you want to do a drum roll, Bob? You on a drum roll? Oh, look at that. He's got one.
Now, I want to say that Steve Marcus, my old co-host, his son is named Tucker, and his last name is M. What are the chances that that's Steve's son?
That would be random.
That would
Hence
be
the randomizer.
It would be that random, I guess.
I don't know. I'd have to look.
Steve
You know what's
working on
crazy
that.
about this? It worked out both ways. Tucker both won randomly, and he was the highest donation.
Oh, then it wasn't Steve. They're cheap.
Faith is absolutely correct. Caillou is if I can give any advice to the parents out there with young children, whatever you do, don't let them watch Caillou. Caillou is the worst television show ever created. Ever. Yes. But congratulations to Tucker M. Welcome to the league. Welcome to my league. I think you pick 11th. Is that right, Scott?
Yep, I believe so, yeah.
You have the 11th pick, and you will lose. But you will have the pleasure of losing to me and the other people in the league. So congratulations to Tucker M.
Yep, very, very awesome. Very awesome. And if someone disappears during the day, I'll put these other people that donated so graciously on the short list to possibly replace a no-show or something. We sometimes have those. So,
do we have a final tally, Scott, of how much Scott Fishbowl has raised to date this year?
Jeez, do you have that, Bob? A ballpark?
I need a minute.
I know the live events alone, the first 2 weekends plus pre-sales was well over 100,000 just for the live events. So, I would guess we're over 2 total, at least. Bob's nodding. He agrees with that.
Yes, I definitely would say that. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. But yes, it wouldn't be shocking if we're somewhere in the ballpark of $250,000 raised this year.
It's unbelievable. That's amazing. Congratulations, Scott, Sal and Pals. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you to everyone who donated. You guys are awesome. That's amazing. And especially thank you to everyone who donated to play in my league and to be in our dumb league. I really appreciate it. We raised a lot of money specifically just in our league, and I'm thrilled about that.
Very, very cool. Very awesome. Thanks for coming on, Matthew. I love that you come on this every year, and I tell nice stories about you that every once in a while that people don't usually probably get to hear. At least twice now, you have randomly texted me and called me with ways to help me out of nowhere. You're randomly thinking of how to help people just at random times, which I love.
If you can be helpful. I'm a big believer that if you can be helpful in any situation, you should be. It's not a, I think it's, not a big deal.
We're over 300.
Right.
I do think it's
300.
we're over 300, over 300,000.
Whoa.
Nice.
Whoa, let's go.
The reason I tell those stories, Matthew, is because it's one thing to, like, obviously we want to be helpful, and I totally agree. For you, it seems like you go out of your way to be helpful. Like, you are thinking of how to help people randomly. You know what I mean? It's a Wednesday night, and Matthew's like, you know what? I have this idea that could help this person, and you follow through it on it, which is just crazy to me. It's just crazy in a good way. It's awesome.
Pay it forward. We talked about this earlier before you came on the show, Scott. But yeah. Important to pay it forward. It's important to pay it forward. You know, a lot of people did that for me, and so it's important to, you know, try to put good energy into the universe.
Absolutely. You bring 11 pictures, and Matthew signs them for everyone that played. You know, that kind of thing makes a difference.
My pleasure. It's absolutely my pleasure. It's easy to do, especially when it's easy to do. When it's easy, you know, it's easy to do. It's easy to do. So, how are we ending this thing?
I think we're gonna let you go because you know you got limited time, man, and we usually call it a day within a few minutes. We do some just wrap up. So if you want to take off, get to your day, Matthew. Thanks for coming.
I will. Thank you. Good luck to everyone in Scott Fishbowl this year. Much love to everyone. Scott, Sal, Bob, and Jorge. Congratulations. Over $300,000 raised is an incredible accomplishment, as is broadcasting live for as long as you guys have. So much love and respect to you guys. We'll see you on the mean Scott Fishbowl streets.
Thanks. Take care, Matthew.
And go check out Fantasy Life. Go check out their new website.
Yes.
That looked pretty good when you pulled it up there a few minutes ago. Yeah.
This week. Yeah.
Wow. Love it.
Well, it's about that time, folks. Sal, you've been up for what, about 30 hours now? Something like that?
28 hours I've been awake.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. I tried. I went to bed for like 2 or 3 hours in the middle last night. I just I woke up at 3 a.m. and I made it till 2 a.m. So I made it like 23 hours, and I'm like, I need a couple hours sleep. And then I came back. But the other, I don't know, 10 or so people that donated during that segment, I'm gonna throw you on the short list to possibly get in still as well. I gotta go send this guy an invite. I suppose you three can close it out. I just want to thank everyone for joining the Podathon. Thanks for all the support this year, all the years, etc. for SFB, for the Podathon, for Fantasy Cares, all of that. It's very, very much appreciated. I think this thing makes our community really, really kind of wonderful and strong. There's usually always just really good vibes around it. So hope you have a good year if you're playing in it. If you're not, hopefully maybe we can still get you in today, or maybe just, you know, next year, play in the Underdog Satellite, play in Mirror Leagues, do one of those, just play in our contests and see if you can get in for next year, which would be really cool. But thanks for joining us. I'm going to duck out. I don't know if maybe that was a good end.
That was a good way to go. I mean, if there was a way, I mean, that's
it. I'm going to hit the end. Peace, everybody. Thank you.